The House will come to order. If there is no objection, we will revert to reports of standing committees and divisions. Hearing no objection, reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business has been placed on each member's desk.
Sanders from the Committee on Governmental Operations and Elections Policy reported on the following appointment which had been referred to the committee by the Speaker. Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board, Carol Flynn, reported the same back with a recommendation that the appointment be confirmed. Sanders moved that the report of the Committee on Governmental Operations and Elections Policy relating to the appointment of Carol Flynn to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board be now adopted.
The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders, to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. One of the privileges of the Government Operations and Elections Committee is to meet with and vet the individuals that have been appointed to the Campaign Finance Board. We had 3 appointments this year that we've dealt with so far, and before us is Ms. Carol Flynn, who will fill the role of a former DFL legislator. We met with her, the committee met with her, we went through a series of questions with her, found her to be well qualified for the position, would ask for member support.
First, we will vote to adopt the committee report. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Confirmations. Sanders moved that the House, having advised you, now consent to and confirm the appointment of Carol Flynn, 1235 Yale Place, number 1409, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the County of Hennepin, effective February 14, 2015, for a term that expires on January 7, 2019.
The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Former Senator Flynn is filling the role again of a former DFL legislator. We find her to be well qualified and would ask for member support.
Any discussion on the confirmation? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion to confirm signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Sanders from the Committee on Governmental Operations and Elections Policy reported on the following appointment which had been referred to the committee by the Speaker. Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board, Christian Sande, reported the same back with a recommendation that the appointment be confirmed. Sanders moved that the report from the Committee on Governmental Operations and Elections Policy relating to the appointment of Christian Sande to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board be now adopted.
I call on the member from Anoka to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Sande is being reappointed or asked to be reconfirmed to the board for a position that expired in the previous year, so we would ask that members would support this motion.
Any discussion on the motion to adopt the committee report? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Confirmation. Sanders moved that the House, having advised, do now consent to confirm the appointment of Christian Sande, 310 Clifton Avenue, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the County of Hennepin, effective February 14, 2015, for a term that expires on January 7, 2019.
The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, Mr. Sande was a current or previous board member. His term expired and was being reappointed, and we're asked to reconfirm him today. We were able to ask him a series of questions, and Mr. Sande came before the Government Operations Elections Committee, did a great job in front of the committee, has done a good job on the board, is extremely qualified to serve on the board, and would ask for members' support.
Any discussion on the motion to confirm? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion to confirm signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Sanders From the Committee on Government Operations and Elections Policy, reported on the following appointment, which had been referred to the committee by the Speaker. Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board, Daniel Rosen. Reported the same back with a recommendation that the appointment be confirmed. Sanders moved that the report of the Committee on Government Operations and Elections Policy relating to the appointment of Daniel Rosen to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board be now adopted.
I call on the member from Anoka to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Rosen would be filling a public Republican spot on this board. He is a Republican filling a public role due to the balance of the board needing to be balanced. And I would ask for members to support this motion. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion to adopt the committee report? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Confirmation. Sanders moved that the House, having advised, do now consent to and confirm the appointment of Daniel Rosen, 888 Colwell Building, 123 North 3rd Street, Minneapolis, in the County of Hennepin, effective July 29, 2014, for a term that expires on January 1, 2018.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, it was a privilege to meet Mr. Rosen and have him before the committee. He's extremely qualified to be on the board, will do a great job on the board. Again, he fills a public public position on the board. He is a Republican and would ask for member support in confirming Mr. Rosen.
Any discussion on the motion to confirm? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion to confirm signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for today is House File 843. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 843, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to economic development, the third engrossment.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo, to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First of all, let me take the opportunity to thank all the staff on both sides of the aisle, as well as nonpartisan staff. I'd like to thank Mr. Kennedy, Ms. Larson, Mr. Fortner, Mr. Sullivan, Ms. Newman, Dr. Eloff, Mr. Weeks, Ms. Hendricks, and then our committee pages, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Cornea, as well as Republican researcher Dr. Bill Glahn. I want to thank them all for all their hard work during this session and going forward till the end. Mr. Speaker and members, what you have before you today is an ambitious, bold 176 pages of legislative awesomeness. It's a great bill, does some important things in the area of energy, allows us to have energy that is both cleaner and cheaper. Also, we make unprecedented investments in workforce housing, as well as investments in tourism, and making sure that we have targeted relief to make sure that the workforce training systems in our state are updated and modernized and targeted to those places where they need it most. So, Mr. Speaker, at this time, what I'll do is I'll yield to other members of the committee. At first, I will yield to everyone's favorite chairman, Bob Gunther.
He will yield. Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Garofalo. House File 843 is a bill that helps all of Minnesota grow and thrive by prioritizing private sector job and business growth, helping train skilled workers for vacant positions, and building workforce housing. Workforce housing is a spark needed to ignite economic prosperity in Greater Minnesota. Solving absolute crisis of current housing shortages will also help solve other issues facing Greater Minnesota. Filling vacant job openings, investing in skilled job training, diversifying the workforce, because the market is not responding to the demand. This legislation will help jumpstart the market. Job training, this bill also has a number of provisions that will help train the next generation of workers. We are extending a deed pilot program that gives grants to Greater Minnesota businesses to train their workers. Grant process that is flexible, fast, and employer-driven. We also provide funding for a sort of manufacturing extension service through MnSCU to train manufacturer workers for regional needs. Lastly, the pipeline funding will help train and fill jobs in fields with the largest needs, including advanced manufacturing, agriculture, and information technology and healthcare services. And with that, I will yield back to Representative Garofalo.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'll yield to the best vice chair in the Minnesota House of Representatives, Representative Baker.
The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that, Mr. Garofalo, Chair Garofalo. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen of this body, I am very proud to have carried the Propane Relief Act of 2015. This bill is part of a great omnibus bill that we'll be talking about today. I know that when I was campaigning last summer, I heard a lot of folks telling how hard it was last year on the propane situation. And what this bill does is it really helps low-income families to allow them to secure and lock in lowest prices possible in the summertime with us using some Department of Energy grant money that we're now going to start using if this bill passes. This is a big help to low-income Minnesota families in rural Minnesota. It also allows for rebates for folks wanting to make some energy improvements, for families and small businesses if they want to upgrade their appliances, infrastructure, machinery, that kind of thing. It also allows small natural gas companies that want to expand natural gas in Minnesota to allow more customers on their base before they turn and have to go to the PUC. So right now, a small gas company that's expanding natural gas, they have to report back to the PUC when they hit 1,500 customers. This will allow that number to go up to a higher level, 5,000 customers. That will help them keep their costs lower for their base as they move forward. And it also allows more infrastructure for more storage in greater Minnesota. All private dollars, it just allows a sales tax rebate for a short time to provide an incentive for folks to get out there like our companies and use private dollars. So members, this is a great part of this bill, one small part of the bill, the Propane Relief Act, that again, I'm very proud to carry this for greater Minnesota. I'll refer back to our chair, Mr. Garofalo.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I would yield to the member on the committee from Sherburne, Representative Newberger, to explain some of the provisions in the bill that he is responsible for.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair Garofalo. I am very excited and happy to talk about some of these parts of this bill. One of the things that is in this bill is House File number 333. Many of you are familiar with that. We are going to be forced by the EPA a mandate for new CO2 emissions. We have to come up with a plan that will be put together by the MPCA. What this does, House File 333, is it simply says that whatever the plan is, before the state complies with it, it will have to come back to us, the elected representatives of this state, for a simple approval. I think that is it's a big step forward, and that's a good plan to have. There are about 24 other states that are doing the same thing, and some of the other states, their plans are a lot more complicated. Ours is real simple. It just says we either approve it or we don't. So I'm proud that Minnesota is going to join at least 24 other states in this same type of endeavor. The second part that I really am excited about that really helps us with our cleaner and cheaper energy policy is House File 95. All of us are in favor of cheaper, cleaner, or cleaner and cheaper. And one of the things that 95 does, House File 95, is it allows us to start crediting large hydro for our electrical generation. Anything new that comes through that's over 100 megawatts. As many people know, and myself included, hydro is my favorite form of renewable energy. I'm excited and about this bill, and I want to thank Chair Garofalo, and I yield the floor back to him.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield to the member in the committee who it was difficult to keep him down in his seat during committee this year. He was so vocal, talking all the time, but I'll yield the floor to Representative Vogel.
The member from Scott, Representative Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chair Garofalo. Certainly a pleasure to be talking to all of you again. I had a part on Article 2, Section 7, and it was driven by the housing plan process that the Met Council is going through, and bringing back a little more home rule to the entities that are putting together the comprehensive plans. So it simply says that if and when the Metro Council decides that they want to put forward a housing plan, that it has to be approved by the legislature first. There's also a method for the legislature to intervene on the lifestyle housing goals if they so choose, and the Met Council would have to submit by January 15th of each year their housing goals, and if the legislature chooses not to act on them, they go into force, but if not, the legislature would have some control over it. So again, returning some power to local government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield back to Chair Garofalo.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield the floor to Representative Swedzinski.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. A large portion of the bill that I carried and is in this omnibus bill is on page 140, and that really deals primarily with some issues in my district, and it's going to be affecting a lot of districts potentially across the state, and that's the expansion of the solar farms that are going to be growing and being potentially built across the state. My portion of the bill deals a lot with general setbacks and putting, because of the state mandate portion of this energy generation policy on residences. It also looks at, in the portion for environmental review, deals with the changing nature of farmland. So as these projects are going in, we're taking good productive farmland, turning them into solar farms essentially, and because of that historical use, a lot of properties have drainage systems on them that affect not only the property itself, but also neighboring properties. So as those things are being built, the potential to impact those drainage systems and the viability of adjoining farmland. That's what this provision speaks to. It also deals with a lot of the issues of reflectivity when it comes to the development of these projects along highway systems, and asking as these projects are moving forward that a lot of those things are taken into account as these solar farms are being developed. So with that, I'll yield my time back to Chair Garofalo.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'll yield the floor to Representative Lunan.
The member from Scott, Representative Lunan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the product we ended up coming out of the committee with, and before I explain probably the aspect I had the most fingerprints on, I want to acknowledge a respect for the amount of knowledge that was on that committee and how much I learned in the area of housing and in energy, in jobs. There's a lot of information and intelligence in this body. And I just can't tell you how much I enjoy going back to my district and telling the people about what gets done here. The part of the bill that I feel is very important has to do with a problem with our young people, with our future, and getting them started in the area of a career in STEM careers, and has to do with technology internships. Oftentimes we talk to millenniums who have a hard time getting a job because they don't have experience, and they can't get experience because they don't have a job. And we're adding money to a program that solves that very problem. And again, I'm very proud of this bill. Thank you. And I yield back to Chair Garofalo.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'll yield the floor to Dan the Man Fabian.
The member from Rosen, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Garofalo, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I do want to point out staff and thank them for all the great work that they did to help us put this bill together. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say thanks to the members of the other side of the aisle. I know we didn't always agree on stuff, but I do enjoy serving on the Jobs and Energy Committee. It's been very rewarding for me. A couple of things that I want to point out in the bill is, you know, throughout certain parts of the state of Minnesota, there are some businesses that are looking to grow and expand. And one of the things that's holding back some of that growth and expansion is a lack of workforce housing. So in this bill, we've got a couple of different provisions, one working with the Department of Employment and Economic Development on a grant program to try to get a little jump start to our workforce housing situation, and then also through the Minnesota Housing Finance Authority, again, another spark. You know, one of the things that is kind of frustrating is that the market rate housing just doesn't work because of appraisals and financing and so forth, and we can talk more in detail about that later, but it just doesn't work. Rosen, for example, the last time something new was built with regards to multifamily housing was probably 25 years ago, and so now they're charging, you know, $625 a month for rent. When you build something new, it costs substantially more than that, or needs substantially more than that in rent to be able to make it cash flow. And a project that costs $3.4 million gets an appraisal of about 2.2, and then you can only finance 1.7. So we're trying to fill that gap, doing some different things. I'd also like to point out that we are doing some with tourism. For those of you that have been around the state and have been up to Lake of the Woods and the area up there, working with the Explore Minnesota Tourism, we've gotten some extra money in there. We're also requiring a match, in some cases 6 to 1. And then also we're doing some reforms on net metering and avoided costs. For those of you that don't understand the concept of net metering, if you do a rooftop solar or something like that, and you produce some extra electricity, your local electric provider under current rules is required to buy that back from you at retail. So we're trying to help out there. We're trying to get those people into the system, but they're going to have to pay what's also referred to as the avoided costs, which are all the costs that are involved in running the distribution system with electricity, whether it's the maintenance of the system, it's the cost of the employees, it's equipment, and those sorts of things. So again, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I yield back to Chair Garofalo.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, finally I yield to the member from Hennepin, Representative Smith.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Garofalo. House File 1416 is a bipartisan bill, and it deals with reducing the unemployment insurance employer tax rate under certain conditions. The idea for this bill was born from how our fund is currently set up. As our fund is depleted, taxes automatically go up, which is good. It helps our system recover quickly, and it's automatic, and it has worked very well in the past. That has not changed. Just as how there's downside triggers, this new bill allows that as the fund increases to a certain size, credits are issued to employers by way of a ceiling that is created. This allows more money to stay in Minnesota. This allows more money to stay in our Minnesota businesses as opposed to a bank in Washington, D.C. This allows Minnesota businesses to pay our employees more. This allows Minnesota businesses to invest in their business here in Minnesota. This bill does not impact the rates. This bill does not impact the benefits. This bill will allow Minnesota to continue to be a leader in unemployment insurance. And with that, I yield back to Chair Garofalo.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And being aware of the fact that people have activities in 290 minutes, I will complete that and ask that we move on to the amendments of the desk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metza moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A91.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, we debated last night a little bit of the situation that we have up north with our steel workers right now and the layoffs up at Mintac, Keetac. Simply what this amendment does is changes the unemployment insurance to match up with the current way that it's handled with the building trades, treating these jobs as permanent layoffs. Temporarily right now they are idling and not permanent layoffs. However, this would treat them as permanent layoffs, seeing as we're leaving the session from May 1st through the end of the year. and stop us from having to come back and adjust some of this in case the layoffs become permanent. We'd ask for your support in this amendment. I believe Chair Garofalo is feeling okay about this, and the rest of the range delegation, I would appreciate your support on this. I'd stand for any questions.
Any discussion on the Metza amendment? The member from Pine, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise to speak in favor of this amendment. As somebody from the construction trades background, I see this as being very similar to issues we deal with seasonal layoffs and slowdowns, where members will be going back to work in the future, but where they receive unemployment benefits at a full rate. And so I would encourage all members to support this amendment. Thanks.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker and members, and I do respect the committee process, but this is a very unique situation, and I do think it merits continuing the process. So members, I would ask your support for this as we carry it in a conference committee.
Any further discussion on the Metza amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the A91 amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Simonson moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A89.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Simonson, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This provision is a pretty straightforward and simple provision that we want to try to include in this bill. Essentially what it is what is often referred to as labor peace language. And in this particular situation, we have a private business that has reached out to the state of Minnesota to partner in order to expand their facility in Duluth and provide additional jobs to the city and the surrounding area. And in this particular instance, we're looking to include some language that would essentially give some peace of mind to the taxpayers of Minnesota as they're being asked to make a sizable investment. In this case, I think it's $2 million, members. It is $2 million. But what this language does is that this isn't card check language. This isn't forcing anybody to unionize. This is very simple labor peace language. And all it really says is that through the duration of the project, in order to protect the public's and the state's investment into this facility, that we won't have any picketing or work stoppages or boycotts or any kind of economic interference with the project from the workers that are employed at the plant. So I think it's good language, members, and I would certainly appreciate your support.
Discussion on the Simonson amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Similar to project labor agreements that we sign on building trades projects, as we talked about earlier, both sides agree that the labor agrees that they will not cause disruptions in the project. Management agrees that they will not do anti-labor stuff and negotiate with the employees. It's a good piece of amendment or a good piece of legislation. It saves and it protects the investment that we as a state make in these projects. I support the amendment.
Any further discussion on the Simonson amendment? The member from Carleton, Representative Sande.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can bear witness to the success of these labor peace agreements. In fact, the facility that Representative Simonson is referring to, I've worked on that facility. There's been no work stoppages, always successful completion of the jobs, and always under budget and always on time. This is a successful way of doing business, and I think we should continue to do so.
Any further discussion on the Simonson amendment? The member from St. Louis, Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to bring some attention to this particular employer, because this isn't an anti-employer amendment. Cirrus has been a large part of Duluth for a number of years, and they have been a contributing partner to our economic success over the last decade or more. It's a type of facility where we've never, that I'm aware of, had any labor strife issues. They have always used good union labor in their constructions, and they've always worked well under a project labor agreement. My intent when offering this amendment, members, is just to bring attention to the fact that as we move forward here in Minnesota and as we invest our public funds into different types of projects, there are things that we can do that are very simple that will allow us to protect the investment of Minnesotans. Because it's probably the last thing that we want to do is make a sizable investment in a project that gets wrapped up in some sort of labor disagreement. So this is the type of language that I hope that we can consider going forward as we look at different types of projects. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, members, I'm also aware that the employer is not necessarily in favor of this language, so I have decided at this point in time to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Simonson withdraws the A89 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A100.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a designation to the Minnesota Tourism Association that they set aside $30,000, a one-time appropriation to help the community of Lake Mille Lacs, that area that has been under ever-changing regulations from the DNR. I ask for your support.
Discussion on the Erickson amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, and again, usually we like to adopt these items in committee, but this is an item that I think merits further deliberation and consideration, so I'm happy to take this into conference committee to allow that to take place.
The member from Aiken, Representative Lueck.
I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chair Garofalo and Representative Erickson for bringing this forward. It's very important to our area, and so we would certainly want to see this work its all the way through the governor. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Erickson amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lean moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A81.
The member from Clay, Representative Lean, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A81 amendment is a bill carried by Representative Backer this year, House File 898, and I do want to thank him for his leadership and work on this bill. The A81 amendment would allow the 5 border cities of East Grand Forks, Moorhead, Dilworth, Breckenridge, and Ortonville to adopt building codes for residential construction that would more closely align with residential building codes in neighboring states, so long as the building codes in these states are no less stringent than the neighboring state. The impetus for the amendment is to create uniformity for residential building codes in these cities which share home buyer and homeowner markets with other states. My city, Moorhead, members, is growing. I don't want to make an argument that Moorhead is not growing, because we are. However, the A81 amendment would provide these 5 border cities with even more growth opportunity.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Lean, I stand in support of this. One of the challenges that we have in this state is when you go from Canada down to Iowa, the communities on the Minnesota side is not growing like the communities on the Dakota side. So I stand in favor of this. It does allow better competitive in the marketplace with those neighboring communities. Thank you, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Will Representative Backer yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Backer, have you talked to Chair Garofalo about why this wasn't included initially in the bill and whether he's going to support inclusion of this language in the bill?
Representative Backer.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen. I have talked to the chair, and the reason it was not included in the bill was actually because of my error, being a new kid on the block. I did not request a hearing right away with Chair Hoppe, and we just ran out of time.
Any further discussion on the lien amendment? The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and for the same reasons I mentioned earlier, I think this issue merits consideration in conference and would ask people to support it.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Well, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chair, this is a dangerous precedent to set two types of building codes in the state. It's something that the department has certainly got serious concerns with, and further discussion, I hope, does not lead too far.
The member from Clay, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Chair Garofalo, I do appreciate your indulgence on this amendment. And again, Representative Backer, appreciate your work all session on this. Members, I do realize there are still some underlying issues with the bill that Representative Backer was carrying, largely related to licensure issues and warranty issues with home builders in complying with a state code and a possible building code adopted by these other cities. I did want to rise today and raise the issue, raise the conversation with the amendment, and I thank the members who have spoken on this and given it various viewpoints. However, members, I will withdraw the A81 amendment, and I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
Representative Lean withdraws the A81 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Vogel moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A83.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members, the A83 amendment makes two changes. It provides that the state building code must not require the installation of fire sprinkler systems in new and existing single-family detached dwellings, that's single-family homes. And it further provides that before entering into an agreement, the licensee, the contractor, must provide an offer of a sprinkler option which must be signed by the customer. Toward the first change, I want to point out the sprinkler mandate in single-family homes is not applicable in 41 other states, including all those which border Minnesota. The 4,500 square foot threshold, which is a 1,500 square foot footprint for a two-story house, was not proposed by any stakeholder and was not formulated by reference to any scientific resources. The sprinkler rule significantly increases cost of construction. It does not tend, however, to lower them. And on new construction, it is questionable how much, if any, value it would add to the appraisal when qualifying for a mortgage. Less costly interconnected smoke alarms have been found to address life issues very well, and in some cases could even provide more warning to evacuate, since research shows that only 5% of fires were too small to activate a smoke detector, whereas 54% of fires were too small to activate sprinklers. And firefighter safety has been helped by mandating underfloor fire protection, such as 1/2 inch gypsum board, when a house is not equipped with sprinklers. Secondly, and from my perspective, probably more important, the changes may also be more significant by adding a requirement that the contractor must present a written option to install sprinklers in all new single-family homes, regardless of size. Not only will this alert the customer to an option they can choose and the cost of that option, but it will most likely promote a discussion of how sprinklers work and the protection they can provide. I believe that by changing the approach on sprinklers in this manner, from talking about whether or not the house is mandated to have sprinklers and possibly alternatives that could be used to avoid their installation, there will be a better opportunity to turn what could be an avoidance discussion into a proactive discussion between the contractor and the customer on how adding that option can be a benefit to the homeowner and their family. For all these reasons, I move this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I would call for a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion on the Vogel amendment? The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Vogel. This has become a yearly bill. And the reason it's a yearly bill is that there's a governor that really doesn't like this particular bill. So I don't know if it goes on, makes one more problem. It makes the 78 concerns into 79 concerns that the governor has with this bill. But let's add to the fact that the fire chiefs don't like this. They are very concerned about this. And everybody talks about building code creep and building code this and building code that, and how it increases the problems that people have in getting in housing. 4,500 square foot houses are not built often in this state. And depending on what the location is, they are either 750,000, a million, or well over the multiple millions. And the cost to this is not all that much unless you actually have to drill a well, and no one has ever come up and told me they had to drill a well to put a sprinkler system into a house. Members, this bill is a no-go with any of our fire services. The governor has, I can't say whether the governor will veto or not, but I will say that he's been here 5 years. He's got 3 years left. He was willing to veto an $850 million bonding bill last year if this was in it. So if you vote for this, you're very likely putting Representative Garofalo's bill at risk, but do as you need to do. I will be voting no on this particular bill.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to rise and speak in favor of the Vogel amendment. As a real estate agent myself, I'm well aware, and most of us are well aware, of the rate at which housing is increasing. Housing prices continue to rise, in part due to the mandates that we continue to put on the building code and houses. One of the things I'd like to speak to, though, is I come from a computer background, IT. Early in my career, I was on the help desk, and one of my responsibilities was data centers. There was a data center that we had to go through on an hourly basis to check on the status of the servers in the data center, and among the tasks was to look at the dials, etc., related to the fire suppression system. For those who don't know a data centers are rooms that can be larger or multiple times the size of this room, simply filled with servers, racks and racks of servers. And protecting those servers are fire suppression systems. There are multiple types of fire suppression systems. I don't see any sprinkler heads here as I'm looking, but there are the one type would be where the water is filled in the pipe and the water is all the way down to the sprinkler head. So when it activates, the water immediately begins to flow. There's another kind where the water is held back and the pipe is dry, and when the sprinkler head is tripped, the water then has to flow through the pipes before it reaches the sprinkler head. There are dry or chemical fire suppression systems where it's chemical based. The point is there's multiple types. And as us homeowners are aware, for those who are homeowners, home ownership requires maintenance of different aspects of the house, such as changing your furnace filter every 90 days, such as cleaning out in fact, we just had the first rain here, first heavy rain. April showers bring May flowers. You know what I neglected to do? I did not empty out the leaves of my gutter. So in the heavy rain that we just had here 2 weeks back or so, I had to go outside, soaking wet, spending 20 minutes as fast as I could getting the leaves out of the gutter because they were overflowing. The point is there's maintenance required. And so when it comes to fire suppression systems for residential buildings, I have a very serious concern of the maintenance required. There will be annual maintenance duties. And one of the things that I see in real estate is when it comes to foreclosed homes or other homes here, especially in Minnesota, that have to be winterized, there's a special maintenance required. I have been in homes that have suffered freeze damage because they weren't properly winterized. They went into winter, the pipes froze, they broke open and then flooded the home. I've seen that numerous times. So that's why I was explaining the different types of fire suppression systems. This brings a whole host of challenges to residential home ownership that, again, in my opinion, is not necessary and brings a whole host of challenges that the standard homeowner just is not going to be ready for. And no, it's not just a few dollars. Fire suppression systems will add thousands of dollars to the construction of a home, and then it'll be, I would expect, hundreds of dollars in annual maintenance and other types of checkup to ensure the health of the fire suppression system. So again, members, please vote in favor of the Vogel amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Representative Vogel for his leadership in bringing this bill or this amendment before us today. I've also carried this bill, and it's passed the House before, I think a couple of times. It's passed the Senate. It's received wide, broad, bipartisan support. And the reason it's received that support is pretty clear because, first of all, the cost of putting in these sprinklers is quite daunting. Thousands of dollars in some cases to put fire sprinklers in these buildings. And I don't know about the rest of the members, but one of the things I think is the neatest thing about living in this country and living in this state and being able to discuss with constituents is the American dream of home ownership. And Representative Mahoney, you talked about it being 4,500 square feet right now. But the problem is, what happens in a few years when the fire chiefs decide and they find out that it's the size of the house probably doesn't matter that much in fires, and then they take it down to smaller houses, 2,000 square feet, 1,000 square feet, mobile homes. When we brought this forward before, in past years, when it was smaller homes, I will tell you that lots of different industries on the left and right had real problems with this because it takes the reality of home ownership out of the possibility of many people. And the apparent reason the fire chief said was because of increased safety. But I really question that because since the early 2000s, we've required under the code hardwired fire alarms that have greatly increased the safety. In addition, the code has changed from lightweight construction. It's changed time after time to make homes safer and safer. And the industry continues to work on these issues to make sure that homes are safe. But I don't think that this issue of sprinklers actually fixes the problem that the governor thinks it does. And so while you're right, Representative Mahoney, Governor Dayton, despite wide bipartisan support, I think in the past over 100 members have voted for this in the legislature. The governor has continued to veto this. But I still think it's really important to send the message that we are hearing from our constituents that this is an important issue, that people ought to be able to build a home without having thousands of dollars of extra mandated cost to their home, that they don't have any say in the matter. Part of the amendment that Representative Vogel's brought forward still allows certainly homeowners, if they want to put a sprinkler system in, they ought to be able to get a sprinkler system in, and the industry has been willing to work with folks on that. But to require people to put this in and to potentially take that dream of home ownership out of the hands of Minnesotans just isn't right. Thank you, Representative Vogel, again for your leadership, and members. Again, many of you have already voted for this in the past. I encourage you to continue voting for this. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, thank you. I would like to also rise in support of the Vogel amendment. One thing that we haven't talked about is the real cost to the consumer. We talk about what the cost is to put it into the house, but what has failed to be recognized here is that, even at $2.50 a square foot on a 4,500 square foot home, which is the threshold in which it's required to be installed, that's $13,500. But folks, it doesn't end there. You have to add builder's profit because the builder's responsible for that. You've got realtor fees that have to be covered in the sale of it. And basically you get up to $16,000, $17,000 for the cost in a new home. Now, when you take a mortgage factor of like $6 a thousand, you're putting $100 a month to the cost of the home, times 12 months, times 30 years, and that sprinkler system is now having an economic impact of $30,000. And so this is also an issue with regard to qualifying for a mortgage on a home. When you add $100, the qualifying factor, if you're using 28 or 33% underwriting guidelines, requires an extra $300, $350 a month of income to qualify for that same home. And lastly, apparently the folks who live in houses under 4,500 square feet aren't as important as the ones above 4,500 square feet. I think this is unfair and is certainly crippling the housing industry, not in its entirety because there's a lot of homes that are under that threshold that are being built, but the characterization that a 4,500 square foot home is a $750,000 home isn't quite accurate because we're talking about a 1,500 square foot footprint. The threshold is met by an unfinished basement. So if you had a two-story walkout with an unfinished basement, 3,000 finished square feet would be required to have this mandate. So with that information, I hope you'll give careful consideration to how onerous this really is to the housing industry, and we really want to get everybody working again and be a more robust building industry. So thank you for that.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, and I appreciate the thoughtful discussion. The term, actually, I was going to say this could become a rather inflammatory discussion, and then I realized what I'd be saying, so I'm opting not to use that term. But just 2 points. Number one is with respect to Representative Pepin's point about let's not keep people from home ownership and these starter homes. Keep in mind, folks, what we're talking about, right, Representative Vogel, are homes that are over 4,500 square foot. That, for me, was not a starter home. The point is also, and Representative Hertaus, I appreciate your point about talking about the real cost, because there's 2 items that have not been brought up. Number one is the real cost. When we talk about survivability, this is one of those statistics that'll sort of flip you on your head, because in 1975, the survivability time in a fire was 17 minutes. You know what it is now? 4 minutes. And I see the architect in front of me had 5. It's actually now down to 4 because there's so many more lightweight materials now that are used in housing. You've got 4 minutes. That's why sprinklers are so critically important. But also, if you want to just talk dollars, there's a 10% reduction in your insurance rates if you have sprinklers. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about real cost. So while I appreciate Representative Vogel's pitch for this, I don't believe it's a wise approach to take, and I'd urge no vote.
The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will pass.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we're addressing the cost, sometimes it's not just the actual materials, but it also comes down to what happens when the appraisals come in. One of the things that does not happen, and part of this, Representative Vogel and I were chatting about this yesterday, is that because of some of the rulings that came through with Dodd-Frank, the appraisals do not show the extra costs that are involved with implementing the current construction codes. So what happens is when you want to buy a house and you get your appraisal, even if it's a brand new house, sometimes they don't meet the appraisals. The houses are coming in over. And so what happens if somebody wants to build a home, whether it be a bigger home or not, you have to come up with the extra cost because the bank can only give you 80%. And so what we're seeing is folks coming in expecting to close on a loan, only finding out they got to find another chunk of money to pay for the amount that the appraisal doesn't take into consideration. So not only is it just because of what it costs, but it's also when you want to get a loan, the appraisals aren't coming in to meet what the expected loan amount is.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've never heard of a $16,000 sprinkler system being put in on a 4,500 square foot house. Heard of them on a lot bigger houses, but and that's where they've had to drill wells to cover up, to meet the water pressure. To correct a few things, we rarely, very, very rarely use wet systems on sprinklers any longer. It's mostly all dry systems. And the maintenance is basically a little Grundfos pump with a, I'm trying to think of the name of the valve, but it's a, we typically use it on all the heating systems with a boiler. And another question was about the sprinkler heads in this building. You may not see them now, but whenever we come back here, whenever they're done with the construction, we will see the sprinkler heads because we'll be sprinkling this whole building. It is about survivability, not only for those of us that live in the home, but for the firefighter that walks in. We in the construction industry, and I've spent 30 years in it, have started to use, many people call it better and better materials, but they're also lighter weight and lighter weight and lighter weight. The joists in my house are a true 10-inch by 2-inch. The joists in a brand new house in Oakdale or Minnetonka are 1.5 inches by 9 inches. And they're brand new wood, dry, and they go up in a heartbeat. So members, we don't use wet systems. If someone had a frozen pipe, I don't know about the sprinkler. It shouldn't have been the sprinkler. This building will be sprinkled. We're trying to save lives not only of the residents, but the people who have to go in and fight them. This has gone through the rulemaking process. They have done all these conversations with scientists and construction people and real estate people and bankers to come to this particular 4,500 square feet. Members, again, this is a bad idea for Representative Garofalo's bill. I would urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Here.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 85 ayes and 43 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan is moving to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A85.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to explain your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to ask for a roll call vote on the amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Khan.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members, this is, first, I'll say a little bit and then I may ask Representative Garofalo to yield to some questions. But this is a sensible addition to his part of the bill that removes the nuclear moratorium, which has been in place for some very long, 1994 or something like that, in the Minnesota statute. The first thing I would call people's attention to is Section 13 of the bill, which is where Representative Garofalo amendment just repeals the nuclear moratorium. My treatment of Section 13 of the bill is very much different. On page 2 of the amendment, I have Section 14, which does allow the collection of nuclear power plants, but puts some sensible conditions on it, which I believe if Representative, and I guess this is the point when I want to ask if Representative Garofalo will yield to some questions about how this part got into the bill.
He will yield. Representative Khan.
Representative Garofalo, did you have any hearings on this issue? And did you have any announcement to the public that this issue was going to be in the bill?
Member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Khan, yes, we had a separate committee hearing for this. Secondly, we posted the draft energy version of the bill before the Easter recess. And third and finally, after presenting the bill, the final bill publicly, we had 3 separate days of public testimony.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, was there any testimony on this particular issue?
Representative Garofalo will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Khan, I would need to know what you mean by this particular issue.
The particular
Representative
issue,
Khan.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, the specific issue is the repealing the moratorium, thus, I assume, allowing a nuclear power plant to be constructed in Minnesota.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Khan, yes, there was testimony on that.
Representative Khan.
And Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, what was the thrust of that testimony?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Khan, there were different thrusts in the opinion of the testifiers. Some thought it was a good idea that we should have this option available to us, particularly with the scheduled closure right now, or the license expiration of the Monticello as well as Prairie Island nuclear facilities now within a 15-year time frame. There were other people who said no, that they were against it, that we do not need this energy. So those were just some of the conversations and opinions we heard.
Representative Khan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I think those are all the questions that I have for you. You were obviously persuaded by the people who say that we should build new nuclear power plants in the state. Well, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, the charm of my amendment is that it agrees with both sides, is that it does not repeal the nuclear moratorium. It just puts the kind of conditions on it which make sense if we're going to seriously think about building a new nuclear power plant in Minnesota. One of the things, for example, and if we had the power to make further, looking at page 2 of my amendment, if we had the power to refine amendments on the floor of the House, I would probably do this, but I would say that the language that's in it, this says that we need a national repository containing adequate capacity to safely and permanently dispose of the high-level radioactive waste produced by the proposed plant, has been licensed by the appropriate federal agency and has proven to be safe, functional, and effective during at least 2 years of operation. If I had the ability to amend that, I would add the language after a national repository. I would add the language saying that that would include interim storage facilities, which is a position that has been strongly advocated by Republican representatives in Congress. So we also then give other conditions. First of all, I think that we're not as far, as you know, there has been a great focus on Yucca Mountain in Nevada as a site for a national repository, and that has been very effectively stopped by Harry Reid when he was majority leader. Of course, you know, he's no longer majority leader, but more significantly, turn it off. More significantly, he's announced that he's not running again. So the most powerful opponent of Yucca Mountain is now gone. Now, there may be problems with Yucca Mountain, but we've certainly looked at it for longer than any other thing, and we clearly should have and with the idea of interim storage facilities leading to Yucca Mountain, which Harry Reid has always opposed because he thought that the interim storage facilities would facilitate going to Yucca Mountain, was why he should oppose everything that moved in this direction. But my amendment does not oppose everything that moves in this amendment. My amendment, first of all, recognizes that the absence of Harry Reid will change the picture of, probably already does a little bit, but will clearly change it in the next legislative session. And we, again, give the kind of conditions that I think people ought to want if we're going to license a nuclear facility. One of the things, there are a couple of places when nuclear facilities are being built in the United States, mainly in the southern states. And one of the things that we've discovered is enormous cost overruns. The estimated cost goes way beyond what was proposed to the people. And if you go to the first part of my amendment, on page one of the amendment, just a sec, page 1 of the amendment, I specifically put a cost recovery prohibition to say that the ratepayers will not pay for the cost of this plant until it is operational. I say the Commission may not allow any of the following costs attributable to construction to be recovered until the plant begins operating. We do allow the costs of regulation to be covered. That's an appropriate state cost. And the other thing that we do is that the contributions from the plant to provide and maintain local fire protection and emergency services to the plant in case of an accident are also required. Now, I am one of the legislators in this body who has visited Yucca Mountain. I understand there are some others. And when you look at something that $15 billion has already gone into, it's really kind of a shame to totally move away for it. But again, one of the things that we want to look at is we want to look at what's happened around the country. And what's happened around the country has been every place that's constructing a nuclear power plant has had to very solidly subsidize it from their members. And if you look at the case of Duke, and I'm sure, Representative Garofalo, you must have looked at all these cases if you are so anxious to proceed in this direction. In case of Duke Energy in Georgia, the costs have now currently added 9% to the bills of this is a nuclear power plant that's being worked on and is not operated. It's added 9% to the cost of the utility bill of every customer of the utility. It is estimated that those costs are going to go up to 15 to 50%. Members, think of how thrilled your utility customers are going to be when the costs of constructing a nuclear power plant are passed on to them. So my amendment puts the costs where it should be on the power company until it's operational, so that we can see the benefits. It also, in the cases of a co-op-owned power facility, requires a vote of the board of the members of the co-op to authorize the start of it. Again, this is something, the enormous costs that we've seen associated with this, and I have about 3 inches of paper I could read to you on what's happened in these southern states that are constructing nuclear power plants. And one of the things that the last time we had a bill moving on this issue, it actually started moving just before the Fukushima incident, and then the Fukushima incident abruptly stopped it in its tracks. But when we look at the issue of U.S. nuclear power after Fukushima, all we're asking is for common sense recommendations for safety and security. And to say that one of the major responsible parties has got to be the nuclear industry. And the answer is the subsidies that we give to nuclear power often exceed the value of the energy produced. We've seen by the recent accident at XL, and the costs to fix it were actually something like double what was originally estimated. All this is being borne by the ratepayers. You know, the company doesn't really care. People who profit from them don't care, as long as they're guaranteed access to the ratepayers' pocketbook. What this amendment does is make them think about that before they hit the ratepayers. We also, and again, there's a lot of the increasing costs. When we look at the units that are starting to be built, we had some units that were originally supposed to be built for $8 billion and come on no later than 2017. But the utility has said that their date has slipped by 18 months, and according to the estimates, both reactors won't be online before 2020, and the overall cost of the project could top $15 billion. My amendment just says that these unexplained costs and these ridiculous costs will not devolve on the ratepayers, but will be the responsibility of the company. Again, one of the things we've also seen is that the stock in these companies that are doing this has dropped dramatically. Meanwhile, there is actually, which is what my amendment allows for, an interest in the development of the interim waste storage facilities. Private companies in Texas, for example, have expressed an interest in doing that. So there are solutions on the way. The solutions that are on the way will not be enhanced at all for Minnesotans by constructing a power plant in Minnesota, but rather watching the experiences that are already underway in other parts of the country. And I think if you would look at some of the materials I have, you would see that all of these experiences are highly negative. So I would urge members, I would remind my members that my amendment does not repeal the does not stop the repeal of the nuclear moratorium. It simply puts conditions that will protect our ratepayers and our taxpayers and will not harm anyone who wants to responsibly develop nuclear energy in this state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge people to vote for my amendment.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I think that I think the body is probably pretty well informed and knows where they're going to be voting on these issues. I would just say that the inclusion in this bill is to allow us this option should we see some breakthroughs in technology going forward, and I would ask for a no vote on this and look forward to the next amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to rise and support Representative Kahn's amendment. I have an article that's being photocopied that will come to you probably after we voted on this, but that talks about the cost overruns at the Monticello nuclear repairs. The overruns were more than 100% of the cost, and an administrative law judge found that Xcel mismanaged the project. Nevertheless, all of us who are Xcel ratepayers will be paying for the entire project, even the part that's attributable, the costs that are attributable to the mismanagement. So we often hear nuclear talked about like it's some cheap, easy energy source, and I think what you'll see in the article is the evidence is it's very expensive, and we have to pay to store the waste tens of thousands of years, so it's not cheaper, it's not cleaner. Please vote with Representative Kahn.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, whether you support nuclear generation for power purposes or not, you should know that the costs of storing the garbage, the waste, is not accounted for, is not provided for. And with investor-owned utilities, there's no such thing as the company paying the cost. The company is the ratepayer. The ratepayer pays everything. And so, before you decide how you're going to vote on the bill or on Representative Kahn's amendment, you should know that, of course, there is no place to store the stuff. And in fact, Minnesota's history with this issue is rather sordid. In 1994, an investor-owned utility came here and asked for permission to store spent nuclear fuel on an island in the Mississippi River 5 blocks from a Native American child care center. And guess what? They were given that authority. And it was characterized as being temporary. And it was characterized as being only a small number of these vertical thermos bottles that look like a vertical casket to me. Well, it's now 2015, the caskets are still there, and there's more of them coming because they continue to produce the waste at Prairie Island every single day. There's no end in sight. Going back a step further to 1985, Governor Perpich created Minnesota Nuclear Waste Council. Do you know why? He created that council through the legislature because 20 sites around the country were singled out as having the correct geology and earth qualities to store spent nuclear fuel. And the research and the study indicated Wisconsin, New Hampshire, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and Minnesota. It identified 20 primary sites. 3 of them were in Minnesota. And you know where they were? North central Minnesota, northwestern Minnesota, and northeastern Minnesota. So members, my only point here is think hard on this issue of making more waste, more nuclear waste, without thinking about what in the heck are we going to do with it. You don't want it, I don't want it, but you know who we gave it to? A Native American Indian community on an island in the Mississippi River. Outrageous.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that, Representative Van Zels. I'm supporting the Khan Amendment as well. It would be ideal to just keep the moratorium in place, but the Khan Amendment, by establishing some conditions, is at least better than what we have in the bill. So I wanted to make that clear as my position. But members, this issue of radioactive waste that Representative Van Zels talked about is absolutely the crux of the matter. And I'm not quite as optimistic as Representative Khan about the political situation in Nevada. You know, I sat on the Legislative Electric Energy Task Force a few years ago, and a group of us went to visit Yucca Mountain. I think Representative Hackbarth had organized that. And we had the opportunity to meet actually in a state office building hearing room and heard from the Speaker of the House at the time in Nevada, the Majority Leader, the Minority Leader, Republicans and Democrats, all across the political spectrum. They were very, very much opposed to Yucca Mountain and welcomed the fact that some Minnesota legislators were there to hear their perspective. So Yucca Mountain is not opening anytime soon, if at all. And so this waste is going to continue to stack up on the shores of the Mississippi River and in nuclear power plants all over the country. There's no end in sight. This is very risky business in terms of having this waste along the Mississippi River, and it's going to be radioactive for billions of years. And so, members, here we referenced, Representative Van Zels referenced having it next to an indigenous nation. And there is here on Earth Day, I would just remind us of the Iroquois maxim that we make decisions based on what will happen 7 generations hence. And so we are making a decision here that is not just 7 generations, but exponentially more than that when it comes to the lifetime of the time that the nuclear waste is hazardous. So on the waste issue alone, we should be making sure that the Khan Amendment goes on and that we reject efforts to lift this nuclear moratorium as we have done in the past. And the expense of this, it is bar none, the most expensive way to generate energy. And so from an economic standpoint and a nuclear waste standpoint, let's keep this moratorium in place, support the Khan Amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean R.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I also would support the Khan Amendment and ask that you support the Khan Amendment. Unfortunately, we have to try to implement things that will put processes in place to make sure that should a nuclear power plant be built, that it's done right and not at the expense of all of us. And quite frankly, I don't think that any of this would be necessary if this bill didn't gut all of the solar that we currently have, because quite frankly, solar is nuclear power. It just happens to capture that nuclear power from 93 million miles away from the Earth, and I think that that is really the only place that we can safely use nuclear power. So I would hope that members support this, and that I would hope that members also look at the decimation of solar industry, which captures nuclear power and uses it for energy for us here.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to encourage a yes vote on the Khan Amendment. And Representative Ansel gave a good bit of the history of what happened in 1994. There are 2 of us that are still in this body that were on the conference committee at the time when we worked on the issue. And the bottom line of what Representative Ansell pointed out was that when the Minnesota legislature agreed to the storage, it was to be temporary. So here we are now, roughly 20 years later, and the storage is still building. And it was a limited number of casks. I think I heard Representative Ansell use the number 7. My recollection was that it was perhaps 14, but after 20 years, I'm not sure, but it was a limited number that since then has been lifted. And that's the number one issue. When these issues have come up after that, I've continually pointed out that we were assured that as soon as Yucca Mountain, some of us called it Yucca Mountain, was complete, that nuclear storage would be moved off the island and to the mountain. Well, as we have just heard today, and probably most of us know, that simply did not happen. So I do think we have to be very cautious when we're dealing with nuclear waste. And as was pointed out earlier, you have to plan for it, and you have to know where it's going to be stored or disposed of. And we're not there yet. And even though we were assured that that storage on the island was temporary, it certainly did not turn out that way.
Any further discussion on the Khan amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 77 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hillstrom moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A96.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this removes the deregulation of telecom that's in this bill. There are 3 provisions that it removes. And members, while it looks like there's money here, this is actually a cost-neutral proposal. I wanted to bring that out before somebody rises to a point of order. In speaking with nonpartisan fiscal staff, I want to make it clear that what happens is when you regulate an industry, they're able to charge fees related to that regulation. This bill, as it currently sits without the amendment, caps that amount. It also doesn't allow the Department of Commerce or the PUC to do the regulation necessary to make certain that our consumers are protected in this area. So it is cost neutral based on the way the amendment has been drafted. So members, kind of some of the key talking points is that deregulation of telecom really doesn't ensure that your residents have reliability, accessibility, and affordability when it comes to their telephone service. So members, I urge you to support the amendment and to delete those provisions from the bill. Being passed out is a letter that was addressed to Chair Hoppe regarding the proposal from the AFL-CIO, stating that they oppose the language that's in the bill, as well as some information from AARP, who is also opposed to the provision that's in the bill. So members, I urge your support, and Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion on the Hillstrom amendment. The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and Representative Hillstrom, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I think all of us should look at telecom and look at the changing technology and be very careful how we regulate things. As we're looking at this, and Representative Crecia had another bill, we can't regulate, we can't legislate fast enough to keep up with the changing technology. Whether we're talking about landline phones or the regulatory environment, whatever it is, we have enough people, enough companies, enough innovation going on out there. We need to try to keep up a little bit with what's going on. We want more broadband in our state. We want better cell service. We want better investment by all of these companies, whether it's a cable company, a traditional telecom company, a phone company, or a wireless company. And I think this Representative Sanders provision is in no way going to jeopardize anybody's landline service. With all due respect to AARP, I think they're wrong on the issue. I think we need to make sure that we're doing the things to keep all of Minnesota at the forefront of having really good broadband and telecom service. And with all due respect, Representative Hillstrom, I would urge members to vote no on the Hillstrom amendment.
You two were very polite pointing at each other when I looked over there. The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll always defer to the chair of the Commerce Committee. But members, and thank you, Representative Hillstrom, for bringing this conversation forward. I think it's a really important one. I think it's a complex one to try and have on the floor. This language went through several different committees, but I'll do my best. VoIP technology is extremely important in our state. There's probably two big examples that everyone's most familiar with, like Skype or Google Voice. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol. What we need to do in this state is make sure that we have a very modern infrastructure set up so that we can attract innovators and continue to lead in the biotech industry in this country. It is extremely important to have this sort of certainty, to have this legislation in place. Going back this past July, the now chair of the Commerce Committee, Representative Hoppe, and Sheldon Johnson, Representative Johnson, did an op-ed in the Star Tribune. And it's a very, very good op-ed. And it talks about how we need to modernize and update our infrastructure, our VoIP technology, our telecommunication technology. And they talk about needing a dynamic, innovative communications infrastructure, and that's crucial to our growth and prosperity in Minnesota, and that we have to modernize our telecommunications plans in this state. I've been very grateful to the Minnesota High Tech Association. I have a letter right here of support for the bill. The organization that former Speaker Kelleher is now the head of, I have a letter here signed by Dave Minkinen, the chair of the Government Affairs Committee for the Minnesota High Tech Association, saying that despite Minnesota being a leader in broadband, our regulatory environment has failed to keep pace with technology achievements over the last number of years, and that we need a modern regulatory framework, that we need regulatory certainty, and that this language, which was originally in House File 776, moves us in that direction. Members, it's also important to know that this is very bipartisan. Senator Sparks is the chief author in the Senate, as well as Senator Eakin on there, Senator Rest. I'm always happy to have Representative Atkins as a co-author on big pieces of legislation like this. But 31 other states have signed almost identical legislation into law. Governor Brown in California has signed very, very similar legislation. North Dakota passed it without a dissenting vote. West Virginia, just a couple weeks ago, signed into law by a Democratic governor. 17 governors of the 31 states have been Democratic governors signing this legislation. In the Senate, when this bill was being heard, we were very lucky to have a state representative from Colorado, submit testimony. Her name was Angela Williams, and she was the chief author of this legislation in Colorado. She's a chair of their Business and Labor Affairs Committee, and on the NCSL Executive Committee as well, talking about how important this legislation is, how it protects our consumers, while at the same time striking the perfect balance for opening our doors to innovators and business leaders all across this country to come and invest in the state of Minnesota. She's a Democrat from Colorado that was able to get this bill through Colorado. We can do it here in Minnesota as well. As far as AARP, as Representative Hillstrom talked about, I'm not quite sure where AARP is coming from on this issue, because they have a strategic partnership with Vonage, encouraging their members to move to VoIP providers. It's on their website. Go check it out. Not sure what they're talking about, but this is very good legislation, very bipartisan, very nonpartisan, that moves Minnesota forward, that provides certainty in the marketplace, and at the same time protects consumers. Minnesota, in this legislation, we have some of the strongest 911 language in the country. We're able to agree to language with emergency services and 911 that actually, I think Minnesota is the only state now where all the VoIP providers actually have to submit written plans to 911. Nowhere else does that happen in the country. This is the most consumer protection-oriented legislation in the country right now that still strikes that balance, as Representative Williams said, from the state of Colorado, and allows us to move forward and attract innovators to this state. Members, this would be a grave mistake to move this out of this bill. This would harm our telecommunications industry beyond belief, because what it does is it's saying that VoIP is the same as legacy telecommunication lines, that they need to be regulated the same way that a telephone wire or POTS system is, and that's not the case. It's not the same technology, and we don't have agencies or governments that understand that. And as this is spread all around the country, we have the strongest consumer-oriented protections in the country in this bill, and still allow for the greatest innovations and legislative certainty for our state to move forward with this. So members, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Hillstrom amendment. The speakers are correct in that technology is changing and emerging and improving, and that voice over internet communication is the technology of the current and the future, dealing with the digitalization of telephone service and those kinds of networks. The problem is, when you get to the look at the language in the bill, it's so broad that every company providing phone service in Minnesota would be completely deregulated and exempted from state regulations. These regulations provide all kinds of important consumer protections to make sure that consumers are being treated fairly. So when folks on the other side of the aisle talk about consumer protections, I think that in fact is the correct lens to be looking at that issue through. Currently, you can't have your service terminated without notice and for no reason. You can't be gouged on rates. Bills must be transparent. The bills must be accurate. You can't discriminate in a certain area based on price or quality. And if your service goes out, it has to be restored in a timely fashion. These are just some of the consumer protections that are currently in place in the state of Minnesota that would be lost in the language in this bill. Imagine, if you will, for a second, Uncle Bill and Aunt Jean, a good retired farm couple living just south of Big Candy Ojai Lake in Representative, let's say, Miller's district. They live on this 400-acre farm they've had for generations, and all of a sudden, the phone company decides they live too far out, they're not profitable, too far out to provide or repair their service. So they get a letter stating that they need to pay a good deal more in order to get their service because of the distance they live away. They need to pay 3 or 4 times more. The phone service ends up terminating because they can't pay or are unable to pay. But after a few months, they decide they need this lifeline, they need 911. and they call and ask to get requests for service because they need that access to the outside world. The deal is then they have to pay 3 times as much, and the company says they'll be out to restore their service in a couple of months. Now the question is, why would we want to put Minnesotans through this kind of situation, this kind of predicament, when phone service is a lifeline to so many people? It's a bad idea. And although this voice over internet protocol was heard in committee, it's such a complex and such a far-reaching impact to Minnesotans. I don't think it had the airing it really deserves. So we can't just throw out all these consumer protections. We really need to take our time to take a look at what this bill does as far as doing away with universal, affordable, quality phone service. When you think about it, the burden of proof should be on those making the proposal to tell you how will consumer protections be improved. When I look back, all I see is a rollback of consumer protections. I don't see any improvements. So on the one hand, although this is a complicated bill dealing with digitalized communication systems, voice over internet protocol, internet protocol enabled services, and when you consider that the FCC has not even yet determined whether voice over internet protocol is a state or federal jurisdiction matter, I mean, that's still up in the air. What's not complicated, though, is that this bill is not good for Minnesota. Minnesota should have oversight over basic quality and service and consumer protections, and the bill, as written, takes that away. This bill is takes us in the wrong direction with regard to phone service. I urge you support Representative Hillstrom and her amendment.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Considine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the amendment, and I think I can shed some light, Representative Sanders, on where our AARP is coming from. The last year that my father was alive, pretty consistently lost the cell phone, oftentimes forgot how to use it, but at 86 he would continue to know how to use the landline, and that was one sure ways of getting a hold of him as he lived out in the very small community of Elysian out on the lake. If he'd have lost his landline, which there seems to be a real threat of here, we wouldn't have been able to communicate with him quite often. So I think that's where they're coming from, and I am supportive of the amendment. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Johnson, you proved my points, because almost every consumer protection you labeled were for landlines, were for POTS. And that's the point, members, is we have members in government agencies standing up and saying how we need to regulate VoIP. VoIP is not a legacy landline. It's not. It's voice over internet protocol. It shouldn't be treated as a legacy landline. Representative Considine, I understand that, and that you're worried about the landlines potentially going away, but let me tell you, in the 31 other states where this has happened, where this legislation has been signed into law with lesser consumer protections, landline service has not decreased at a rate faster than maybe normal attrition. I'll tell you right here, in Illinois, they enacted their VoIP preemption law in 2010. So over 3.5 years later, these numbers are from 2013, December 31st, 3.3 million POT lines, 2 million VoIP lines. California enacted its VoIP bill in 2012, and as of that same date, they have 10.7 million POTS lines and 5.7 million VoIP lines. So that tells you that there is not. I mean, it's still almost 2 to 1 in some of these cases. People are not leaving their landlines for this, but technology is emerging. And Representative Considine, AARP is saying right here, Vonage is offering AARP members a unique discount offer so that folks can have this for home phone service. AARP is pushing VoIP technology on their members. It can't be that bad. They're pushing it under the current structure, the current system. This language says, whatever is regulated right now, PUC and others still have the authority to regulate. Outside of that, they don't have that authority. And that's what we're talking about here, is providing certainty so that VoIP providers know that they can have the same guidelines for every state across the nation, or at least as of now, 31. I hope Minnesota will be 32. We're quickly becoming an outlier where businesses, these technological giants, don't want to have anything to do with Minnesota, because in 31 other states, they can operate under these provisions. Signed bipartisan, nonpartisan manners, and in some cases passing the House and Senate with unanimity. No dissenting votes. Signed by Democrat governors. Signed by Republican governors. So members, we all use VoIP as well. Our phones in our offices, VoIP technology, it's not a scary thing, but what we do need is to make sure that we provide our innovators a level of certainty. You're right, we don't know what the FCC is going to do, but that's why Minnesota needs to step up and say, this is the playing field. We're open for business. And again, I cannot stress enough, in taking the language from emergency services and the Department of Public Safety, we have the strongest consumer protections in the country. This is excellent language that has been well vetted. And Representative Johnson, this bill had 2 hearings in the Commerce Committee, had a full hearing in Jobs and Energy, so might have had more, but I can tell you for sure it had at least 3, but we had 2 hearings dedicated to this in the Commerce Committee. So this bill was extremely well vetted. But members, we have to be able to distinguish the difference between POTS, legacy telecommunications and landlines, and VoIP technology. And the fact that the folks that don't like the VoIP language are standing up and saying we're going to lose consumer protections that are listed under legacy landlines, that's the point. We can't have folks trying to regulate things that they don't understand. And so we've offered an immense amount of consumer protections in this bill while still being able to strike a very unique balance and a strong balance of being able to provide certainty to our innovators and to protect our consumers. So members, again, set the record straight, and I'd ask for a red vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, many of the arguments are that you need additional service in rural Minnesota, greater Minnesota. But I want you to know that other states where VoIP deregulation has happened, there's still a great digital divide between rural and low-income areas and the metropolitan areas. We only need to look at our neighbors of Wisconsin where there's no regulation of VoIP. There's still a big digital divide in the rural areas. We can look at Washington State where VoIP has been deregulated since 2009 and still a lot of communities are with no high-speed broadband. But one of the most troubling consumer protection issues is on the AARP sheet that I provided to all of members. Deregulation won't make our phone service more affordable or reliable through VoIP. History has shown that states where deregulation has passed, places like Illinois, which was mentioned, Texas and California, prices have increased. In California, according to the Los Angeles Times, prices increased 260%. Prices have increased 260% for your consumers. Members, I encourage you to vote in favor of the amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've got a pretty good track record of being in favor of innovation. But when we do innovation, we need to be ready with the regulations that allow it to move forward. This bill doesn't do this. But my bigger concern is until we get border-to-border broadband, there are going to be a lot of dead spots in a VoIP. And with $4 million a year that is in this bill, it doesn't get us there. Members, VoIP is not ready just yet. I think in the future it will, They have to get more consumer protections, more assurances, and they better do a much better selling job to our senior citizens because, frankly, I have gotten nothing but email. I've gotten an awful lot of emails about this particular issue, and a lot of senior citizens are not happy with this deregulation.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I rise for a red vote on this amendment as well. And Representative Sanders, you've done an outstanding job. And in many of those negotiations we've been in, we've had everybody at the table. Representative Sanders has had all the interested parties. And members, there's a big disconnect here. We have a bill here that's going to move technology forward. It's going to push forward with broadband. The regulations also need to be there. The regulations also need to follow, and we need to do it correctly. Why are the senior citizens worried about this? I've talked to them in my area. I've called them. It's because AARP has sent out some information that's not entirely factually correct. If they are trying to push a VoIP product, but at the same time telling the senior citizens in my district to stay on your landlines, that's an issue. Representative Considine, this bill will not fix the fact that people will lose their cell phones. It won't change that. It does nothing to remove landlines. It simply brings parity to the regulation environment. The other thing about this is we look this for senior citizens, and I've called them, every single one of them. I've gotten those emails. Why are you taking my landlines away? And I call them and I say, tell me about your phone service. How are you talking to me right now? Are you talking to me on a wall, on a plain old telephone system, or are you talking to me through a Charter connection, a satellite, or some VoIP provider? Oh, my phone service is through Charter. Folks, that's VoIP. That's not a POT service. Very few people have those landlines that we are worried about. Okay? My parents love to talk to their grandparents, or their grandkids, excuse me. My parents love to talk to their grandkids. They pick up their iPhone and they FaceTime us. They don't walk over to a plain old telephone and push a button on the wall. They grab their iPhone and they FaceTime. This is the world that we are moving to. This is what's moving to rural Minnesota. This legislation in Representative Sanders' bill gets us there. If we're going to drop the anchor with an amendment that takes us down and say to the rural areas, we don't want you to get there fast enough, but let's talk about you with broadband, we're not being honest. We're being disingenuous. So let's decide. Let's follow Representative Sanders' lead. Let's bring the regulations in parity. Let's help the innovation come. Let's bring the economic development. Let's not say we want broadband, but not really with new technology. So I urge a red vote, and Representative Sanders, you've done a great job with this bill.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Johnson.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Fabian yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fabian, I know we've talked about this in committee, but do you find that rural call completion is a problem in the area that you represent?
The member from Rosen, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There have been a couple of instances, but it has nothing to do with VoIP, Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson.
Well, what it does have to do with is that's the kind of consumer protection that would be lost with this bill. The state would have no authority, either through the PUC or the Department of Commerce, to deal with those kind of rural issues like call completion, to make sure that calls go through and are answered and aren't just ringing, and when you pick up the phone, nobody's there. So if you think that those kind of consumer protections, whether it's accuracy in billing, whether it's termination of service, whether it's quality of service, if you don't think it's worthwhile having public oversight of those important issues, this is the bill for you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to quickly address here, there has been conversation in regards to this, was it the AARP that Representative Hillstrom handed out, and the paragraph that was read, there's still a big digital divide in rural areas where VoIP, and then a sentence later or so, where VoIP has been deregulated since 2009, still lots of communities with no high-speed, there are still lots of communities with no high-speed broadband. And I've heard a few of the other representatives speak. I want to make it very clear here, VoIP and broadband are related, but they're not the same. And what this paragraph implies is that there is lack of broadband because of deregulation of VoIP. VoIP requires broadband. VoIP, voice over IP, is a protocol that rides on top of a broadband infrastructure. So naturally there won't be VoIP where there's no broadband, but because of the regulation or deregulation of VoIP, implying that that's the cause for lack of broadband simply doesn't make sense. So members, please understand that broadband is required, and once it's in place, there are multiple methods of broadband, whether it be fiber, copper, etc. But once that's in place, then and only then can the protocol exist on top of that. So please understand the difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion on the Hillstrom amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hillstrom moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment, as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A97.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, many of you know that within the last few years we regulated bullion coin dealers. In Representative Garofalo's bill, he repeals that regulation. Members, the reason we put that regulation into place is because this industry was wrought with fraud. We were finding that our senior citizens were being taken for their retirements and that felons were being permitted to sell these bullion coins to our seniors. Members, I want to go through, since this regulation has gone into place, there have been 7 people that have been sent to federal prison because they've been stealing money from our seniors and taking their retirements. Just one of these folks took over $1.2 million. $1.2 million from our seniors. $500,000 have been recovered because of the regulation of these bullion coin dealers. So members, not only does Representative Garofalo take the money from the bullion coin regulation, he actually repeals the whole chapter. So if Representative Garofalo's bill becomes law, as it is, felons will once again be able to target our senior citizens with your consent. So let's start with David Marion, International Rarities Corporation. He was charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit mail and wire fraud, 1 count of securities fraud, 1 count of money laundering. He stole more than $2 million in coins and money from customers. Instead of using the coins and money to support He used it for gambling and for his lavish lifestyle. He pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit mail fraud and wire fraud and 1 count of money laundering in 2013. Mr. Nichols, from TWC Trading and Norfolk 6 Rare Coins. He was charged with 1 count of mail fraud, July of 2014. He stole more than $200,000 in precious metal coins from customers through his fraudulent solicitations, for which customers never received their product or customers never received their money. So he pled guilty to 1 count of mail fraud. Dennis Helmer from Wholesale Asset World he was charged with 16 counts of mail fraud, 3 counts of wire fraud in 2014. He fraudulently solicited customers to send him more than $1.2 million in precious metal coins and money for transactions that were never fulfilled, often gaining customers' trust by telling them that he had barrels of coins in his inventory and that WAW had more than $500 million in annual revenues. He pled guilty to 1 count of mail fraud in 2014. Tori Hughes from Reputable Rare Coins and U.S. Collectibles. He was charged with 1 count of mail fraud in 2014. In connection with, he did multiple shell corporations. He received more than $700,000 in fraudulent solicited coins and money as part of coin orders that he did not fulfill. Instead of spending these defrauded customers the money himself, he pled guilty to 1 count of mail fraud in 2014. Robert Gundy from Crescent Equities. He was charged with 1 count of mail fraud in 2014. He ran a scam that through this fraudulent nature, he solicited more than $390,000 in coins from customers who were never paid for the coins that they sent him. He pled guilty to 1 count of mail fraud in 2014. Jay Flynn from Crescent Equities, 1 count of mail fraud. He solicited more than $285,000 in precious metal coins and money from customers as part of the coin transactions that Flynn never fulfilled. He pled guilty to 1 count of mail fraud. And finally, Tiffany Grady from the Stella Group. She was charged with 1 count of mail fraud just March of 2015. Through fraudulent solicitations from customers, received more than $750,000 in coins and money as part of transactions where she never provided customers what they were promised for the deal. She pled 3/31 of 2015 to 1 count of mail fraud. So members, not only do you steal the money, but you now allow felons to target your senior citizens. I would encourage you to take this section from the bill.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First of all, fraud is illegal in Minnesota. It's illegal under federal law. The mail fraud statutes that were brought up are also illegal. You'll notice as part of this bill, we're providing an unprecedented investment to the Department of Commerce within their fraud division to go after these bad characters. The determination and the question is that, were we catching bad people before? Will we catch bad people after without this regulation? And according to the data I have, less than 50 businesses in the state of Minnesota have actually gone through the process of signing up and complying for this. Now, I think that there are more than 50 reputable coin dealers in the state of Minnesota, and ultimately, I don't think the bang is worth the buck there. I'm confident that with the investments we're making in fraud prevention at the Department of Commerce, they'll be able to catch these bad actors. Breaking the law is breaking the law. We don't have to have people under surveillance or monitor every industry to be able to find them. And so, again, I would thank the author of the amendment for talking with me in advance about this and setting her phasers to stun as opposed to shoot. I do appreciate that. But members, I do not think I think this is something that doesn't need to be in law. The state of Minnesota existed for well over 100 years without it, and we can catch the bad guys without having to register everyone else, and I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, sorry about that. You know, Representative Garofalo said it right and correctly. You know, when these fraudsters are operating in the state or across the country, there are a lot of avenues in which our seniors or any individual can go about making complaints. They can make a complaint to the Securities Exchange Commission. There's going to be investigations through the mail, the Postal Service that do for mail fraud, which a lot of these, I believe it was Mrs. Seeley was convicted through by promising and not delivering. And, you know, I talked to Representative Hillstrom earlier about, you know, that list, those folks that were convicted. While I believe those folks were convicted after the enactment of this bill, I don't believe that any of them were convicted because of the bill. They were convicted for previous things, the previous avenues in which clients of these people were able to take by contacting the Security Exchange Commission or actually contacting any number, Lori Swanson's office. Even I was just looking at the Department of Ag website, and it's interesting that she talks about how corn dealers are not even licensed in the state of Minnesota. So even under certain our own website, our state, our Attorney General, she's warning folks that we're not licensed anyway. So even though this bill has been in place for over, well, a year, and you know, I agree with Representative Garofalo and the author of this bill, that Carrie, who sits right next to you, that this bill should be to not support Representative Hillstrom's amendment. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to make it clear to Representative Swedzinski, members, this was never introduced as a bill. This provision was never introduced as a bill. It only appeared in the hearing of this omnibus bill. And the bill that Representative Rosenthal is offering is consistent with my proposal of keeping them regulated. Just one final piece of information. This is information that I got from the Department of Commerce. So far, since this bill has become law, 21 administrative actions has been taken, ranging from license activity violations of prohibited conduct to false and deceptive practices. Penalties have totaled just under $300,000 based on this regulation. And there has been just over $500,000 in restitution and refunds that have gone back to your seniors and consumers. So members, in just a year, we've recovered over $500,000 already. I think that your seniors' pensions are worth saving.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember when I was served on the Civil Law Committee, when we first heard testimony about this issue, when we enacted the measure under question. And the question today seems to hinge on whether we need the specific law to deal with this specific type of fraud. So I'm trying to weigh what I'm hearing from the two parties here, and it's kind of coming down to a he said, she said sort of thing. So I wonder if Representative Garofalo would yield for a quick question. Is he not there?
He's not on the floor at the moment, but I think he will be right back. So if you want to continue, or we can move on and I can come back to you. Here he is. He will yield. Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, I'm trying to weigh, you know, the opinions that are being expressed, and it's kind of coming down to opinion. So, Representative Garofalo, could you share with me what is your experience with investigating, prosecuting, or defending cases involving this particular piece of statute?
Representative Garofalo.
Are you asking as a defendant or as a charged individual?
What?
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whatever applies.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
I have never been a prosecutor nor a defendant in such matters.
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if Representative Hillstrom would yield for a quick question.
She will yield. Representative Yaruso.
Representative Hillstrom, the same question.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Yaruso. I, in my practice, have never prosecuted in these particular kinds of cases. I have, however, prosecuted people for fraud.
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you. That's all.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on what Representative Hillstrom said about this bill not getting a hearing and just kind of showing up in the bill, if Representative Garofalo just would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Thiessen.
Where is this coming from? Who's bringing this idea forward to you to, since we didn't have a chance to have any public testimony, we didn't have a chance for people to, I suppose you'll say that you had 3 days of hearings on your bill, but the fact that there was never any bill introduced to do this, I was just wondering, who's behind this? Who's pushing this?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, yes, you are correct. There were 3 days of hearings on the introduction of this bill. We exhausted all public testimony before we moved on to that. In addition, we made sure that every member of the public who wanted to testify and offer opinions on this bill, that we had that time available to them. We literally were there Wednesday, Thursday, as well as Friday. In terms of where this came from, I'm a person personally who has invested in these types of coins before, and I was concerned about the fact that the number of licensed dealers, now regulated dealers in Minnesota, was so low, so much lower than expectations. In fact, the application revenue was far below the fiscal note expectations from last session, which signals to me that reputable businesses, respectable businesses are being regulated out of existence. And that's just not the kind of message we need to send. So I think the better message, Representative Thiessen, is that we put large amounts of money into enforcement for not just catching those who fraudulently are involved with gold bullion, silver bullion, or coins, but to catch all the fraudsters out there. There's some team of people working pretty hard over the Department of Commerce, and we felt pretty strongly that if they gave them extra resources, we can catch more bad guys. I reject the notion that having people check in with the state so they can weed out who they're going to enforce against. I don't think it's a good model. And so again, with the extra, this in conjunction with the extra money that we're putting into enforcement, I thought was the right avenue. But this is a Garofalo original, Representative Thiessen. This came from my mind.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's actually pretty good input on how people should vote on the bill, possibly. This is the thing, this is what I would say, members. I mean, we know that, as Representative Hillstrom said, this law is actually working. And it sounds like the genesis of this bill is coming from a hunch, without any particular basis, that Representative Garofalo has, that the number of dealers is less than it should be in the state. That's the basis for doing this. And in opposed to that, we know that this works to protect seniors. So we're choosing right now between Representative Garofalo's hunch and the business people that want to be in this gold bullion business, and there are some, and apparently there's some reputable ones that are licensing and doing it the right way, since you've been actually able to buy this gold bullion. As Representative Garofalo admitted right here, he's engaged in this himself. So why wouldn't we let this consumer protection measure stay in place that's successful, that's resulted in getting some of those bad dealers out? This is just the kind of policymaking, I think, that frustrates Minnesotans. It goes against what protection of consumers. It's coming from the mind of one legislator without any public input whatsoever. It shows up, there wasn't even a bill introduced to do this, so people didn't even know, couldn't come down and weigh in on it, because all of a sudden it showed up on a Friday, and by the next Friday, the bill was being passed out of Representative Garofalo's committee. Remember, this is your chance to stand up for your seniors. This is a chance to stand up for consumers. There's no need to do this in this bill. It's not going to change anybody's lives one way or another. It will change lives for the worse if we repeal it. But this is kind of one of those questions where you just have to ask why. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing it now? Why not take a year, actually get the testimony, and if what Representative Garofalo's hunch is correct, maybe we can have that discussion. But let's vote to support Representative Hillstrom on this, because there's no answer to the question why and why now.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 64 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rarick moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A102.
The member from Pine, Representative Rarick, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment deals with the Broadband Development Grant Program. In language this year, the main priority in the past had been for serving unserved areas of the state. That language was changed to areas in need of broadband service to retain or create jobs or to promote significant economic growth. This amendment would return the language back to the priority going to unserved areas. I believe that was the intent of the program to begin with, and so we are returning it to that.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Simonson moves to amend the Rarick amendment to House File Number 843, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded RA15-008.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Simonson, to explain your amendment to the Rarick amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And we've had a fair amount of discussion here tonight already about broadband and the lack of it across greater Minnesota. And this is an opportunity for you to come through on what I would say an unkept promise to greater Minnesota and actually put some real money into the state broadband border-to-border program. If there's one thing that I hear consistently from greater Minnesota is that this is one of the primary, if not the primary need for economic development across Minnesota. And this is an opportunity for you, all of you, to follow through on the promises that you made to members in greater Minnesota and make those investments for economic development for your communities. I don't think that there's a single one of you that represents a town or a county in greater Minnesota that doesn't have this need. I have never seen such an incredible amount of newspaper editorials that have come out over the last 2 weeks about the lack of investment and the lack of attention from the House GOP about the need for statewide broadband. So this is an opportunity, members, that will allow you to put another significant amount of money, $148 million, I think it is, into this border-to-border broadband program, which still doesn't even come close to what the recommendation is from the governor's task force. So it's not like it's an overfunding mechanism, but it is a funding mechanism that allows you, and I'm giving you an opportunity here to make good on your promises to greater Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested.
Mr. Speaker.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker, call the House.
Representative Thiessen moves for a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. Representative Albright.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, point of order on the Simonson Amendment under Rules 4.03, and I'm ready to provide advice.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment as it's stated right now adds $148 million to the broadband initiative. Under Rule 4.03, that would blow the budget resolution and exceed the number that has been stated. And so I would ask for you to rule the amendment not germane.
Representative Simonson.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, I understand Representative Albright's point, but I think that this is one of those cases where we have an opportunity in front of us, and I'm looking at the spreadsheet that shows the current general fund budget targets that was amended on the 20th of April, which I think is just 2 days ago, which shows an unspent balance on the bottom line of over $148 million. So we do have money that's within the budget, certainly, to spend. We could certainly have the Ways and Means Committee adjust the budget resolution, which has been done more than once this session, and I think that this is one of those situations where we can stand up for Greater Minnesota and make due on all of our promises to Greater Minnesota. So, Mr. Speaker, I would give you the advice to find the point of order not well taken.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I agree with Representative Simonson that there is money in the bottom line in the budget to be able to pay for this. This is something that it really exemplifies what's been going on, Mr. Speaker, in this legislative session with regard to the promises made about Greater Minnesota, the good talk, and then the lack of delivery. Over and over again, but this is a perfect example of that. So we could take that money from the bottom line, but even within this bill, I'm sure Representative Garofalo could find a way to manufacture another $148 million, because he's manufactured tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars in his actual bill, shifting money, $69 million out of the Special Revenue Fund, a $24.1 million shift out of the 21st Century Minerals Fund, taking money out of the Workforce Development Fund in huge amounts. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the creativity Representative Garofalo has shown already in the shifts and gimmicks in this budget to the tune of tens and tens of millions of dollars, and the money that was made up in all kinds of other bills, it seems like these budget resolutions actually don't mean anything because they're founded, especially Representative Dean's bill, but they're founded on fake money. So we could follow Representative Petersburg. Why don't we just say North Dakota should pay for the broadband in Minnesota? That would be a possibility. I think that amendment that Representative Petersburg offers, again, is the perfect example of what this legislature is doing with their budget, because it's just making up money. So let's make up a little bit more. You've already done, and in fact, every one of your bills, quite frankly, busts the budget resolution because you just manufacture money that doesn't have any basis in reality. So I think we should just take it a step farther, Mr. Speaker, and do what's right for Minnesota. Let's deliver on the promises you made. Let's make sure that we are extending this critical economic development tool all across the state of Minnesota. Representative Simon's amendment would do that, so I encourage you to find the point of order not well taken.
Members, having reviewed the bill, the amendment, and the amendment to the amendment, and upon the advice of numerous members, I find the point of order well taken.
Appeal to the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
I apologize. I didn't hear what you said, Representative.
Would you like to appeal your ruling?
Appeal the ruling.
And we'd like a roll call.
Representative Thiessen moves to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the motion. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Leader Thiessen, for your comments. You know, members, before you take this vote, and I know how difficult it is sometimes to go against the ruling of your Speaker, but this is one of those opportunities that you really should consider the needs of your district. Because I know how many of you made promises to the individuals and the groups within your districts, and you made promises that this gives you an opportunity to keep. This isn't a gotcha thing, Okay, this is very simply an opportunity for you to make those promises to those Minnesotans that you said that you came here to work for, because that's what you did. You said you were coming down here to work on behalf of Greater Minnesota. Somehow you convinced them that there needed to be a divide between Metro and Greater Minnesota. And there doesn't, but somehow you pulled that off. But you did so when you said that you were going to work on their behalf. So where's the work on their behalf? You've got $148 million unspent dollars on the bottom line. Unspent dollars. Let's move it into broadband. Members, if you don't do this, if you don't make this initiative, we are 85% underfunded in our statewide border-to-border broadband program. 85% underfunded. This gives you an opportunity to make significant progress in that direction by spending unspent dollars. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members, the issue before us is whether or not the chair's ruling, the speaker's ruling, should be upheld. And the speaker's ruling is what? Whether or not this violates the budget resolution. You heard Representative Thiessen and Representative Simonson both admit in their earlier speeches that this money is not part of the budget resolution right now, that there'd have to be a budget resolution change in order to access this money. Clearly, members, we should be upholding the ruling of the Speaker. Clearly, this was out of order and the Speaker ruled correctly, so please vote green and uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha. The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's be very clear. The issue before you is not what Representative Knobloch said. The real issue before you is whether you're going to stand up for your districts and vote to make sure that a critical economic development tool is coming to your towns. The issue before you is whether the words you spoke during the campaign have any meaning or whether they were false. So let's vote to get this money going forward, get it out to the people of Minnesota. Let's do the right thing for our citizens, for our constituents. And if you vote to uphold the ruling of the Speaker, what you're doing is saying that the paltry little crumbs that this bill is throwing to broadband is good enough. It's not good enough. You know it's not good enough. We know it's not good enough. Let's do the right thing and vote red.
All right, members. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the question. Reminder, members, the House is under call. Please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. We are now back on the Rarick Amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo. The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Knobloch moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor signify...
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Thiessen.
I would move that we not vote that the call of the House be lifted because it's just going to have to be put right back on. So you can lift it if you want, but I'll just move right away to put it back on.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Knobloch.
I withdraw my motion.
Representative Knobloch withdraws his motion. Discussion on the Rarick Amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Rarick, Representative Krisha, as well as those from the Greater Minnesota Partnership for working out this consensus language, and I would ask for member support.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair Garofalo. This is a good amendment. We should all just move this on and go on to the next amendment.
The member from Morrison, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just very quickly, I want to thank Representative Rarick and supporting the unserved and recognizing the issue and pushing this out for rural broadband. You'll have that vote today, and congratulations on your efforts.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear. The hard work that was done to get the language, the consensus language, is exactly the language, as I understand it, that we actually passed into law in the 2013-14 session, and we're just going back to that language. I guess if Representative Rarick would yield to that question.
He will yield. Representative Rarick.
Mr. Speaker, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't
Representative
ask beforehand.
Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hard work that was done to put this consensus language together, all we're really doing is going back to the language that was passed during the 2013 session, right?
Representative Rarick.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Thiessen, there was one change with the FCC language, and we did retain that. So that is a change that remains.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Rarick, if I could ask, what was the change? Because as I read the language, it was identical to what was worked out last year in the jobs bill. I don't think there was any hard work on some compromise here. It was you struck Chair Knobloch's language and put the language from before back in.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Rarick motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A84.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would request a roll call on the amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's been a lot of noise about the energy reforms in this bill, and there's been a lot of talk from outside the chamber about the lack of support for this. And having worked with the municipal co-ops and the community co-ops and making sure we have a strong bill, I do want to send a signal that there's bipartisan support for this provision in the bill. So I'm in the unique position of offering an amendment here that I would like to see defeated, and I would like the members of both sides of the aisle to join me in seeing that amendment defeated to demonstrate our strong reform for net metering reform in this bill. So I would ask for members' support of my position.
Any discussion to the Garofalo amendment? The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment to the amendment.
My apologies, you sure do. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moves to amend the Garofalo amendment to House File Number 843, the third engrossment, as follows, and the amendment is coded RA 15-006.
Sorry about that, Representative Hortman. To your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a feeling when I saw Representative Garofalo's A84 amendment that he was not serious about that, and that what he was trying to do was put members into a spot where they would vote for this provision even though they're planning to vote against the bill. And members, I want to talk a little bit about the provision that Representative Garofalo is testing you all on. In his bill, he guts current net metering law in two ways. One, he would allow municipal power utilities and cooperative power agencies to charge a standby charge on people who choose to generate their own power. And in another provision that he's not touching with this amendment, he changes the reimbursement rate for net metering. And The net metering laws that we have in place in Minnesota have been in place since the 1980s. In the late 1970s, there was a natural gas shortage, and the price of natural gas spiked, and in parts of the country, there were states of emergency declared, including Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Ohio, other states. And what we did is we closed schools for days in a row because we didn't have enough energy to keep them warm. And the country said to itself, after the problems we had had with the 73 oil embargo, and after the problems we had in 76, 77 with natural gas, that we maybe, as a country, should be more energy independent, and that we probably should have a more diverse generation supply. So under federal law, people were empowered to generate their own energy and sell it back to the utility. It was about giving freedom to consumers to control their own energy future. And these laws that we have in place make it possible for people to do this. Right now, if you were to choose to put up a turbine, say you had a farm in western Minnesota, you wanted to put up a wind turbine, you would do an economic analysis of your payback. And the way our laws are structured, it encourages you to put up that turbine, diversify our economy, be energy independent. The changes that Representative Garofalo is considering would take away your freedom to choose your own source of energy and would make it much less advantageous for people to do their own generation. Now, Representative Garofalo says that there's some great burden on the system for people who choose to generate their own power. That's just not factually correct. There are benefits to the grid of having a diverse energy supply, of not being over-dependent on one form of energy. There are also benefits that come from the fact that the energy is locally generated. There's less distance from where the energy is generated to where it's used, so there's no line losses. You get 100% of the value of that energy. And when you're buying it from far away, you lose some of that value on the transmission lines. It also keeps money here in Minnesota. So we're paying Minnesotans for Minnesota-generated energy instead of taking Minnesota ratepayer money and sending it out of state. So my amendment to the amendment says the charges that Representative Garofalo wants to impose on independent energy producers are fine so long as they are rationally related to the burden on the system caused by those generators. So my amendment just requires that there's some sort of accounting analysis, some sort of engineering analysis, and that the customers of the utility can get a copy of that to see if it's valid. So I hope you'll support my amendment.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I guess the several points were brought up by Representative Hartman there that I would choose to address in the underlying amendment. I would just ask members to vote against the RA 15006 amendment. The previous language is one that we're working on with the local co-ops associations, your locally owned utilities, and that's the language that they're supporting. Certainly open to having conversations going future, but this language just doesn't work at the present time. So my advice to members of the body would be to check in with your local ratepayers, check in with your local co-ops, and vote accordingly, but I'll be voting no.
Further discussion on the Hortman amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I didn't ask for a roll call.
Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Division has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please stand. Members, please be seated. Those voting against the amendment, please stand. Members can take your seats. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Thiessen.
Do we typically read out the number of votes in favor and against on a division?
It's my understanding, Representative Thiessen, that it's been done both ways. It has not been my practice to give the numbers that are of those that stand or do not stand. If you would like that, I think the more appropriate thing to do would be to request a roll call vote.
Well, I just had a parliamentary inquiry to know how many people actually totaled that up and whether it was 129 because we're under call, and I don't know how that operates in the context of the division.
This is not a recorded vote, so the call does not apply. It's a voice vote. Not every member needs to vote under a voice vote. If you think that they should, the appropriate way to have that happen would be to request a roll call vote.
So, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Thiessen, for what purpose do you rise?
So when we're under call on a voice vote, you don't actually have to vote?
Representative Thiessen, the call of the House applies to a roll call vote, and if you would like a roll call vote, you certainly can stand and request one. And if 14 other members agree with you, you shall be granted one. Now we are on the underlying Garofalo amendment. Any further discussion to that amendment? The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, very briefly, 2 points. We are 127 or 147 minutes away from a certain deadline. And second of all, Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out, again, I think this is a pretty similar position to what we were talking about before. Your municipal, locally owned muni and co-ops, they want the ability to make sure that everyone's paying for the system and that they're not, people are not being allowed to use the grid as a battery. So I would ask for your support in defeating this amendment.
The member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, question about what we just voted on. You didn't want to accept that amendment to the amendment, Representative Hortman's, and it seemed to me that that had some information contained in that that would direct that an accounting, if you will, would be forthcoming from co-ops and others to net meterers about what they were being charged and the basis for that. And my question, if you would yield, and I see Speaker's busy up there, but I'm going to keep talking with you for a minute. If you would yield when Speaker's ready, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Garofalo would yield to a question here.
He will yield. Representative Purcell.
Is there something in the bill already, Representative Garofalo, that would advise net metering homes or residences, those who are net metering, what they would be charged by the co-ops?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Purcell, it's my feeling that a top-down approach in the area of working with our municipal co-ops and regular co-ops, that's not a good management structure and one that's not worked. Again, these are local business owners, local owners. Everybody owns their part of the system, so those decisions will be made locally by those individual co-ops.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you for that, Representative Garofalo. And I guess as one of those local owners, that's what I'm looking for is how then will those decisions be made? Do we have an idea on that? And we had Representative Hortman's amendment to the amendment that said we would have an accounting, and it's unclear to me just what that accounting would be. And we already pay. You may not be out in the country far enough where you know what you pay on a co-op bill, but there are charges that are above and beyond the regular kilowatt, right? And so I'm curious as to how we will be able to discern out in rural Minnesota what we are being charged, those who are net metering, if Representative Garofalo would yield.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Purcell, two things. One, yes, I belong to a co-op, so I am familiar with that. Second of all, the locally elected, locally appointed co-op board would make those management decisions as they do today.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think just one more question.
He will yield. Representative Purcell.
Are there limits that you're aware of, Representative Garofalo, as to what those who net meter may be charged? Where I'm going with that is those who live farthest out on the line, for instance, if they're 200 miles from the station as opposed to being 5 miles from the station. And I'm not sure if I got Representative Garofalo's attention, maybe, but okay, did you hear what I said, Representative Garofalo? Would that be a distance factor in there that you believe?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Purcell, as the language reads, those fees would be limited to recover the remaining fixed costs required to serve that customer. So that's what the co-op would use as their decision for that.
Representative Purcell. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman. The member from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Garofalo, so in that assumption about what it costs the co-op to, in a sense, service the producer of energy, do they take into account the benefit of the producer of energy that they're buying the energy from? There's infrastructure that the energy producer has that is valuable to the co-op. Do they take that in as they figure this? And it seems to me that that what you're describing is very one-sided, and that it's not looking at the benefit they may get from the producer of the energy. And it's a question, I think, in some cases of who owns the energy, and certainly the owner of the energy that's selling should be given a fair price. And I think a policy that goes back to the 80s probably does indicate that there's been a fair price established and that they do take into account that benefit. So I guess I just ask you that question. Do they take into account the benefit as well?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Bly, to answer your question, I need to know two things. Number one, when you're talking about the infrastructure, I would need to know what infrastructure you're referring to. And number two, when you asked about energy, You actually asked the wrong question. It's not a matter of whose energy it is. The question really is, who are you going to force to buy the energy, and at what price are you going to force them to buy the energy? Under current law, the municipal and co-ops, whether they need the energy or not, we are requiring them to pay the retail rate for it. So who owns the energy is not really the issue. The question is you're forcing a buyer at his transaction. So when you're referring to the infrastructure, can you just tell me what infrastructure you're talking about to determine the value?
Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, I'm talking about the investment in the solar panel or solar panels or the wind turbine that the owner of the energy production instrument has purchased and has put up and maintains. And, yes, you're getting into a question of a larger question of public good. And yes, we have asked in these arrangements to encourage the development of both distributed and renewable energy, to ask that co-ops and utilities purchase this kind of energy because it creates a more secure grid. There are many benefits to the public, and not mentioning addressing the carbon that comes from coal, and being able to have a different kind of energy, a more diversified grid. All of those are benefits that we are hoping to see happen across our landscape. And so that's I guess what I'm asking is, when the co-op considers what is the correct rate or what is the correct price that they should pay, do they take into account the benefits that are there as well as the cost to them?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Bly, well, first of all, I have to correct something. You said that distributed generation is better for the environment. There's nothing environmentally beneficial about distributed generation. It just means that whatever form of generation you have, instead of having it centralized, you're breaking it up. So if you have a whole bunch of solar panels in one field, then you break it up and put it among 100 houses, you're not getting any environmental benefit. Likewise, if you have a natural gas powered turbine and instead you break it up and everyone has their own individual natural gas powered turbine, distributed generation in of itself there's nothing cleaner about it. I mean, it's more expensive because you have you have to have redundant infrastructure. But Representative Bly, with regards to the model you're asking, what we're saying is that there is a cost. If someone's going to use the grid, they should pay for it. There shouldn't be freeloaders on our grid. It's too important of an area of infrastructure for our nation. And so that's all this does for the munis and co-ops, those locally owned, locally involved communities, is allow those areas to do it. Now, if you're a person who is against that, who thinks that we should leave the current system, then that person should vote in favor of this amendment. But I think that, again, the purpose of this is that there's been some noise about how this is a partisan proposal and there isn't any support. I've spoken with the stakeholders in the co-op organizations, and they've said that there's bipartisan support for this, so that's what we're measuring today.
The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I maybe have a unique perspective on this, as I served on the Willmar Municipal Utilities for 7 years, been off of it for about 2, and some very good questions are coming about is how they would charge their customers this sort of this infrastructure fee. But I know that they do, again, as a utility owner back in Willmar and as a former board member, we did painful processes to make sure that our rates were competitive. The studies were done every couple of years. They have energy saving programs with homes where they do the interruptible service for air conditioning in the peak times. I will tell you that, speaking for the Willmar Municipal Utilities, they did a very good job setting their rates. What I like about this bill and this addition is that it gives the utilities, the co-ops and the munis, the ability to look at this new rate structure for folks that want to sell back some energy. And I think that still, while it's good for our grid and it's good for the footprint, I still think the munis and the co-ops have the ability to set a rate that hopefully they feel will still encourage renewables, but yet not put it on the backs of others that are choosing not to be a part of that. So it gives that local control. And as a former commissioner, I think this is a good move, but we allow them to make those decisions based on what's best for those customers.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. I've often thought about this net metering policy we have in Minnesota, where we mandate that a co-op has to pay full retail price for the energy and then turn around and sell that energy for that same retail price to customers. It doesn't make a lot of financial sense in terms of business, but we've heard that the cost of delivering electricity is about half production, half transmission, and there has to be that cost built in to the price structure of what that net energy production actually costs the co-op, and I support this legislation that would look at that much more closely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just I have one follow-up question, Representative Garofalo, if you'd yield. If Representative Garofalo would yield.
He will yield. Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, did I hear you when we started with this amendment that this amendment is wholly contained within the bill already?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Purcell, on page 127 of the bill, lines 24 through 26, is the deletion from the bill. Those lines.
Representative Purcell.
I don't have the bill in front of me, so I'm looking for the answer to the question. Is the amendment that's before us already contained in the bill? Representative Garofalo.
He will yield. Representative Purcell.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Purcell, no.
The member from Rosen, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 2 years ago, when I got the net metering idea, a bill from one of our rural electric co-ops up north, one of the sayings that we use up north is, I knew as much about net metering as hogs do about Sunday school. It didn't take me long to figure out that this is an issue that really needs to be taken a look at here in the legislature. The bill that I brought forth this session, House File 655, I believe it was a bipartisan bill. And really for our electric cooperatives, this is one of the big issues that they're really facing in the future. And I have just one question, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Bly would yield to a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Representative Bly, you said in your comments that you thought that this, and I wrote it down, you said it provides for a more secure grid. My concern is that my electric co-ops that talk to me talk about a lack of security in the grid when you're hooking these small systems into their system, a lot of switches, a lot of meters and control mechanisms back and forth, and they're concerned about the integrity of their rural electric cooperative system. So I just want a clarification. If you misspoke, I understand that. I'm not trying to get you, but if you could just explain for me your idea of a more secure grid, please.
Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the question. What the evidence that has been put forward that shows that more sources of energy in the grid makes a more secure grid. So if you have power shut down somewhere, if you have a centralized power plant somewhere and you lose power, or you have you're drawing too much energy from that power, it can't produce enough or whatever, having other sources of energy to draw upon in your grid makes it more secure. That's the argument.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you. I just want to, members, bring your attention to the letter that's maybe on your desk from the people at the fine North Star Electric Cooperative up in Lake of the Woods County in Badette, Minnesota. They are very, very engaged in this whole topic. And you can see the graph on the back of the sheet and so forth. And they too recognize that our House file is cheaper and it's cleaner. Thank you.
The member from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I don't think I got an answer to my question about when they are thinking about how to show that finding the rate, do they take into account the benefit of having someone provide energy for them? Of course, they pay for that energy, but it's still, there's infrastructure there. I think there's a benefit. And I don't think it's been proven. I've seen research that shows that this is a fair price. This is a fair way for paying for this energy. And I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Garofalo amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The House is under call. As a reminder, members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 47 ayes and 83 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15-0530.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, I hope that you can support this. This is on page 83 of your bill. You've got some good language regarding getting after folks who commit fraud. It gives the state, in instances of fraud, the language in the bill gives the state the right to be made whole when it sues an individual committing fraud, including expenses and attorney fees, reasonable attorney fees, interest. What the amendment does is it simply gives individuals and small businesses the same right that the state would have under the bill. So I'd ask for your support, members, and perhaps Representative Garofalo, if this sounds like something that makes sense, you'll say a kind word about it as well. But it literally just gives individuals and small businesses the same right that the state gets in the language of the bill.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Scott moves to amend the Atkins amendment to House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A105.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott, to introduce your amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Are we on the, I think the wrong amendment was submitted to you to be called up. The 105 is being withdrawn, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Representative Scott is withdrawing her amendment to the amendment, and Representative Atkins is withdrawing the well, I don't know which one it is. The one that was introduced. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A15-0531.
The member from Dakota, with hopefully the right amendment this time, Representative Atkins.
And Mr. Speaker, anybody could have made it. It was one digit away. I've already explained what the amendment does. Hopefully Representative Garofalo's had a chance to take a look at it. It literally gives individuals and small businesses the same right that the state is getting under the language in the bill. I'd appreciate your support.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Atkins, I'm happy to take this into conference.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of the A15 amendment signify by, A15-0531 amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A88.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo, to explain your amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is a simple amendment. This honors the man we know as the Croatian sensation, Tommy Rukavina. In statute, it would rename all those funds labeled the Doug J. Johnson Fund to the Thomas Rukavina Fund. I ask for your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, good amendment. I'd say I'm going to vote for this one. So.
The member from Carlton, Representative Sande.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question to the author, please.
He will yield. Representative Sande.
Just what would be the elevation of those signs? A normal elevation, or would they be a little bit lower?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Sundin, I don't know, but I'll guarantee you the parts of them or used to make it would be made in Minnesota.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Khan, my apologies.
Yes. Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I object to the amendment. I'm a dear friend of Tommy Rukavina and also a good friend of Doug Johnson. I object to the amendment because it is not in proper form. For one thing, it's a violation of a specific Minnesota statute which says that we shall not by law name a building or a fund after a living person. There was a date that was put in, and this clearly, I'm not sure how Doug Johnson fits into that, but it clearly is violated by Tommy Rukavina. It was specifically done. I originally went after when I proposed this law, I really wanted Lassard's name off the Lassard Commission, and that was apparently too controversial, so the date was put in to, the date was put in so that we wouldn't affect that one. I don't know how it affected Doug Johnson. We probably didn't say this. But I will tell, in a very specific example, there was a proposal to name a trail after former Representative, Senator too, Becky Lowry, and that was changed to name it after her son, who was deceased, so that the Lowry name got on it, but without violation of the law. So I think that to make this amendment correct, and I think that it should at least acknowledge that it's voiding the law instead of just doing this. This was specifically done. It is inappropriate. We don't do it on postage stamps. We don't do it on federal buildings, and of course the law covered funds and other things too. I'm trying to get it up so I can read it for you, but so I would oppose the amendment.
The member from
Funds are also covered. Funds are also covered.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope that you don't consider this a frivolous amendment and frivolous discussion. Frankly, I'm probably going to support the amendment. But what I want you to know is I don't know how this fund ever came to be known as the Doug Johnson Fund in the first place. And secondly, and most importantly, it really and truly should be named after all of those miners, those people who toiled in those mines for generations to create the fund that we're able to enjoy and do good things with.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Garofalo yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, you know, I was looking at this and I did notice one technical difference and was wondering if you'd be open to this technical amendment, which would name it the Thomas M. Rukavina, just to have consistency for the Douglas J. Thomas M. I think you see where I'm going. I was wondering if you'd be open to that.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I was entering this as like trying to have fun, and apparently there's like a level of seriousness associated with this that I was unaware of. And then when I found out that Representative Rukavina actually was against me making this, it made it even more of a desire for me to offer the amendment. So I'll withdraw the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garofalo withdraws the amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A101.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A101 amendment fixes a problem with this bill that all members should be concerned about. Under the provisions that are the subject of this amendment, local units of government in Minnesota would be unable to decide for themselves what kind of minimum wage, what kind of basic leave policies, what kind of policies related to scheduling are good for their city. They're good for their local units of government. And before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call on this amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, right now at the Metropolitan Airport, at MSP, the Airports Commission is considering raising the minimum wage for all workers there to $10 an hour or as much as $15 an hour. They have already passed a policy requiring that workers be offered paid sick leave when they're working at the airport. The Metropolitan Airports Commission is a municipality under state law. It is the subject of Representative Albright's bill that has been incorporated into this bill, this omnibus bill. And this, if we pass this language, we would preempt that agency from making a decision about what works at the airport. The Metropolitan Airports Commission has had public hearings on this issue. They're fully capable of making the decision themselves. In fact, the same people who came to the legislature and said that a minimum wage increase was somehow going to crush business in Minnesota are making the same ridiculous arguments to the Metropolitan Airports Commission. They get to hear the same nonsense that we've all heard about how a minimum wage is bad for the economy, or it's bad for competitiveness, or it's somehow bad for the airport. So all the people who want to favor corporate greed instead of worker wages are able to make their same arguments at the airport that they make at the legislature or any other place. And there's absolutely no reason why we should be standing in the way of their ability to make a decision for what makes sense at the airport. It's also true that the mayor of Minneapolis has proposed some fair scheduling legislation and some paid leave legislation for the city of Minneapolis. And if you believe that local units of government should be able to make some experiments in how we treat workers in this state, they can experiment with actually improving standards for workers, then you should also vote for this amendment, because what we're doing is telling local units of government like the City of Minneapolis that they can't make this an experiment. Now, if you oppose these things and you think that worker wages should continue to decline and it's good for people to make less money, and you adhere to this theory that says that if we all make less money, everyone will be better off, if that's your belief, then you should be happy to see the City of Minneapolis or the Airports Commission experiment in this way, because then you would see that experiment fail under your ideology. If, on the other hand, you believe that it's actually worth trying to do something better for people, you should also support this amendment, because it would allow those local units of government the flexibility they need to increase wages, to increase the security of their employment, and increase the quality of life and standard of living in their cities. So there's absolutely no reason, whether you are against these policies and think they fail, or you're for them and you think they'll succeed, there's no reason why you should preempt your local units of government for trying to figure out the way that the best system for their area. And members, we are seeing a major sea change in service industry workers around the nation standing up and advocating for themselves. Standing against those workers are the very same major corporations who keep them working for poverty wages, who keep them working on, and forcing them to stay on public assistance. They're the ones who are funding this initiative. This bill from Representative Albright is straight out of the ALEC website, copy-paste, you don't have to do anything. It's not verbatim, but it's basically verbatim of what a bunch of states are doing around the nation. This is about major corporations using the money, the record corporate profits they have. It's about them using their corporate power to push down the ability of government to actually stand up and do something for working people in this country. It's about time state and local government and the federal government started doing something good for American workers and for Minnesota workers, and we should not be allowing this mass concentration of corporate wealth to prevent government from doing what's good for the people. That's what this represents. That's why you should vote green on this amendment to strip this provision out. It has no place in Minnesota law, and I think, Representative Albright, you know this has no chance of becoming law anyway. And it's part of this bill, this broader bill strategy you seem to have concocted to make the most ridiculous bill possible, knowing that somehow that'll be easy, make it easier to end this session on time. So, members, I would ask for a green vote on my amendment.
Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would rise in opposition to the A101 amendment. Members, we are one Minnesota. We want to make sure that we have that same safeguard in place. There are certainly consequences that would take place if local municipalities set their own minimum wage. Those consequences are outlined best by when Mayor Hodges of Minneapolis came out against an increase in the minimum wage for the city of Minneapolis. And I think it'd be important for members to read those comments. But again, this is an issue of uniformity. It's a matter of preemption. And I think it's a pretty simple vote, and would ask people to oppose Representative Winkler's motion.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This is an important issue for the people who live in our towns and service our food, clean up after us, do all the things that we don't want to do. I spent at 5:30 in the morning last week, I was out in front of a McDonald's walking a picket line with people looking for a raise. And I talked to half a dozen people, half a dozen workers. Not one of them had been working less than 8 years, and none of them were making over $9.50 an hour, raising children, paying their rent, feeding their families, and sending them to school. Representative Winkler's amendment helps people that work for a living, helps people that do the jobs that we're not doing or don't want to do. This is a green vote. If you want to raise the standard of living for people, you do not want this particular piece in the bill. All it will do is continue to keep people poor continue to have the corporate America push laws and work rules that keep people from climbing into the middle class. And when we do things like this at the state level, this does not help people. This harms people, and it does not force companies to look at raising the wage. A green vote on this amendment would be appreciated.
The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just wanted to add that usually we hear the GOP talking about local control. Let's not make big government tell the local communities what they should be doing. And I just wanted to respond to the example of Mayor Hodges recently deciding that she wasn't in favor of raising the minimum wage. That just shows that local governments are perfectly capable of making the decisions based on local conditions. And Representative Garofalo, I think you should give them the opportunity to do so. We are one Minnesota, but we also are a Minnesota with a lot of different conditions around our state. We've been hearing a lot about conditions on the Iron Range and what the job situation is up there. Obviously, conditions are very different in Rochester, where I represent, and there may be a point at which Rochester decides that it would make sense, for example, to require sick leave to be provided to workers in Rochester. Maybe Rochester would decide that we don't want people spreading communicable diseases and we want them to stay home when they're sick. There could be lots of examples in lots of parts of the state. And so we need this amendment. We need to pass this amendment and allow our local governments to make those decisions and not have you make them here and now for them, Representative Garofalo. That's just not right. And I think it really runs counter to the values that the GOP often professes, which is local control. So members, here's your chance to be for local control and show that you trust your local officials. After all, they're elected too. And if they do something the local people don't like, they can vote them out.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will Representative Albright yield to a question?
Representative Albright will yield. The gentleman from St. Louis.
Representative Albright, I'm looking at Representative Winkler's amendment, and it seems to me, if I remember right, that this provision in Chair Garofalo's anti-job omnibus bill was your original bill. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but my question to you is, Representative Albright, is what is the premise behind your bill? What is the reason for this?
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simonson. The premise of the bill that was presented in Chair Garofalo's committee was to make sure that local municipalities could not impose a higher minimum wage on private enterprise. That's it.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Albright, Mr. Speaker, will you yield to another question?
He will. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Albright. So am I to understand, based on your answer, that you do not trust local governments, local units of government? Is that true? Is that a true statement, that you do not trust the efforts of local elected officials?
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simonson. I do trust local governments, but I also trust local enterprise, private enterprise, to decide at what rate they can be competitive when they're bidding for projects.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Simonson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Albright. So, members, the Winkler amendment is a good amendment, and I would encourage a green vote here because, as has been said eloquently by other members here tonight, that a green vote here is in support of working families all across Minnesota. And we should not be in the business of suppressing the efforts of local governments. Who are we to decide if a community in northwestern Minnesota or northeastern Minnesota or Minneapolis or anywhere else in Minnesota, who are we to decide what they should or shouldn't do in terms of setting local controls? Who are we? Is that our business? I don't think so. And to Representative Liebling's point about this local control argument, That's all I hear from your side of the aisle, is that we should allow local control. Take the control away from the state. The state is overreaching. We should push that off to local authorities. Okay, let's do it. That's what this is, members. This bill, this Representative Albright bill, and this anti-jobs omnibus bill, this is overreach. You are suppressing local governments. You are sending a message to local elected officials that we do not trust you. We do not trust you, so we must put controls upon you. So, members, stand up for working people, working families, and a green vote on the Winkler Amendment.
The gentleman from Dakota, Chair Garofalo.
Representative Simonson, just a quick question for you. Given your position on local control, can you tell me, do you favor allowing local units of government to set a minimum wage below the state level?
The gentleman will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, you know, I know where you're going. I know exactly where you're going, Representative Garofalo. I mean, that's not even cleverly disguised. But to answer your question, Representative Garofalo, I do believe in local control. And we have a minimum wage law here in Minnesota, and I think that local governments have the ability and the intelligence to deal with what's in state statute regarding minimum wage, and I think we should give them the authority to do that.
The gentleman from Dakota, Chair Garofalo.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm hearing is that people are in favor of local control when they agree with the policy, but they're against local control when they disagree with it.
The gentleman from Wabasha, Chair Draskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, we see, thank you for bringing this amendment, Representative Winkler, true to form, and for those of you on the other side who have been arguing that local government is local control, well, guess what? You're wrong. Local control is the people of this state and the people of this country and the businesses of this state and the workers of this state. That's the local control. To just go forward and provide yet another unit of government more control over our lives is not local control. That's a fallacy. These are nothing but government-imposed wages. Government imposing wages, taking away the ability for private people, the most local control, to exercise their control over their lives, and to exercise their ability to enter into a contract, whether they're a worker or an employer. That is their prerogative to do. And members, these types of policies, thank you, Representative Albright, for bringing forward this provision. We're on a slippery slope here where we are, and have been in this body and in this state, taking away the ability for private enterprise, for private business owners and their employees to go forward in contracts between themselves to seek the American dream on their own without government intervention. This effort by government to socialize wages is the wrong direction. We see that happen in businesses. You go forward and you raise the government-imposed wage yet one more time. What happens? Okay, the lower wages go up because the government says what? You have to raise these up because we say so. And Representative Liebling, whether that's the state government or the local government, it's still government. That is not local control. But what happens when they come in and raise those up? Well, that business ultimately has to raise everyone else's wages too. Not only the lowest, but those in between. We saw that now. We see a local unit of government. I just heard today, the city of Minneapolis. And they at least are using as their excuse for giving their top appointed officials, 100 of them I understand, 8.2% increases over the year of 2015. And they are using to legitimize that the compression, the very same compression that we are avoiding or ignoring or have been ignoring when we're bringing forward these government-imposed wages upon our businesses that force that same thing to happen each and every time government sticks its nose into, interferes with, and tries to improperly engineer the direction of the lives of what was once a free people in our state. Members, I appreciate what Representative Albright brought forward in this bill. To remove it is only an effort to further direct the lives of people by a government, by a body, by people who think that they can direct people's lives better than they themselves can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Albright, for bringing this forward. Members, I would ask you to rise in not in support and urge a red vote on the Winkler amendment. Members, there's quite a difference here. We're talking about competition in jobs and wages in government versus the private sector. We're comparing apples and oranges. The government has the power of levy. Private enterprise has to go out there and earn their money. It's just really incredible that we should expect that you're going to set a precedent and start competition between cities and cities, who's going to have the highest wages, and then the private sector is supposed to compete with that? I mean, seriously. We talk about the billions of dollars of revenue, the billions of dollars of revenue that government has, and the government overlords who are going to pass out all the free food and the free ice cream. This is ridiculous. It's the power of levy. That's the big difference. And so you're asking people in the private sector who are going to be born at the local level with local property taxes that they should give up their wages and sacrifice that which they are not able to have for the benefit of those who are in the public square. Please vote no.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Beyond the local control issues, this issue, more than any other, enables self-sufficiency. And we don't have one economy. We have the highest rental rates in the nation in our cities, in our central cities, in the metropolitan area. We have some of the highest child care costs in the nation. When an employer doesn't pay enough to meet those basic costs of living, then we increase the pressure on our public support programs, which you always say we need to bring under control. There's just too much expenditure increases in health and human services and all kinds of other areas. When an employer doesn't pay enough to pay the rent in a high rent area, doesn't pay enough for child care, then we have to increase our public support for affordable housing. And our capital bonding budget gets more and more pressure to put money into that at the expense of other things that we care about. When someone can't earn enough working 40 hours a week in the economy in which they find themselves living, then they can't afford child care in the most expensive child care area in the state. When we allow employers to make sudden changes in schedule, and those employees are parents, we say we care about all of our kids and we want them all to succeed. But in my community, the library is open 2 nights a week. And if mom says, because we can't afford internet, we can't afford a computer, but we go to the library, and we're going to go to the library on Wednesday night to work on that paper you've got due, but the sale was more popular than you expected, and you all of a sudden were mandatorily told you have to stay that night because there's more customers than were expected, then that paper doesn't get done. And when you're told that you have to do double shifts, childcare doesn't just magically appear for that second shift, but it happens routinely for people who work in low-wage jobs that we all depend upon. And it happens to throw families into economic crisis, because if you signed up for a job that you thought was 35 or 40 hours a week, but the economy takes a dip and the customers are coming in and business is slow, and you suddenly get cut to 30, that takes 25% out of your family budget that week. And that doesn't change your rent. It doesn't change the cost of living. And we have to let our local governments, working with their partners in business and in the employment community and with their neighbors, figure out what solution works for them. This is a vote not only against local control, it's against our families who work in these low-wage jobs.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the rousing condemnation of democracy from the GOP is pretty stunning here tonight. We're taught when we become legislators that the states are the laboratories of democracy, that the federal government benefits and all of us as a nation benefit when states experiment with different ideas, different approaches on education, on environment, on regulation, on taxation, on job development, whatever your issue area is, that we benefit when ideas percolate up from the states to the federal government and are adopted there, brought to those state legislatures as ideas here are brought to us by constituents and groups of those constituents. Well, it's no different here. What the Winkler Amendment is saying is let the local governments, those closest to the people, experiment. Let them try out ideas. Let them see what works and what doesn't work in the areas of wages and benefits. Because, you know, it's not a level playing field for everybody. We talk here about the American dream, but the American dream was never achieved in isolation. Go back to the very beginnings of this country, and we worked together to assure the dignity, to assure the well-being of ourselves and our neighbors. Last year, over the last 2 years, thousands of people came to this body asking us to make sure that we raised the minimum wage to a level that allowed a minimal amount of dignity for those working at that level. It wasn't government overreach. It didn't come out of the sole head of legislators. It came to us from the people of our districts saying it's been too long since we raised the minimum wage, and that the tables had tilted too far in one direction, and we needed to right them. The thundering opposition to the traditional values of this country from the GOP, the idea that citizens have the right to redress their grievances, that they have the right to bring their concerns and their needs and their challenges before the bodies that they elected, and have those bodies represent them and respond, whether it's a township, a city, a county, a school board, or any other elected government, including ourselves. Members, let's let the local governments experiment. Let's let the local people work with their elected officials, the ones that they elected, to try new ideas to make sure that all Minnesotans have an opportunity for dignity and a decent wage. Vote green on the Winkler Amendment.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Garofalo would yield for a question.
He will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Representative Garofalo, you mentioned the position of Mayor Hodges of Minneapolis, and she is apparently opposed to raising the minimum wage in the city of Minneapolis. Since you referenced her opinion, I'm wondering if you've spoken with her about her position on this provision in the bill, and if she supports taking away the authority of cities to go beyond the state minimum wage, to go above it.
Mr. Speaker, Representative.
The gentleman from Dakota, Chair Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Freiberg, I did write her a letter. I did not receive a response back on that, but my understanding from hearing from others is she is opposed to this provision.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Garofalo for that response. That is correct, actually. Representative Liebling's comments got me thinking. You know, she mentioned that Mayor Hodges' position means that local control is working. So I sent a direct message to Mayor Hodges on Twitter. And you know what? She responded. Now, I don't live in or represent any of Minneapolis, so I am impressed with her responsiveness. And she stated that, oh, for crying out loud, I oppose taking away local control from cities, of course. She thanked me for asking. She said the issue has little to do with wages and everything to do with preemptive local authority, which cities all over the state object to. And I spent 9 years on a city council. I support the right of the state to set a floor for the minimum wage and leaving cities the right to go beyond that if they choose to, or not to go beyond that if they don't choose to. They still have the authority. This is respecting local control. This is something the state does all the time, is set a floor, and states can go beyond that if that's what they want to do. So I encourage members to support the amendment.
Gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, there were some comments made about, how when government sets these particular parameters, we stifle creativity and we harm business, period, not big business. I just want to remind people we have a 3.7% unemployment rate, one of the lowest in the nation. And this rate, you're not going to get it much better than this. So, members, I could go on a lot, but the minimum wage was set for a reason, because wages had not increased back in 1940 or 1950 or 1960, whenever they put their first one in. And it's been minimally raised. And when we raised it last year, our unemployment rate went down. I don't know how we can come up with saying we're ruining the economy by putting government mandates in for workers, but I guess you can say whatever you want, but I think the facts tell different. We should vote green.
The gentleman from Blue Earth, Representative Considine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Drakowski yield to a question?
The gentleman from Wabasha will yield. Representative Considine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drakowski. In your remarks a second ago, you were talking about keeping government out of the way so that people could have contracts with their employers. The only people I know right now that have contracts with their employers are union workers. Is that an endorsement of union contracts?
The gentleman from Wabasha, Chair Drakowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. That's union contracts. I guess if that's what you're thinking about, that's one area of contracts, but a very narrow and limited area of contracting law. Contracts happen every day between people, whether it's an oral contract, an agreement to pick up your luggage and bring it over for you. That could be defined as a contract. We might ask Representatives Hoppe and Atkins about what comprises a contract. They can be written, they can be oral, they can be for all levels of business, all types of business, all types of agreements, performance agreements, and other agreements. But contracting goes well beyond that. But my point was that Representative Considine, that our government has become way too big, way too powerful, and the individual sitting in your seats here 2 years ago increased it much, much, much larger. A full $4 billion increase in spending, 15% increase in spending overall within our state government, the largest spending increase in the history of the state. With that came a wide variety of other policies that with that money, what government does is comes forward and tells people how to live their lives. They tell them who they can contract with. They tell them who they can't. And then when they do contract, they tell them how they contract or how they can't contract or how much they have to pay them. This is government imposed. It's government imposed. And we need to stop the government imposition of its will on the people of our state in order for us to bring forward a free and self-directed people that will bring forward the same values, the same drive, the same work ethic, and the things that we had that made our state and country great, so that we can bring back again the growth and inspiration that our country and state once had. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Blue Earth, Representative Considine.
Thank you, Representative Dukowski, Mr. Speaker. I had not considered oral contracts, that's true. I'm not sure that a lot of people care to have those when they're working for folks. I am glad you brought up the policies that were brought up in the last 2 years. As the governor pointed out, things are pretty good in Minnesota right now. We've got low unemployment, we've got record job numbers, a lot of companies moving in, so thank you.
Representative Anderson M., the gentleman from Cass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we've heard some words that as a businessman, these are the words that drive me crazy. I've heard partners in business. I've heard laboratories and experiments. Folks, these are words that business people do not like to hear. They like to do their own thing. These are words that are put forth by professional policy people, not by business people. And I challenge any of these people that keep putting this type of language out here to show me the payroll that you have met. Because until you have actually had to meet this payroll, even if it is just minimum wage, I really don't care to hear your argument. This last year, I started another business. 8 employees I've got now with just this one. I did not need any partners in my business. I'm not looking for any partners in my business. And Representative Considine, my head brewer is under contract. It's not a union contract. I pay him fairly. Everything I've done has been above table. But this just illustrates the difference between professional business people and professional policymakers. I'm a professional businessman. I happen to hold a position that can affect policy, but I keep it in check because it does affect people, including my own employees. I don't find this amendment worthy, and I ask members to vote it down. Thank you.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of this issue, but I do, having listened to the minimum wage debate for years around here, years, and as an employer, I think I get it. As a former employer, I get it. But there's one word, a simple word that is missing, I think, from all the discussion from the left, and that word is skills. Skills, people. The market pays people when they have a skill that the market values. If we have a lot of low-paid people in our cities, it's because perhaps there isn't a skill level, there isn't an education level, there isn't a skill level that warrants a much higher wage. And so I think it is such a misnomer to say that there's something wrong with the employer and we government have to tell them what to pay. They will pay good employees who go after a skill, get a skill. And most often employers are paying and increasing wages based on greater productivity. And that is what really pushes wages up. So greater productivity is what all employers are looking for. The unintended consequence, I am certain we are going to see small restaurants disappear. We are going to see automated mechanisms in our restaurants, and so that server will disappear from the environment as well. So the unintended consequences, when you talk about a $10 or $15 minimum wage, it is extreme, it is dangerous, it is reckless and ridiculous.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were some comments made a little while ago that I thought were entirely inappropriate for this floor. I would just like to remind members that as members of the legislature, we are responsible for the public employees in Minnesota. And when we talk about them on this floor, that should be done with respect and appreciation. We have some very hardworking employees, and they're doing an outstanding job, and the statistics will show that. So again, please keep that in mind when you're making comments about public employees, regardless of what level of government that they are working for. The other thing I want to remind you is, again, in this country, we have a huge wage gap. And we haven't given a lot of thought or discussion to that on this floor, but we really need to do that. But we're missing the middle, and all I keep hearing now is how you want to keep on lowering wages for the people at the bottom end, and I've never seen a bill where you're trying to do something at the top. And there's only two ways we can manage that gap. Either we're going to try to do something at the top, and we know that's where most of the money is going from the profits that are being made, or else at the rate we're going, we're going to have a very, very sorry community where people are not making wages, and I don't think we want to go there. Thank you.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I did have a couple questions actually about the bill. I did have one for Representative Garofalo, so if someone could find him, that would be great. I did have a question for Representative Albright, though, because I think this is actually Representative Albright's language. I will have one for you, Representative Garofalo. Will Representative Albright yield?
The gentleman from Scott will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Albright, as I look at this language in the effective date, it says that it's effective for all requirements that local governments have established, not just on or after the date of the enactment, but before the date of the enactment, which is fairly unusual language. But can you explain why the effective date is going back all the way to the beginning of the history of Minnesota? And I just think that this is going to be a lawyer's dream bill, because what you're requiring is every city to go back for all time in history to look and see if the benefits that they have on the books are higher than federal and state requirements.
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Thiessen. I would ask that you indulge me to take a look at the bill or the page number that you're reciting so I can read it with you.
I am looking on page 75.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 75, lines 1 through 3, it says, this section is effective the day following final enactment and applies to a local unit of government mandate or requirement that was established before, on, or after that date.
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Albright.
Mr. Speaker, it's also on line 74, .13, 14, and 15.
Gentleman from Hennepin, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, would the minority leader please repeat the question?
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the question is, this is just fairly unusual language that we would make a provision of law not just apply on or after the effective date, but backwards in history to the beginning of the state. And it would require, I think, every city and county and every person in this state to go back through their ordinances and make sure that the benefits that they have put in place, and minimum wage probably doesn't apply quite as much here because that hasn't happened, but the benefits that they have put in place, they'll have to go back and analyze this to the beginning of the history of this state. And so I was just wondering why are you imposing that mandate and legal requirement on the local units of government in this state.
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Thiessen. The language that you are citing, 74.13 through 74.15, is clarifying the fact that no municipality currently is participating in that type of activity. What we're trying to do is safeguard the activities going forward. So we're just making sure that what has happened in the past is safeguarded, and going forward that it would be enacted using this language.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what the language says. It says it's effective for all mandates and requirements that were established before or on or after the date of enactment. So it applies to everything that was done, not just on the date and after, but everything that municipalities have enacted before we act on this bill. So what you're saying is actually that's not accurate, Representative Albright. Could you clarify your answer for me, if he'd yield?
He will yield. The gentleman from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Thiessen. Line 74.14, it applies to a local unit of government requirement, and so it would affect local units of government requirements. So if it's not on the books, it can't be on the books retroactively, and it can't be on the books going forward.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what that language means. And maybe it's because this is an ALEC bill and it was just cut and paste. You didn't really understand what you were doing with this effective date. Because what this amendment does, members, is it says that every city, county, every local unit of government broadly defined is going to have to go back in history and say this is a higher standard that we put in law, a little bit higher than the state standard, and they're going to have to go in and retrofit all of their ordinances. Just think of the work that's going to take. And then I have another question that kind of relates to this, Mr. Speaker, and that is on line 74, 32 to 34. And that language says the term benefit must be broadly construed and includes without limitation, and it identifies a few things that it includes. But when language like that says without limitation, it means it includes a lot more stuff, and it's not limited to the types of things that are listed there. And when you put the language broadly construed on top of that, it means that a lawyer could come in and could challenge just about anything on the statute books. I guess, Representative Albright, I'd ask a question. Workplace safety rules. That's a benefit, broadly construed, that a local government could impose. So is that, I mean, that's what your language covers with this. I guess there is no question I have for him, because that's what this language would cover. This language would cover anti-discrimination ordinances. So basically a benefit that is provided broadly construed to people so that private businesses can't discriminate. They can't have, discriminate against women. They can't discriminate on a racial basis. If a city or a municipality were to have passed an ordinance saying, we don't believe that you should be able to discriminate based on race or gender, this bill would say that that doesn't apply. It would apply to public health, because that is a benefit that's provided to that is provided to the employees of these private businesses. So Representative Albright, basically what you're saying is that any of those types of benefits, broadly construed, that apply, that local units of government have put in place in the history of their city or county, no longer apply. That doesn't seem to be the right direction for us to be going, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an incredibly poorly written piece of legislation, and it is so broad and so overreaching that it's going to undermine the ability of local governments to do all kinds of stuff and really put the citizens of this state in serious jeopardy. Representative Garofalo, will you yield for a question?
The gentleman will yield to Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. Representative Garofalo, if a city were to lower its minimum wage, lower than the state, what wage would an employer have to pay?
The gentleman from Dakota, Chair Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, they can't. That's prohibited under state law.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you. Well, it was an interesting question you asked Representative Simonson then, because you knew the answer was, you know the very fact that no city could they could pass an ordinance lowering the minimum wage, but that employer would still have to pay the state minimum wage, right? So it's kind of an irrelevancy of a question. I'm not asking him to yield, Mr. Speaker. So folks, if you look at this piece of legislation that Representative Winkler is trying to amend out of this bill, we have a piece of legislation that fits very well in Representative Garofalo's overall bill, because what this bill is about is cutting wages and cutting benefits and cutting jobs. The language of this amendment is exactly that. It's about not allowing local units of government to do things that are actually going to improve people's lives. And it's not just about wages and earned sick leave and those types of things. We're talking about anti-discrimination laws. We're talking about workplace safety laws. We're talking about public health laws. This is the biggest overreach that I probably have seen. This is the biggest overreach in taking away of local control that I probably have ever seen this legislature attempt to pass. And maybe it can be, again, just attributed to the fact that people actually didn't read the bill when they were putting it together. But that's what this language says. Members, you can't vote for this. Would Representative Baker yield for a question?
The gentleman from Candy, Ojai will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Representative Baker. You were talking a little bit earlier. You know, I'm not going to go there, Mr. Speaker. I won't ask him to yield, if that's okay. I'll restrain myself. Which is unusual. I'm sorry. No. All right. Members, again, we should vote against this bill because, you know, at the end of the day, well, I guess I do have a couple more comments here. First of all, Representative Drazkowski, will you yield to a question?
The gentleman from Wabasha will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin,
Thank you,
Leader Thiessen.
Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, based on your comments, it appears that you believe the people of Minnesota don't have drive and do not have work ethic and do not have the inspiration and entrepreneurial spirit because you said that it's been driven out of them. I'm going to ask him to yield. I'm sorry. I'll withdraw that request to yield. But what Representative Drazkowski said, interestingly, is he doesn't believe in the people of Minnesota. He doesn't believe they have drive. He doesn't believe they have work ethic. That was exact quote from Representative Drazkowski. And in addition, Representative Drazkowski, you talk about the state budget. You're already passing the largest state budget in the history of this state, the bills that you're bringing in front of the body right now. So I wouldn't go too far out on the limb about the excesses of the last biennium because the budget you are passing off this House floor is by far the largest state budget in the history of our state. And Representative Runbeck, this idea that wages are going to go up because productivity has gone up, you know that that is absolutely a falsehood. If you look over the last 30 years, productivity of workers in this state, I guess I can't look at her and she's not looking at me. I should look at you, Mr. Speaker. Productivity in this country, in this state, has gone up an incredible amount. It's almost like a straight up line. But wages for most people in this state have been flat and stagnant. So if productivity actually translated into higher wages, Representative Runbeck might have a point. But the fact of the matter, that is not what has happened. And that's what should be happening. We should be rewarding people for productivity, and if we did, we probably would be paying that $15 an hour minimum wage, Representative Runbeck, because our productivity of our workers has actually far exceeded the growth in wages, probably $20, $25 an hour, I bet, if we actually match productivity. Instead, that money is being funneled away to the people that own the rents, the very wealthiest folks in this country. That's what's been happening in this country. So, folks, we should get rid of this language. This is silly language, as we pointed out. Representative Albright doesn't even understand what it does. But if you read the language, it's an incredibly broad overreach. It's going to undermine the ability of our communities to protect the workers, to protect the members of their communities. If you don't vote for Representative Winkler's amendment, okay, thank you. If you don't vote for Representative Winkler's amendment, you're going to be voting to, again, just as this bill does, cut wages, cut benefits, and cut jobs. Is that the legacy you want to leave? I hope it's not.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was struck by something that Representative Runbeck said in her comments, that the low-wage jobs are because we don't value the skills and the job that the person that holds it is doing. And, you know, this really gets to the heart of the issue, because this amendment is about keeping the ability of a local community to express its values through its own ordinances. If a local community decides that it values the work that the certified nursing assistants do in their nursing homes, if it values the work that the people who serve them in restaurants do, if it values the work that the people who take care of the children in the town do, they can express that through their local ordinance with a minimum wage. There might be other things that the community values, and as a community, as a majority of their community, would like to express in their ordinances. Perhaps some of you have communities where you would like to say everybody gets Sunday off. Maybe you have a community where you'd really like the kids to do better in school, and you'd really not want to have them working late hours. You know, the state has some limitations on it, but your community could decide otherwise. You might have, you might be fortunate enough to be a community that still has its local hardware store, its local grocery store, its local drugstore, and those employers are wonderful employers, responsible employers, and you'd like to make sure that that continues. You might have, you know, good employers who bless them, value their workers, and take care of their workers. The reason they're not going to be able to compete is because somebody else is going to come in and undercut them by not valuing their employees and paying their employees. You know, Walmart comes to mind. So if you value the idea that your local community could express what your local values are for your workers, vote yes for Representative Winkler's amendment and help them retain the ability to do that.
The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't sure if you saw me or not. I just briefly, it occurred to me as we were talking about this that when we think about wages and paying people a reasonable wage, and I'm sure there are many employers out there who do a great job and do recognize the work that their employees do, but we live in an economy where we go for the lowest price, the lowest cost, and the lowest wage, it seems at some times. And unless government comes in and says we have to turn that around, we have to be thinking about what is the value of that work. Not everybody thinks about that. So whether someone is a good employer and they are thinking about paying their workers good wages, if our thinking is all about lowering the wage or lowering the cost or lowering this, it puts us in a frame of thinking that we're not going to give them a higher wage, or we're not going to understand how to value that work. And I think it's important for us to realize what's happened in our economy when we are only thinking about lowest cost and not thinking about the value of paying better wages. If you remember the story about Henry Ford, who wanted to make sure his workers could make enough money to buy the Fords they were making. And there is an advantage to looking at raising the wages at certain times when they've been, unfortunately, constricted by circumstances. That's what occurred to me. Thank you.
The lady from Mille Lacs, Chair Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, not every county or area of Minnesota, especially in the central and northern part, has the kind of unemployment rate that exists in Hennepin and Ramsey County, where the employment rate is at the state average. But I'm looking at my county, for example, Mille Lacs, 7.9, Kanabec, 9.6, Itasca, over 7% unemployment, Couchiching, almost 9%, Cass, 9%, and Clearwater at 12.7%. Members, if we're going to grow the economy in these parts of the state, then we have to make sure that we aren't putting on local government, this mandate on private business, so that that we are encouraging employers to come to our communities, and that they will not be expected to pay a wage that is going to deny them that opportunity to lower that unemployment rate, so we have productivity going on in central and northern parts of the state. Members, this is a good amendment, and I think the counties of which these unemployment rates are that I have listed off would appreciate an amendment like this, knowing that they can depend on an employer to come because there won't be a demand made on them to have a wage higher than that which is set in state law. Thank you.
The gentleman from Blue Earth, Representative Considine. Okay. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge a green vote. There hasn't been a single argument advanced on the floor tonight that makes any sense whatsoever to support this bill. Representative Garofalo, I didn't say that this, not that you're here to listen to the argument. Oh, there you are. Representative Garofalo, I didn't say that this bill or this amendment was all about enhancing local control and that local control was the only advantage here. What I said is that if you're opposed to the minimum wage and you think it's bad economics, then you should like to see local governments fail in their efforts to raise it and have a stronger economy. And the fact is that while this might not be just about local control, this bill is opposed by the League of Minnesota Cities and the Metro Cities because they don't like you're stepping in to tell them what they can do for wages and benefits in their communities. Representative Drazkowski, this amendment is not, or this Albright bill is not about freedom. It's about the chance to earn a decent wage through your work, which is a pretty core concept of the American system from the very beginning, that people ought to be able to earn enough to survive on their own. That's what this bill, or that's what the minimum wage is about. Representative Hertaz, I don't know about free food and free ice cream. I think people are working pretty hard, and they're not expecting anything free. They're just expecting a decent wage. Representative Anderson, you suggest that only if you own a business should you be allowed to have an opinion about what goes on in the economy. I think that's a pretty anti-democratic and ridiculous idea. Representative Runbeck, you said that people need to get a skill. And that it's all about finding the thing in the workforce that makes things valuable, or that can make your labor valuable. Representative Runbeck, in the last 23 years, the only workers in this economy who have had any kind of pay increase have been people with a bachelor's degree or an advanced degree. So you could say that we should not worry about anybody else in this economy except people who earn a bachelor's degree. They're the only ones who are getting the skills and the education that the market values. That leaves everybody else with declining wages for the last 23 years. If you have if you don't have a high school diploma, your wages are down 20%. But if you have a high school diploma and some college, even an associate's degree, your income over that time period is down 13%. How many Minnesotans are we talking about? We're talking about 74%. 74% of our population doesn't have a bachelor's degree. So your argument that if only we would get a bachelor's degree to all 74% of Minnesotan workers, then they would earn the raise that they need in order to survive, doesn't really make a lot of sense. And by the way, you're not actually putting enough money into higher education to make that possible anyway. So that's a pretty low, ridiculous argument. Representative Erickson, yes, there are higher unemployment rates in different parts of the state than there are statewide. That's absolutely true. And yet, the argument that somehow the minimum wage is going to kill jobs is not supported by the evidence of the last year. Since August, when we raised the minimum wage in Minnesota to $8 an hour, restaurant hiring in this state had its two best months ever. Record-breaking hiring when we raised the minimum wage in that industry that said it was going to die if we did this. So members, there is not a single argument that has been advanced that makes any sense whatsoever for holding wages down for workers. If you don't have any plan, any solution, anything whatsoever that you have put forward that would help the vast majority of people who are out there who are working harder and making less every single year. You're doing nothing for them except trying to hold them down more, and the only reason you could possibly have for doing that is because that's who the people who are funding your campaigns, who are giving you the money to be in the majority, want you to do. It's all a big giveaway to them. That's the whole problem in our policy making, and I wish I could say it's only Republicans, but sometimes Democrats fall prey to it too. Just doing what the people who have all the money want us to do is not the same thing as actually doing something for our constituents and the people of Minnesota. Vote yes on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A101 amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Members, we are under call. Members, please vote. The House is under call. Clerk will call the absentees.
Isaacson. Isaacson. Isaacson.
The clerk will close the roll. Anderson votes no. Anderson S. votes no. There being 56 ayes and 73 nays, the motion is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A82.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an entirely different bad provision in the bill, but it's still a bad provision. This amendment, Mr. Speaker and members, would delete a section of the bill that would hand over $1 million in legal fees to the state of North Dakota, as well the Lignite Energy Council, Basin Electric Cooperative, North American Coal Corporation, Great Northern Properties Limited Partnership, the Missouri Basin Municipal Power Agency, and Minnesota Power Cooperative, all of whom have petitioned to the district court in Minnesota for $1 million in legal fees because of their challenge of Minnesota's Next Generation Energy Act. This provision of law has been through the district court. The federal judge ruled that it was not constitutional under the Commerce Clause. It's been appealed to the 8th Circuit. There are very good arguments for why the Minnesota law will be upheld against this challenge from North Dakota. But if we throw in the towel, quit, surrender, as Representative Garofalo would have Minnesota do under his bill, if we give in and say that North Dakota is right in their suit and we're wrong in Minnesota, if we do all that, they will have a claim for legal fees against our state in the amount of $1,045,202 and costs in the amount of $60,812. That is what they have appealed to the district court. This being a 1983 civil rights action, which I think is hilarious, that the Lignite Energy Council is using the civil rights statute to claim that the ability of Minnesota to limit greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere is a civil rights violation. They are claiming that they are permitted to get attorney fees, and if we throw in the towel with Representative Garofalo's bill, we'll be sending them a check for that $1 million. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask for a green vote, and I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moves to amend the Winkler amendment to House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A112.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what my amendment to this amendment would do is it would delete other exemptions from the 2007 ban, but at this time I'm going to withdraw the amendment to the amendment.
Discussion on the Newberger amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Newberger has withdrawn his amendment to the amendment. We are now back on the underlying Winkler amendment. Discussion on that amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Garofalo yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, I don't understand. I didn't serve on your committee, and I didn't exhaustively research the bill, but I don't understand why you would have in your bill a provision that would help us lose a lawsuit.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lesh, we already lost on summary judgment to a judge who was an Obama appointee.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Garofalo yield to another question?
He will yield. Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, are you aware that the case after we lost is on appeal?
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lesh, the summary judgment case is on appeal. So again, A Obama appointee took a look at the case and on summary judgment said, you lost. So yeah, we're appealing. Right now, the Dayton administration is asking for, I think, a couple $1 million to extend this litigation. And since I have the floor, Representative Lesh, I should tell you that this provision is a big nothing. This provision hasn't been in law since we lost the court case. It doesn't do anything because it's been superseded by federal rules which basically make it so that new coal-fired power plants can't be built. The only way you can do it is if you have carbon sequestration, and no one is building a new coal-fired power plant. So in 2007, when I voted for this bill, the facts changed from then to now. So what we are doing is deciding whether to spend millions of dollars litigating a case that means nothing. Make no mistake about it, new coal-fired power plants under federal rule cannot be built in the United States of America. Whether you agree with it or not, that's a separate issue, but no one can do this. So since this provision was thrown out in court, nothing has changed, nothing will change. The only dispute is how much money we're going to spend on lawyers going forward. The provisions underlining it will require carbon sequestration, which nobody is proposing. You add in the fact that our demand curve is flat, we don't even need new generation, period, Representative Lush. It is a huge nothing burger waste of money.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Garofalo, that was beautiful. I'm going to go back and check that again on tape because it was a wonderful rendition of all the reasons you think that this is not important and that it's not relevant. But a couple $1 million for lawyers is chump change for the amount of money that this industry has thrown at you guys and thrown at the state to try to get their will passed from an industry perspective. The health impacts of coal are billions. We send $18 billion a year out of state to import fossil fuels. The lawyer fees in this are chump change. And yet, at the same time, for a state to lose, I have no idea. You have an opportunity, Representative Garofalo, to come back and be a gopher again. You don't want to be the fighting Sioux. Some people want to be fighting Sioux. Minnesota should be supported in its efforts by its own legislature. I do not understand why anyone would offer a bill that would force Minnesota to lose a lawsuit. It makes no sense to me. Members, Representative Winkler's amendment makes sense. I urge you to vote yes.
Further discussion on the Winkler amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, as a reminder, the House is under call. Please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Representative Kahn, for what purpose do you rise?
I think the purpose is the privilege of the House.
State your privilege of the House.
I would like to correct a misstatement that Representative Garofalo perhaps inadvertently made, and I would like to deliver him the proof of his misstatement. Can I go ahead? Representative Garofalo stated before the body that he had written to Mayor Hodges and had never gotten an answer from her, as I heard it. If it's different, he can correct me. I do have in my hand the letter from Mayor Hodges and two members of the City Council that was mailed to Representative Garofalo on March 26, 2015. It's now April 22nd. I'm a little deficient in looking at my mail, but I think anything that came from as important a person as the mayor of the largest city in the state I would have looked at. So I am now just going to deliver this to Representative Garofalo so he can see if he remembers it.
Mr. Speaker, that has come, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, that has come to my attention that apparently there was a response. I had not seen the response. On social media, I apologize to the mayor, and I want to apologize to the body. When I made the statement, I made the statement to the best of my factual knowledge what was going on, but clearly I was wrong.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mahoney moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A93.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney, to introduce your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I have an amendment to the amendment, if we could, Mr. Speaker, because that'll make the primary amendment a little shorter. I would believe it is the 077 amendment, the RA 15007.
Thank you, Representative Mahoney. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Mahoney moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded RA 15-007.
And thank you, Mr.
The
Speaker.
member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney, to introduce your amendment to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the body put that amendment on. When I wrote the original amendment, I had 5 or 6 sections in this bill that we actually did have a hearing on, and I want to take those out of the original amendment. So I'm not going to ask for a roll call on it.
Any discussion on the Mahoney amendment to the amendment? The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge members to support the Mahoney amendment to the amendment.
Any further discussion on the Mahoney amendment to his amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker.
There is an additional amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moves to amend the Mahoney amendment to House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A115.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that amendment.
Representative Garofalo withdraws his amendment to the amendment. We now are back to the original Mahoney amendment. The A93 amendment as amended. Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's been a few things said about bills coming through that did not really have a hearing in committee where we could present the bill. The bill could be presented. Witnesses for or against could come and testify. As you see on the amendment, it's relatively long. I think there's about 20 items here that we really didn't have a hearing on. We did not have a bill presented. Now, Representative Garofalo certainly did have multiple hours of testimony on the Omnibus bill. But to have this many bills show up in your Omnibus bill without having any kind of a hearing or telling your committee that they're coming. So, Mr. Speaker, that's not fair to the committee members, really. That's just saying, I've got a bill here, and you're going to hear testimony, and you're not really going to have a committee hearing. You're not going to get the chance to question back and forth, question the witnesses deeply, and try to figure it out, because you've got a whole list of people coming through. The committee room was full all 3 days. I just lost track of the testifiers coming down to talk about this particular bill. There's a couple items in the bill, in particular in here, that I would like to have some of our members talk about. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to Representative Simonson on one of the issues that I thought was important and should have had an actual bill and a hearing.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Mahoney. You know, I won't repeat a lot of the things that Representative Mahoney said about just some of the frustrations I think that we've felt as the minority on that committee in terms of provisions that ended up in our omnibus bill that you know, never really had a proper hearing. And I think this particular item, I want to talk a little bit about the Minnesota's renewable energy standard. Because this is probably the one issue that has filled my inbox, my email inbox, more than anything this session. Was just, you know, day after day after day of opposition to what it is that you're doing with this omnibus bill in terms of setting Minnesota on a backward course in terms of energy. And, you know, as we've talked about this bill and various provisions here tonight on the House floor, I've heard a lot of different words from the majority party. How proud you are of this bill. Innovation, technology in Minnesota, and how you support that. Trying to move Minnesota forward. Those are all wonderful things to say, but actions often speak louder than words. And this particular provision in the bill, in this anti-jobs, dirty energy omnibus bill, really sets Minnesota on a reverse course. And quite frankly, members, Minnesotans are not pleased. In 2007, Minnesota passed one of the strongest renewable energy standards in the country. In a bipartisan fashion. I think you heard other members of both sides have referenced this action that happened in 2007, and it was voted on by members of both parties. It was signed into law by then Governor Pawlenty. And that was one of the strongest renewable energy standards in the country. And what it did, members, is it required our utilities to generate at least 25%, 1/4, of their power using renewable sources by the year 2025, with the exception of Xcel Energy, who's got an accelerated schedule at 2020, 30%. So since 2007, which isn't all that long ago, so much incredible and forward-thinking progress from Minnesotans on behalf of all Minnesota has happened. These incredible industries have come together and worked hard to lower prices for Minnesotans. And I want to focus a little bit about wind. Because in 2005, members, just 10 years ago, 3%, just 3% of the energy that's produced in Minnesota was from wind. In 2010, that number increased to 9%. In 2012, nearly 13% of all Minnesota-produced energy was from wind. And if you paid attention to this issue for long enough, you'll remember the discussions about how unaffordable wind was and how unreliable it was. And we couldn't depend on the energy because the wind blows at the wrong time. And there was no way that we were ever going to reach levels of technology that will allow us to store this capacity energy. Well, the fact of the matter is that industry is responding. Minnesotans are responding. And they believe in this future in Minnesota in terms of renewable energy. In 2013, Minnesota ranked number 7 in the nation, number 7 in net generation from wind. That's almost a 6% increase just from 2012. Members, this is a growing industry, okay, statewide. You don't have to go far to find out that this is a growing industry. We should not, and I repeat, we should not stop the clean energy progress that's happening here in Minnesota. So what does this bill do, this anti-Minnesota bill? Let's remember, members, and I've spoke about this before, sort of this greater Minnesota theme that I hear so much about, but yet I don't really see any actions that support that. And what I really see is more and more broken promises to Minnesotans. Broken promises. This bill, Representative Garofalo's bill, renames the RES to the Advanced Energy Standards. But in reality, it is setting us back decades of progress and, more importantly, a momentum of moving in the right direction. Because under current law, Minnesota is progressing beyond most of the country in terms of finding ways, innovative ways, to produce jobs and produce clean energy. The original RES included eligible energy technology that included solar, wind, small hydro is anything less than 100 megawatts, and biomass, hydrogen. And now, with this bill that we didn't have a committee hearing on, we're going to add in, as an option for the utilities, large hydro. Okay, and Representative Garofalo has spoken to, and I'm sure we may hear it again before the end of the night, that large hydro, is a clean and cheaper source of energy. And somehow clean and cheaper resonates well with members. But this large hydro, members, is not the direction that Minnesotans want to go. So this large hydro in this bill is introduced as an alternative to meet the 25% renewable standard by 2025. That means in 10 years' time, Minnesota is supposed to generate 25% of their electricity by using certain methods of renewable energy. And Representative Garofalo wants one of those methods to be large hydro. Now, you may ask yourself, so why is that bad? Number one, large hydro sources are not here in Minnesota. It's not possible. So what we're going to do under the provisions of this bill is create more jobs outside of Minnesota. Creating jobs outside of Minnesota and, quite frankly, in Canada. Manitoba. That's where we're going to buy large hydropower from. There's a lot more data coming online every day about the negative effects of large hydro, and that's primarily due to issues with stagnant and standing water. And that's not the direction I want to go with my comments tonight, because I really want to focus in on the jobs piece. Earlier, I mentioned in my comments that Xcel Energy has a 30% goal in statute by the year 2020. And of that, at least 25% has to be by solar or wind. That's a strong message to Xcel Energy that Minnesota believes in clean energy policy. We believe in solar energy policy. We believe in wind energy policy. Why? Because these are Minnesota jobs. This is Minnesota energy. The Garofalo bill eliminates that provision. Eliminates it. Once again, further driving jobs out of Minnesota by not supporting our own Minnesota solar and wind energy companies. Instead, we're going to replace it with energy bought from large hydro from Canada. So if you want to support this notion of fewer jobs in Minnesota, this is a good bill for you. If you want to support this notion of taking Minnesota backwards in terms of clean energy policy, this bill is a good vote for you. Another thing this bill does, this particular standard in the RES, is that it delays the renewable standard if the retail rates increase too quickly. So in other words, if the rates from the utility on a retail level increase by more than 2% a year, it delays the renewable standard. In other words, it extends the amount of time that the utility has to meet that renewable standard. And that, members, is not what Minnesota wanted in 2007, and it's not what Minnesotans want today. Minnesotans want to move forward in the terms of energy production, and they want to do it in a clean way, and they, most importantly, want to keep jobs in Minnesota. So, for a minute, members, the other thing that this bill does that I should mention is that it deletes the solar standard by 2030, 10% retail sales by solar. But I want to talk about wind energy. And we had in committee, though we didn't have a hearing on this particular bill, we did have some testimony in committee, and there should be some handouts coming around at your desk that reflect this. But we had some really good testimony from local Minnesota companies in committee. And I want to point you to a company called NextEra, who is the largest owner and operator of wind and solar in North America. And NextEra said that by allowing new hydro, this large hydro, into the RES, weakens the attractiveness of locally available renewable sources. That's a bad thing for Minnesotans. NextEra has 3 wind farms in Minnesota. 3. Those projects represent a $250 million in investments. $250 million. $2 million in annual payroll. Is that something to sneeze about? You know, we just talked about $1 or $2 million and whether that was important or not. I think it's pretty important. $750,000 in tax payments and over $600,000 in landowner lease payments. This is big business in Minnesota. NextEra said, we're disappointed by the direction this bill proposes for renewables in the state of Minnesota. Wind energy is a wise investment in Minnesota, members. And I want to talk about, you know, kind of the global perspective here in Minnesota and what this impact of wind energy is. Because you are talking about a total of $8.4 million in annual property tax payments. $8.4 million. That's how much the wind energy business pays in annual property tax payments. Capital investments, $5.6 billion. Billion. Approximately 2,000 Minnesota jobs. That's what we're talking about here, okay? The Garofalo bill wants to move those jobs out of Minnesota. Good for Canada. Now, my question to you, and I'm not going to ask anybody to yield, but what I want to know is tax relief important to the GOP caucus? Because I think I've heard that a time or two as we've debated different bills, that one of the most oppressive things that we do to Minnesotans is pile on these excessive amounts of property taxes. So I've got to assume that all of you are opposed to higher property taxes. There should be another fact sheet at your desk, members, that talks about, well, it's titled Wind Delivers Tax Relief in Minnesota. And it says that 23 counties benefit from more than $10 million in production tax revenue. $10 million production tax revenue from wind energy. This is what we have accomplished since 2007 when the RES came into play. And you can start to see that had we had a committee hearing on this specific subject, we could have gone on and on and on. We could have had testimony from all over the state of Minnesota hearing about what the impact to reducing or diluting the RES standard in Minnesota would do. Mr. Speaker, is Representative Bennett on the floor? And Mr. Speaker, she's on the floor. Will she yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bennett, I just want to make sure, I'm going to ask you a question here in a minute, but I just want to make sure before I do that, your legislative district, does it include all or a portion of the counties of Freeborn and Mower counties?
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative. It includes almost all of Freeborn and a very, very small portion of Mower.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Bennett. And, you know, members and Representative Bennett, I'm looking at this data, and it should be at your desk here. You have the same thing that I have, and it shows that preliminary production in 2014 for taxes payable in 2015 to Freeborn County, $709,000 plus some change. In Mower County for $1.6 million. So Representative Bennett, wind energy in greater Minnesota is very important to our economy. And I'm looking at these numbers and I'm seeing a total of about $2.3 million plus going into those two counties that you represent. And Mr. Speaker, will she yield to another question?
She will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bennett. So if we pass the Garofalo Omnibus bill here, one of the things that the wind energy companies are concerned about is their future. And you have a case here where wind energy production tax is putting $2.3 million into your counties in terms of production tax. So my question for you is, are you going to be able to support this initiative? Will you vote? No, I take that back, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bennett, is this something that you're going to be able to explain to your constituents why this bill, if it's passed into law, will increase property tax to those counties? Because I've got to think that for those two counties, $2.3 million is a fair amount of money. But so, Mr. Speaker, Representative Bennett, will you be able to answer that question to your constituents?
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simonson. From what I understand in this bill, this will not change the taxes at all from these wind farms.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Bennett. Very good. Representative Bennett, see, that's the problem. We think that by not reading the bills and not paying attention to what's happening is some sort of an insulated blanket that's going to protect you. And that's not the case. I would encourage you to reach out to these wind companies in your district that have production facilities in these counties and talk about the future of this industry should this provision come into law. Because what we're doing is we're sending a message to this industry saying, we don't need you in Minnesota anymore. We don't want you in Minnesota anymore. We're going to rely on large hydro from Manitoba, and we're not really concerned about the future of your business here in Minnesota. So I think, members, if you want to raise taxes in greater Minnesota, this is the bill to do it. Absolutely. So how about clean energy jobs, members? Is jobs important to us? I've got to think that it is. If you look at DEED, okay, DEED is where we get a lot of our data from in terms of job summary. Minnesota now has today over 15,000 clean energy jobs. 15,000 in clean energy. Nearly 10,000 of those are in energy efficiency, roughly 1,500 in wind energy, another 1,200 in solar energy, and roughly 1,800 in bioenergy. Minnesota has not been sitting back since 2007 wondering what's going to happen. These companies have been innovative, moving forward, bringing Minnesota to a new level, number 7 in the nation. The average annual wage in the clean energy economy is $71,000 a year. These are high-paying jobs. Compared to the average of $50,000 in Minnesota overall, I would say that's a significant impact. This is not an industry that we should be telling, we don't care about you. Tell me again, anybody, that this is not an anti-job bill, because that is the message you're sending to clean energy companies across Minnesota. So Minnesota utilities can and will accomplish our goals, okay? We can listen to debate and we can listen to testimony from companies and utilities tell us how difficult it will be, but in reality, whatever we put into law, they will be able to follow. And I want to reference another handout that should be at your desk. And that one says at the top, Minnesota Power delivers for the 5th year on its energy saving goal. And Minnesota Power happens to be the utility in the area where I live, so I'm very proud of what Minnesota Power has done. And it says that Minnesota Power has another year of eclipsing a state energy savings goal in 2014, and its customers benefited with lower utility bills. So here's an example of a utility that is able to deliver for the 5th year in a row on energy saving goals and do it all while lowering rates for its ratepayers. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, Representative Mahoney, I appreciate your giving me the opportunity to speak about this. But members, this has been a session of choices. And the majority party rules the House of Representatives. And this really is your choice. It really doesn't matter what I say. But you said you were for Greater Minnesota. That's what you said. So many of you, time and time again. You said you were for the Minnesota taxpayers. You said you were for Minnesota jobs. But what does a yes vote on this omnibus bill do? One, it drives Minnesota back decades in clean energy policy. Decades. And I'm sure I'm going to hear an argument that, how can you say that when this is clean and cheaper, right? But the fact of the matter is, members, it drives us back decades. It's an increase in property taxes in greater Minnesota counties. So if you want to vote on the House floor, at the same time you have a $2 billion surplus to raise taxes in greater Minnesota counties, that's on you. If you want to drive good paying Minnesota jobs to Canada, if you want to eliminate future opportunities in clean energy, go right ahead. What you're doing if we vote yes on this bill is we're setting Minnesota back on a course to be part of the problem, members. No longer a leader in driving innovation. So with that, Mr. Speaker, Representative Mahoney, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now you understand that some of the issues, when we don't get to hear a bill in committee, we don't get to ask the questions, we have to explain them on the floor. And I have another member I'd like to yield to Representative Johnson S. to talk about another bill that was not heard in committee.
He will yield. The member from Ramsey, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Mahoney, for the opportunity to speak on the Conservation Improvement Program.
Representative Davids, for what purpose do you arrive?
Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm looking up in Masons, and I've asked the chief clerk to help me with this, to find out where it says in Masons that you have to tell the truth. It's in there somewhere. I'm going to be looking for it, because time after time, members, on this floor today and through the committee process and hearing the Garofalo bill through all the committees that I've heard it in, somehow we have this notion that this bill or these provisions just magically appeared today. Members, that's not true. If you say this bill has not been heard properly, that is not being truthful. And I'll find it in Masons and I'll stand up every time somebody says that this bill didn't have proper hearings. There's what, 30 committees in the House? I'm on 4. I heard it in 2 committees. And I was bored to death. Nothing personal, Chair Garofalo. This bill's so finely constructed, it's had so many hearings, we've heard it ad nauseum. So members, do not stand up on this floor and be less than truthful. This bill was heard in Chair Garofalo's committee ad nauseum. This bill was heard in the tax committee with all these provisions in it. This bill was heard in the Ways and Means Committee for a full, thorough vetting of the issues. So don't stand on this House floor and say that this bill has not had proper
Representative
hearing.
Mariani, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was going to ask under what point of order or...
He's on a point of personal privilege. For what purpose do you rise, Representative Mariani?
Well, it was to make a parliamentary inquiry because we had a member who was speaking at that point at which he was interrupted by Representative Davids. I don't think you can do a point of personal privilege under those circumstances, Mr. Speaker. We have to be able to allow debate to move forward here properly on the floor of the House.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I made my point of personal privilege known. I'll be working with the chief clerk to find out where in Masons it says you have to actually tell the truth.
Let's hope you find it. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, back to the repeal of the Conservation Improvement Program. I want to spend a few moments talking about that. Regardless of the stated intent of this bill to conserve energy, the opposite, in fact, occurs. And the words on the paper clearly state that as of January 1st, 2017, we'll have no energy conservation programs in the state of Minnesota. January 1st, 2017, no energy programs in the state of Minnesota. And the provision to repeal our energy savings programs was never heard in the Jobs and Energy Committee. And that's a fact and the truth. And there's no record or reason as to why we need to eliminate these successful programs. And why is that? Well, this energy efficiency is the cheapest, cleanest energy resource we have, and since 1992, our saving energy programs have saved customers over $6 billion, over $6 billion. And the energy efficiency has kept more than 82 million tons of CO2, carbon dioxide emissions from polluting our air. Just 1 million tons of carbon dioxide reductions is the equivalent to removing about 200,000 cars from the road for 1 year. Think about that, just 1 million ton, and we've reduced 82 million tons. So the assertion that this bill results in cleaner, cheaper energy is demonstrably not true with the repeal of our energy program. A vote yes on this bill increases energy cost and air pollution for Minnesotans. Now, the legislative auditor did a comprehensive review of the Conservation Improvement Program a few years back, and they found it to be an exceptionally well-run program which benefits $3 for every $1 spent, just a fantastic return on our investment, and that is from the legislative auditor. And these programs have been evolving, they're not static. It's more like Conservation Program 50, 60, or 70. They've been revised, reformed, improved to meet the utility members' and residential customers' needs and the changing and emerging technologies that are out there. And they're also become more flexible in how they deal with the savings, not only providing rebates now, but actually meeting with utilities and customers to see what their needs can be best met. The Conservation Improvement Program is ranked number 2 in the U.S. by the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy. And they're not some left-wing group either. They're a group that has members from Pacific Gas and Electric, from Dow Chemical, from Northeast Utilities. And they say that the Minnesota Conservation Program is a national model. So what's the summary, members? Well, the summary is sunset equals repeal. When you see in this bill that this program is sunset, that's the same as repeal. And as of January 1st, 2017, Minnesota will no longer have an energy efficiency program for electric and gas utilities, and that's going to lead to higher costs and more pollution. And there's absolutely no reason to repeal it. It is one of the most effective, successful programs in the nation. Voting yes on this bill means moving Minnesota backwards, both in terms of health and economic well-being. Let's not repeal the best energy program in the state of Minnesota and one of the best in the nation. Vote no to this.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Isaacson, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
First of all, I have to maybe just help Representative Davids understand a little clearer what just went on when it comes to, did the omnibus bill get heard in a committee? Was there a committee like Ways and Means, or even did it get vetted at the very end by the Jobs and Energy Committee? Yes. Was it vetted properly the way you and I would expect a bill to be vetted, where the committee sits down with each of the issues that's going to go over the course of the session and then come to a conclusion and then create an omnibus bill? No, sir, it was not. So I want to be clear that it's a bit disingenuous to suggest otherwise. You are correct, sir. It was indeed heard in a committee at one point, but it was not heard the way we talk about and understand committees to work in the process. Thank you, sir.
Members, just as a reminder, that's probably not an accurate use of or an appropriate use of point of personal privilege, and the speaker is not very happy tonight because I actually went to the University of North Dakota, so Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, I have one more example of what was not heard in the Jobs Committee. where this bill was supposed to be constructed. It had 15 minutes in taxes. It had about an hour as a whole in Ways and Means, maybe an hour and a half. But a bill like this being constructed in your committee should be heard. The bills that construct the omnibus bill should be vetted and vetted very well in its home committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield to Representative Bly to talk, hopefully briefly, because there is an event coming up.
The member from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mahoney. I'll try to be brief. I do have an issue that I'd like to speak to, though, that I didn't sit on these committees, so I don't know how much they were talked about. But it's an issue on page 144 in the bill, and is on line 144.17. I don't know if Representative Davids or maybe Representative Garofalo could tell me what that line has to do with. I'm sorry.
You actually, another member yielded to you, and I actually didn't enforce that earlier when I should have. But you as someone who
very well
is yielding for another member, cannot ask someone else to yield. So you have the floor because Representative Mahoney has yielded to you.
Well, this will speed things up a little bit. Thank you, Speaker Dowd. And so, at any rate, that particular line refers to a policy that was in place where a landowner who wanted to, or was approached by a wind developer to sign a contract for a future development, and they would get paid once the development got in. And there is a sunset on that policy for 2017, and the bill would change it to 2016. My concern is that I don't know if landowners, and landowners are something that I've spoken about in the past, have had a chance to weigh in on whether or not they're concerned about having that sunset a year earlier. And I think it would be a good idea to hear testimony from landowners to find out whether or not the issue is still an issue. The issue was that when they would sign these contracts for which they would get no or very little remuneration for, they would be locked in. And the policy said, well, we will only lock them in for 7 years, and then they have to be released from that lock-in, and then they can pursue other developers. This is also good for small developers who may want to approach someone who has a very good location for a wind turbine and they'd like to contract with them. So I guess my comment would be on that particular provision, that perhaps you would consider delaying that another year until it could get some public testimony to find out if it's still an issue. But what Representative Mahoney asked me to speak about actually is net metering again. I've spoken a little bit about this, so I won't belabor it a lot. I did send around a handout because the point I was trying to make that, yes, there are costs to a utility and a cooperative to having to pay someone for energy they produce, but there are also benefits. And I think the one sheet where it says solar customers deserve fair credit with net metering, you can see that there is a scale that shows benefits versus costs. And it's not easy to read, but there's on the bottom there's a quote about how net metering works in California, and it says that the benefits outweigh the costs by $92.2 million per year. Now, I don't think there's a co-op or a utility necessarily in Minnesota that would see that much benefit from net metering, but certainly there are benefits. And my concern is that when you look at changing the rate that net metering folks are being paid or reimbursed for the energy that they produce, that may not be fair, it may not take into that account. The way net metering works right now is they get paid the rate that the rate that the cost of the energy is, and but the same rate that they would pay for the energy that was coming into them. So it's kind of like having a meter that goes one way when you're taking in energy and the other way when you're paying it out. So that to me seems like a fair way of doing it. I also don't think it's necessarily a huge effort, although it may be that some utilities or cooperatives that are smaller may worry that if all of their members in the cooperative did net metering, that might be a problem, might be an issue. However, it might be a much cleaner energy service too, with everyone using solar or wind. But to change the way that that rate works will hurt not only the people who have made the investment to produce that energy, it hurts the farmers who may be operating in that kind of same system. And I'm not sure that this is really the best way to address that. Another change that occurs in the net metering changes is where the fund that pays for this comes from. And the fund would be where it comes now from the Successful Excel Renewable Energy Fund is something that net ratepayers can count on. Changing that to something that comes from the general fund where others may compete for that money is an issue. So those of you who might want to put a solar panel on your roof or invest in a wind turbine if you have the land and the ability to do that, this is something that's going to change for you. And I think the worry that many people who benefit from being able to produce energy and increase the security of the grid that they're a part of by offering more energy that the utility or the co-op can draw upon, is that it would take that. It takes it away from them, the possibility of doing that, the freedom to produce your energy and get some benefit from it, should you want to do that. I think the way it is now is an excellent policy. It works very well. I don't see a need to change it. If the co-ops and the utilities want to come forward with a way that shows that the current rate is unfair, they certainly can do that. I think it would be a tough sell, especially if they also take into the benefits that are there. Without further comment, I'll turn it back to Representative Mahoney.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when we put a bill together, when an omnibus bill is put together in its home committee, the process should be followed. I'm not going to ask for a roll call on this particular amendment. I think the message should be very, very clear that we should have process, and it should be followed. And you should hear the bills in its home committee so they can be fully and fully vetted. So members, I'd ask for a yes vote on this particular amendment. It'll strip out the bill a little bit. I don't know where Representative Garofalo will be on this, but thank you for your patience and your indulgence. But again, all of a sudden I'm getting people telling me go wild, so I'm not sure whether they're talking about me or a hockey team. Members, we should follow the process, and that is important. So thank you for indulging me.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like a roll call on this amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And,
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I know there's time is we got a little short time here, so I'm just going to say I think members should know what they're voting for, and I would recommend that members on this side of the aisle vote no.
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the A93 amendment.
Representative Mahoney withdraws the A93 amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Erickson, for what purpose do you
rise?
rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for privilege of the House.
State your privilege of the House.
Thank you. Under Mason's Section 221, which is privilege of the House, I want to point out to members that Section 92 of Mason's does allow the interruption of a speaker with a privilege, as Representative Davids did when he asked for a point of personal privilege. A speaker can be interrupted. So if you check Section 92 of Mason's, point number 2, a member who is speaking may be interrupted for the following purposes. A, to raise a question of privilege. I just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A98.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would reinstate the greenhouse gas emission goals from the 2007 Next Generation Energy Act. You know, young people in Minnesota on college campuses all over today were celebrating Earth Day in a bunch of different ways. A lot of them signing up to take action on climate. They are practically begging us to take action on climate. 2014 was the hottest year on record. 97.5% of climate scientists agree that climate change is real and human activity is causing it. In 2007, Winona, Fillmore, Houston, Olmsted, Dodge, Steele, and Wabasha counties suffered the aftermath of the largest one-day rainfall event in Minnesota. As 15 inches fell, 2 homeowners climbed on their roof and screamed for help. And their home floated up across its foundation, across town, to the other side of the railroad tracks. 6 people died in that flood. The 900 residents of the town of Houston were evacuated. In a special session in 2007, we appropriated $148 million in flood relief, and that was just the state share. Climate change is real, it's happening, and it's very expensive here in Minnesota. We had special sessions in 1997 and 2002 to deal with floods. That's the first time in Minnesota history we had special sessions to deal with floods, twice in that one decade. And then we had special sessions in 2007, 2010, 2012, 2013, and the only reason we didn't have a special session for more flood relief in 2014 is because of Representative Pawlowski's disaster relief fund that prevented the need for a special session. We went from 2 flood disasters in a decade to 5. We have spent more than $400 million on flood disasters in Minnesota in just the last decade. And yet in other places in Minnesota, we're running out of water. As far as I can tell, this Lewis and Clark project is we're building a gigantic straw to suck water out of some place they have it, to bring it to people who don't have it. My amendment would reinstate the stricken language at Article 10, Section 6, Section 2 and Section 6. It would reinstate the state's greenhouse gas emission goals, and it would also require that we develop a plan to meet those goals. Members, let's be the representatives and the lawmakers that the young people of our state and our country are hoping that we will be, and let's take action on climate.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Just one. Hartman moved to amend her amendment to House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A99.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, to explain your amendment to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing more than 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment just clarifies that the reason we should have greenhouse gas emission goals in state law is because climate change is real and it's caused by human beings.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would ask you to support the Hortman amendment so she can get the bill in the form she likes, and then we'll address the amended amendment underlying it.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also rise to support this amendment. There was a little gathering in front of the Capitol at Earth Day today, and one of the prominent meteorologists in the state, Dr. Mark Seeley from the University of Minnesota, said something I think is very profound that I'd like to share with you. On climate change, he said the data is screaming at us. And so what he's saying here is The data is clear. It's in. There's no debate. And there's so much urgency around this as we've seen climate change accelerate in recent years. And we're way above tolerable levels of carbon in our atmosphere. So this is an urgent issue. Thank you, Representative Hortman. And I hope we can go on record, not only unanimously sending a message to those who deny and doubt the facts and the science of climate change, that we can go united bipartisanly and send a strong message not only to the state but the nation about where Minnesota elected officials stand on this. And then we can get to the amendment at hand, which is also very, very critical in moving forward on climate. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Hortman, for bringing this forward, because this is a very important amendment to the amendment, because it will be, voting on this amendment will be saying, as it sounds like perhaps a unanimous vote of this body, that climate change is real and that human activity increases greenhouse gas emissions that contribute significantly to climate change. So it looks like all of us will be voting, based on Representative Garofalo's recommendation, to say that humans are responsible for climate change. And I think that's a very significant step for us, because I think it's different than the position that we've heard from the other side of the aisle for a long time. Would Representative Gruenhagen yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Representative Gruenhagen. Could you explain how you've changed your mind about the fact that human activity causes greenhouse gas emissions that contribute significantly to climate change?
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. We haven't voted yet, Representative Thiessen, so it's hard to respond to that question until after the vote. But I'm here supporting this energy bill because it gives cleaner and cheaper energy. I believe the other debate is for another time, not tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. I also think this amendment is really quite important, because if we adopt this amendment, we're essentially saying many, if not most of the provisions in Representative Garofalo's bill shouldn't become law. And I anticipate that if we adopt this amendment, that will ultimately indicate is that this body is going to vote down Representative Garofalo's bill because of his energy provisions. Will Representative Gruenhagen yield for another question?
I think he will. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. Representative Gruenhagen, can you identify the provisions in Representative Garofalo's bill that you now think we should perhaps not pass because of your agreement that human activity contributes significantly to climate change?
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minority Leader Thiessen, we haven't yet voted on the amendment to the amendment. So I think we should vote first, and if you have any questions.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. Will Representative Gruenhagen yield for one more question?
Who are you asking to yield?
Representative Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, he certainly will. Representative Thiessen.
Yeah, Representative Gruenhagen, do you think human activity increases greenhouse gas emissions that contribute significantly to climate change?
Representative Gruenhagen.
I'm sorry, I was distracted here. Could you repeat the question?
Oops, sorry, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. Do you believe human activity increases greenhouse gas emissions and that contributes significantly to climate change?
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Thiessen, I believe there's eminently qualified scientists who would disagree with that comment, and I tend to agree with those scientists that would disagree with your comment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Newberger yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assuming you agree with Representative Gruenhagen, could you explain the scientific basis for those scientists who don't agree that increases in greenhouse gas emissions contribute significantly to climate change?
Representative Newberger.
Thank you for the question, Representative Thiessen. At this time, I'm not going to put words into the mouth of these scientists. At this time, I'm going to trust that they're a lot smarter than I, and these are distinguished men and women who have accomplished many great things. Thank you.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Bennett yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you identify some of the provisions, assuming you're going to follow Representative Garofalo's lead and vote to adopt this amendment, that you maybe think Representative Garofalo should take out of his bill because that human activity is going to contribute, the activity that he's going to be allowing now in his bill is going to contribute significantly to climate change, that human activity?
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry, Representative Thiessen, I can't quite understand. Could you repeat that, please?
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could identify provisions in Representative Garofalo's bill that increase, that address the kind of human activity that will contribute significantly to climate change. And perhaps when you vote for this amendment, you will then ask Representative Garofalo to delete from his bill.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Thiessen, I guess I'm not on that committee, and I would yield to Representative Garofalo to make whatever comments he'd like to about his bill.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, again, this really is going to be a very fundamental change for the state of Minnesota when this body votes to adopt this language. It's going to be sending a very strong signal across the country, I think, and to the people of Minnesota, where we are acknowledging as a body that human activity increases greenhouse gas emissions that contribute significantly to climate change. I think that's going to be an incredibly important step forward, and I'm very much looking forward to the vote tonight.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative or the Minority Leader Thiessen yield to a question?
Unfortunately, he will not yield to a question.
Oh.
Representative Pepin. He's indicating that he will not yield.
He will not
Representative
yield.
Pepin.
Would Representative Lean yield to a question?
Oh, he will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Lean. I'm wondering, Representative Lean, if you could tell me if what your training is in science, and if you were able to tell us whether or not this finding is true or not, what your scientific background is to be able to vote on this.
The member from Clay, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Pepin, I do not have a scientific background in climate change. However, based on research and information I have read that is scientifically backed, I do think that the research is there to point to yes.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Seltzer yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Seltzer, I'm wondering if you have the scientific background to be able to make a determination on this amendment, since it says that the legislature finds, it's a legislative finding.
Representative Seltzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Pepin, for your question. And I am not a scientist. I have read extensively on the topic. I am a former member of the Energy Policy Committee, and from what I have read, I do believe that there is evidence to show that there is climate change.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there a scientist here that would be willing to answer the question? Would all the scientists here yield to a question? Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe there's two scientists. Maybe Representative Kahn could yield.
We'll let her get back to her seat, Representative Pepin. Representative Kahn, will you yield to a question? She will yield. Representative
Yes.
Pepin.
First, an apology for not being at my seat. I was doing what I hope every member of this House will do, which was going to Representative Nornis and contributing to his walk around, which he's not going to do because we'll be in session, but contributing to the park there. So I hope other people will do that, and I apologize for not being in my seat.
You're forgiven, Representative Khan, at least by the Speaker. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now that we have a scientist to answer a question, Representative Khan, I wonder if you could tell me a math question. How many members of the Minnesota House of Representatives are scientists?
Representative Khan.
Let me see. 3 at least. 3. If you have to get a PhD to be a scientist, that gets you to 3. All women, I'll point out.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Khan. Well, my point is that this amendment requires us to make a determination. The legislature finds that climate change is real, human activity increases greenhouse gas emissions, contributes significantly to climate change, etc. This is something that, since we have 3 out of 134 legislators that are scientists, I think this amendment itself is absolutely ridiculous. And I think, Representative Khan, you are one of the members that have actually spoken against legislative findings. So I won't ask you to yield to a question, but this is a ridiculous amendment, and I would encourage members to vote no.
Well, Mr.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, people should vote the way they want, but we're just putting an amendment onto the underlying bill. And I would just ask people, do whatever you want, but it doesn't really matter, because we're going to speak to the underlying amendment and hopefully vote it down. But if people want to keep talking about it, we can. We're about 20 minutes past our deadline, so people should do what they want, but I would just ask people to maybe stop talking.
Representative Khan. You have the floor. You had. I thought you were trying to get recognized. If you weren't, my apologies.
Yes, I was.
Representative Khan.
I was going to tell Representative Pepin that may be a higher proportion than the people of the United States. And even though I've had a little trouble today having people listening to very good scientific knowledge I put before them, I would suggest that following the advice of those 3 scientists is good enough.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As long as I was on my feet anyway. We actually have more scientists than just that, because Representative Khan, in my opinion, is a little bit too restrictive in her definition of who qualifies as scientists. Representative Purcell, for example, has an extensive science background, and there are others. And it occurs to me that we have had other matters in which we've had to make judgments on the strength of the expertise of a limited number of members. It's the nature of the job. We do that all the time, every single day. Each of us is only on 3 to 5 committees, and we develop expertise in those areas, and we rely on the expertise and the sound advice of others, and each of us has our own mentors that we go to. And I can tell you there are people sitting in the body that I know I've had discussions about these things with. As to the substance of the amendment, by the way, Representative Garofalo, I don't remember taking a vote on any deadline on this bill on the floor here. And I, for one, really have 0 interest in the activity some other people are desperate to get to right now. So, on the subject of climate change. See, one of the problems with climate change is that it creeps up on you. And climate being what it is, climate and weather are 2 different things. And weather varies, as we know, from season to season, and from week to week, and from day to day, and here in Minnesota from hour to hour. We saw that this last week. Big fluctuations in the weather. That's not climate. Climate is the difference between being tropical region, a semi-tropical region, a temperate zone, a polar zone, and so on. And you have to look at a very long view for climate. Climate is something that happens to you over a scale of decades, not years, decades, centuries, and stretching on out. The kind of climate change we are talking about is something that we've had the evidence of if we look back at a period of on the order of hundreds of years. There's a clear pattern of a rise in the average temperature. I happen to be a chemical engineer. That's what brand of scientist I am. And as such, I've studied a lot of chemistry and physics. And a very small rise in the temperature, the average temperature, not today's temperature or yesterday's temperature, but the average temperature, constitutes an extremely large change in the energy available to drive weather systems. And so some of the phenomena that we've heard other people talk about here, like the floods and the extreme rain events that we get, which, by the way, I hear a lot about on the Clean Water Council. We've seen the graphs that show the evidence of the extreme weather events. Representative Torkelson serves on that committee with me, so he's seen these things too. And in the Senate, we got a couple of people that are on that. Well, Senator Scalzi's there all the time, so she's certainly seen it too. We've had an increase in the frequency of the extreme weather events with the large storms. This is what leads to the flooding. This is what leads to some of our bank scouring and so on. A lot of the large-scale weather patterns are driven by what's happening over the oceans, and that's simply because they are big. And so you get a large cumulative effect of something that's going on over something big. And you may have recall a few years back hearing about El Nino and how that drove some of our extreme weather things. And this is where people get confused because they don't understand how a blizzard can relate to global warming. When the blizzard happens because of large-scale upsets in the motion of air around the planet in the patterns of the wind. And we've got a jet stream that's usually kind of stable up over Canada, and every now and then it freaks out and it dips down here and it does stuff to us. And we can get the same kind of thing coming up from the Gulf, and if those two things run into each other, we get a blizzard. So these are large-scale things, and we have to look at a long scale of time, and it is hard. It's hard to look at this. But these effects have finally gotten so large that they are unmistakable. So the polar ice caps are melting. There are bare-topped mountains, B-A-R-E, bare-topped mountains in the Alps and Norway and Canada and Alaska that haven't been bare for a really long time because the glaciers are melting. When the glaciers melt, that water goes somewhere. It goes into the oceans. Coastlines are seeing the levels rise. The ice flows are disappearing. The polar bears are having to move. The Inuit are losing their livelihood. It's creeping up on us. And the point of this amendment is we're not going to ignore it. We're going to acknowledge it. We're not going to ignore it. And we're going to see if there are things we can do about it. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apparently, in the eyes of the majority leader, a scientific training, a scientific education is now required to weigh in on matters that have some bearing in science. I think we are accustomed to discussing these sorts of issues all the time in the legislature, whether it relates to economics. We may not have an economic background, but I think we're capable of discussing issues related to economics. We may be discussing an issue related to energy policy, and we aren't trained in energy. We may just be discussing a bonding bill. We may not have an engineering background. I do appreciate the forbearance of more educated members than myself, like Representative Kahn, Representative Yaruso, in listening to less educated members, such as me, talk about these issues. But I do think it's something we're capable of doing. Climate change is real. 97% of climate scientists agree. I'm looking at NASA's website right now. We are used to looking at scientific publications, evaluating whether they're true or not, and we're capable also of dismissing junk science. This is true whether we're talking about climate change like we are now, whether we're talking about smoke-free policies. Overwhelming scientific evidence shows that cigarette smoke is harmful to people. This is true if we're talking about vaccines. Overwhelming scientific evidence shows that vaccines prevent potentially deadly diseases like measles and whooping cough. And so I think it's reasonable for us to vote for things, to sponsor legislation, to encourage as many people as possible to get vaccinated. I similarly think, to the point of the amendment here at hand, we are capable of making decisions, of stating legislative policy about the position of the state of Minnesota on issues like climate change, and that it is caused by men and women and humankind. So thank you for letting me talk here. Thank you for letting just a humble lawyer like me weigh in on issues that do have some background in science. I think it's something we are all capable of doing.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So, science and the study of science, it's by the nature of scientists to question what colleagues say are true. Stephen Chu, who was a previous energy secretary, who is a scientist and a climate scientist, said that whenever you get even 75% of scientists agree on something, you can pretty much count on that to be true. So with us at 97%, it's undeniable, albeit there are still 3% of some scientists out there that deny it, that it's true. And you know, I take issue with Majority Leader Pepin's line of question with members. I could ask anyone in this room if they've had the opportunity to circumvent the planet. And if you haven't, how do you know it's round? So I will end with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr.
For what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the amendment. Thank
Proceed,
you,
Representative
Mr.
Johnson.
I just want to take this opportunity, you know, because this is an interesting issue that I've heard over the years, you know, and some questions about climate science. Well, and the question of where do we go to get our information? Well, I go to Gustavus Adolphus. Every fall, Gustavus Adolphus College in Northfield holds a Nobel conference where they invite several Nobel scientists to talk about various issues. They have a theme each year. And in each of those, I've attended about a dozen of these. And if there's one conclusion, if there's one common thread that keeps coming before the conference, it is that climate change is for real and humans have a big role to play in it. So if you want to get some information about these and other scientific issues, I invite you to check out the Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College in the fall in Northfield, in St. Peter. Thank you.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was so intrigued by the comments of Representative Salser, I was wondering if she would be willing to yield.
She will yield. Representative Lucero.
Representative Salser, you had mentioned that you've done extensive research or reading on this topic, although you're not a scientist, but you've done extensive reading. I'm wondering if you could answer, were we at one time in an ice age?
Representative Salser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. I wasn't there, but through my reading, what I've read, and I believe, because scientists said we had an ice age, that we did experience an ice age.
Representative Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if Representative Salser would yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you. Representative Salser, Mr. Speaker, Representative Salser. So we were at one point in an ice age. Are we in an ice age today?
Representative Salser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. And, you know, I thought so this past winter, but I don't think the scientists have officially declared this an ice age.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will ask Representative Salser to yield for one more question.
She will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Salser, well, if we were in an ice age, and we're not in an ice age now, we must have experienced some kind of climate change. So my question I would have for you, through the extensive reading and research you've done on this topic, how much human activity or other internal combustion engines was it, or did it take at the time, to increase greenhouse gases and emissions to do away with our ice age?
Representative Salser.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. And you know, it's not at the top of my head, but what I would say, Representative, is that I know Will Steger, and Will Steger has gone to the polar ice caps, and they're melting. And I'm not going to repeat everything that Representative Yaruso has said, but when you do have 97%, you're welcome, Representative Davids, but when you do have 97% of the scientists saying that we are in climate change that is being exacerbated by human beings, I think we are called upon for future generations to acknowledge it and try to do something about it. And we can go back and forth for the rest of the evening, I suppose, and you're going to maintain your view and I will maintain mine, but I am so happy that 97% of the scientists, Representative, agree with me.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I heard was that there was zero human activity, zero internal combustion engines, zero greenhouse gases that led to the melting of the ice age. And yet there was. You didn't, well, you said no. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I will take that back. That's not what you said. What I understand from the answer is that there was none of those things which caused the melting of the ice age and hence global climate change. Perhaps Representative, I'm forgetting his name, Earhart. Would Representative Earhart be willing to yield?
Representative Earhart. No. He will not yield, Representative Lucero.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lucero. Representative Newberger.
Members, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise today to tell you that I plan to vote red. And I'm not voting red because I believe in this issue or I don't believe in this issue. I'm voting red, members, because what we are being asked to do is to make a statement of what we believe. And we have to be very careful with this, because what happens to the people that vote no? I'll tell you what happens. We're going to get labeled. We're going to be called deniers. And then we're going to be persecuted. It'll happen. I've seen it. I'm not standing up here and I'm not giving this advice to the body lightly. So if you're asking me to vote on this issue, I'm voting. But I'm voting red because I refuse to be put in this position. I'm not voting on how I feel about this issue. I'm not going to be put in a position where if I take this vote, then what I believe in is going to be judged. Because that's exactly what you're doing, and we have to be very careful with the precedent that we're setting here, members. This has the potential to be a dangerous path. I thank you for your time, and I don't take this lightly, and I respect the opinions of everyone on both sides of this issue deeply. I'm not here to insult anybody. I respect you, and I'll never question your beliefs. Please don't question mine.
Seeing no other debate, the House being under call, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, we are under call. Please vote. Members, please vote. We are under call. Members, please vote. We are under call. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 71 nays, the amendment to the amendment fails. To the Hortman amendment. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to withdraw that amendment.
Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Eric, for what purpose do you rise?
I'd like to rise for a point of personal privilege.
Representative Eric, we are going to give you your point of personal privilege because I had not yet pulled the amendment, but proceed.
Members, I would like to have everyone join me. We've had a lot of representatives that have been very helpful for all our new members. One especially has been very gracious to help many of us, and today is a great day to recognize him. No matter how much he wants to deny it, today is Representative O'Driscoll's birthday, so please join me in wishing him a happy birthday.
The House will come to order. Representative Hortman withdraws her amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Clark moves to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15-0527.
Representative Clark,
Thank you, Mr.
to your amendment.
Speaker, members, I guess this means we're saving the best till last. I think this is the last amendment. This is an amendment I worked with the chairman on, and it has to do with funding two organizations in the Somali community that are working with youth to provide leadership, mentoring, and training in IT and information technology. And it's a very inspiring collaboration that has been put together. Had a chance to visit with the chairman on it, and I ask your support.
The member from Dakota, Representative and Chair Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take this to conference.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Clark, I want to thank you for bringing this amendment forward. The Somali people have had a rough time. With the civil wars in their countries that they've had, they've came here for their safety. We brought and helped them get here for their own safety. Now, it takes time for these people to assimilate when they come to this country. They don't do it overnight. Usually it takes 2 to 3 generations. But with our help, hopefully we can speed that process up so they can learn what it's like to have the freedoms that we have, so they can learn to be part of our great country and our great state. Do they need to give up their heritage? Absolutely not. In fact, in my own community, my city's been there over 150 years, yet we still, every fall, they still have that stuff that they call lutefisk. For those of you that hadn't had it, you're not missing anything. So I want to thank you for bringing this forward, because we need to help these people, not just for us, but for them, because they are important people to this state.
No further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the amendment carries. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pearson moved to amend House File Number 843, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A80.
Representative Pearson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
if Representative Clark was the best bill, then mine's just a little bit better, and I understand there's one that's better still since it is last. I rise to offer the amendment. This is an important issue for the Olmsted County area. There's basically no dispute on this, no dissenting views. We have an existing housing authority in Olmsted County that was put in place in 1994 by the state legislature, and we'd like to alter that so that the actual county commissioners become that housing authority, as many other cities of the first class in the state of Minnesota already do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also ask members to support the amendment.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would prefer that this stuff go through the committee process, but I do think it's important to continue this, and I'm happy to take it into conference committee for further research.
Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the amendment carries. Third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 843, as amended.
Third reading. Anyone wishing to? Representative Garofalo.
This is a good bill. Please vote green.
Representative Hortman, sorry, I did not see you as I scanned in your direction. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Scorched Earth Day, Representative Garofalo. I really think that this bill is a gigantic step backwards for Minnesota, and I think that the representation that it's a positive step forward is just simply not true. We already talked about the fact that 2014 was the hottest year on record, and 97.5% of the world scientists agree that the climate is changing and human activity is causing the changes. Some people, when they look at those facts, they see a left-wing conspiracy. Others are resigned to accept the trajectory of a hotter planet. I refuse to believe that we cannot or we will not change the course. I believe there's a huge opportunity that Minnesota can take in meeting this challenge. With technological advances and by working together, most Minnesotans know that we can meet this challenge, and they know we can improve our economy while meeting it. Minnesotans have been proving that we're up to the challenge for the past 8 years. We've reduced our climate pollution 7%, removing 11 million tons of pollutants from our air in that time. At the same time, we've had a 78% increase in clean energy jobs, and we now have a total of more than 15,000 clean energy jobs in the state. Judging by the House Energy Bill and that last vote, Republicans either fail to accept the fact that climate change exists, or they fail to believe that Minnesotans are up to the challenge of facing it. We should move forward, not back. Minnesota can continue to move forward, or we can, under pressure from the fossil fuel industry, turn around and retreat from our decades of progress. This bill would take Minnesota backward at least 24 years. A no vote on this bill says to your constituents that you, like them, believe we can keep moving forward. A no vote says you believe we can and should keep moving Minnesota on a path to cleaner, more renewable, and more homegrown energy. The Republican energy bill is so bad for Minnesota, I will not tell you every single bad thing about the energy article. And I think that the housing and jobs articles are just about as bad. But I will tell you the top 10 reasons you should vote no. And when young voters come to you and ask you before the next election whether you voted to repeal every single one of Minnesota's progressive energy policies, you should know the answer to that question. The 10 worst parts of the bill. The number one worst thing in the bill is repealing Minnesota's Conservation Improvement Program. We've had the energy conservation programs in Minnesota since the 1980s. Our most successful program has removed 82.4 million tons of carbon dioxide from the air in the last 25 years. It saved ratepayers $6.4 billion and prevented the construction of 9 power plants. One utility shared with me that in the calendar year 2013 alone, they had 300,000 participants in the energy conservation program. And those customers will save $81 million over the lifetime of the installed measures. And the cost of those measures was just $23 million. The $60 million that will be saved will stay in Minnesota and benefit Minnesota's economy. This utility also shared with me that 2/3 of the recipients of the Conservation Improvement Program, the beneficiaries, are businesses. The Republican Energy Chair is fond of saying that this bill would bring cheaper and cleaner energy to Minnesota. That statement would score a pants-on-fire rating in any media fact check. It is true that this bill has a provision that even Hillary Clinton would like. When Hillary Clinton was in the U.S. Senate, she worked on a program called the Diesel Emissions Reduction Act to reduce pollution from diesel vehicles. And it's true, Representative Garofalo has a little tiny diesel emissions reduction program in the bill. But to say that this little tiny provision that even Hillary Clinton would like offsets all the bad policy that people like the Koch brothers campaign for and spend millions of dollars getting people elected to support is just not mathematically sound. Comparing Representative Garofalo's Hillary Clinton program to the Conservation Improvement Program that he repeals, let's just compare the numbers. The Conservation Improvement Program saves 4.1 million pounds or tons of CO2 emissions a year, 4.1 million per year. If Representative Garofalo's Hillary Clinton provision was successful and fully subscribed, it would remove 8,000 tons of carbon dioxide each year. In other words, it's 1/500th as effective as just one energy policy that he repeals. After repealing all of the energy conservation programs in Minnesota, Representative Garofalo sets up a task force to look at whether, in fact, we should have them. The only group he doesn't include on that task force? Minnesota residential ratepayers. All the big businesses are there, all the utilities are there, the fossil fuel industry is represented, but not Minnesota ratepayers. The second worst thing in the bill is undoing the 1994 Prairie Island nuclear waste storage deal. We already talked about the fact that Representative Garofalo takes $38 million in ratepayer money, puts it in the state fund, and uses it for whatever he wants. So this bill contains a $38 million increase in energy taxes for Xcel ratepayers. The third worst reason, the third best reason to vote no, and the third worst thing in the bill is gutting the net metering law. And we've already talked about how important it is to diversify our energy portfolio and to give people economic freedom to generate their own energy. The fourth worst thing in the bill is the dilution of the renewable energy standard with large hydro. And I think Representative Simonson covered that well. And I think you should look at the information he passed out about the number of jobs that the wind industry has brought to Minnesota. And do you really want to send a signal to that industry that we're done with them? They can pack up and leave. Representative Garofalo repeals the solar standard completely. He says he doesn't, but he says in his bill that any utility can meet the solar standard with wind. The solar standard requires 1.5%. Every utility in Minnesota has 1.5% of their portfolio with wind already. So there's no solar standard anymore. And that's not cleaner and cheaper, because wind doesn't replace solar. Solar generates when the summer load is peaking. So if we do not have solar on the system, we need more natural gas peaking plants, and those are dirtier and more expensive. The only thing we know for sure about natural gas is we can't predict the price in the future, and we don't have any of it in Minnesota. The seventh worst thing in the bill is that it deletes Minnesota's greenhouse gas emissions goals. And Minnesota's college students and high school students are just aghast at the things that we do here, that we could actually conduct ourselves as though climate change isn't real and that we don't have a responsibility to do something about it. The eighth worst thing in the bill is it throws in the towel on the lawsuit to North Dakota and says we probably have to pay North Dakota's lawyers $1.1 million. That's like having UND up by a goal after the first period and pulling the Gophers off the ice. Why would we do that? The ninth worst piece in the bill is straight off the ALEC website. It's the proposal that Minnesota legislators review the Clean Power Plan for Minnesota before it's implemented. Representative Dean, I wonder if you'd yield to a question. Do you have an opinion on whether it's a good idea or a bad idea to include this ALEC proposal in the bill?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Representative Hortman. Excuse me, the ALEC proposal, which is part of this bill, for those of you who don't know, the American Legislative, let me see, where's my notes here, Exchange Council, is a group that, quite frankly, is made up of a lot of corporate interests and other individuals, and I believe that the author of this bill is actually one of the state co-chairs for the ALEC in the state of Minnesota. And, you know, it reads on the original bill is almost exactly the same as it is in this bill that would require legislative approval. And just so folks don't get confused, that in our state constitution, Article 3, Section 1 speaks to a division of powers. And I think that most of us know that the PCA is not under our branch of government. So really what we're talking about with this legislation is going against what our state constitution calls out. And, you know, I find it really, really interesting that this is being pushed in many, many states throughout the U.S., and there's been similar legislation in some liberal states like North Dakota, North Carolina, Ohio, and Kansas. And actually, this has been defeated in those states. They believe, these are conservative states, quite frankly. Liberal, I was a little bit facetious there. You know, this is doing away with the renewable portfolio standards is something that's bad for everybody. And it's a bad bill by pushing just dirty energy. You know, we can talk about the prices. There's been lots of studies done, study by this investment firm called Lazard, where they said that the cost of utility scale solar energy is as low as 5.6 cents a kilowatt hour, and wind is as low as 1.5 cents. In comparison, natural gas comes out at about 6.1 cents per kilowatt hour on the low end, and coal at about 6.6 cents. So we're on our way to actually having affordable, renewable, because of the marketplace. And, you know, I'm really curious. There's nothing in this bill about protecting our energy sources and our energy grid system from terrorism, which actually it's been studied and put forward many, many times that our grid is the most susceptible piece to terrorism throughout. And one of the ways we take care of that is through a decentralized system, which this bill completely guts. So, you know, this is not an issue that's a liberal, conservative. Quite frankly, there are a lot of conservatives, a lot of libertarians that believe that this is an issue about liberty, about freedom, about the ability for individuals to make choices about their energy generation on their own property. In states like Georgia, they unanimously passed a measure to enable more rooftop solar, something that this bill is going to decimate completely. And this bill, in implementing the requirements for legislative approval and many other things relative to solar, would actually put us behind states like Mississippi. And I will yield the floor back to Representative Hortman.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I wonder if Representative Wagenius would yield and tell me what she thinks is the worst thing in the bill.
Representative Wagenius.
Well, thank you, Representative Hortman. It's an awfully hard question you just asked. I'm not sure I can say one thing is worse than the other. Your Big Ten are correct. But I think I want to talk to you a little bit about the repealing of the greenhouse gas reduction goals. And what I want to do is ask members, what's so different now than in 2007 when we adopted those goals? They passed 92 to 37 with the support of Representative S. Anderson, Representative Hamilton, Representative McNamara, among others. So what's the difference between 2007 and 2015? Well, for one, in 2007, we had a lot of committee conversations about global warming and the impacts on Minnesota, our people, and our economy. We heard from clergy leaders, Archbishop Harry Flynn and Lutheran Bishop Craig Johnson, who said that global warming was the moral issue of our time. In 2007, we heard from scientists at the U who told us that global warming would hurt agriculture, not help it, that we would lose our beloved boreal forests in the lifetime of our children or our grandchildren, and that weather events, as Representative Hortman said, would be stronger and more destructive. And of course, we heard from economists who told us there would be a dramatic increase in renewable energy jobs. This year, when we were in the Energy Committee together and Representative Neuberger had amendments that would allow for more production of electricity from coal, he said that this was not the time to discuss global warming. And in committee, we never did. So what else is different about 2015? We now know that in 2012, which is the last year for which we have good numbers, Minnesota spent approximately $18 billion to import fossil fuels because we don't have coal or oil. In 2007, we knew that the number was big, but we had no idea then that it was that big. We now know that Minnesotans spend on a net basis between $400 and $600 million to import electricity from other states. That does not include Manitoba. In 2007, we knew that number was big, but we didn't know that it was that big. There is one thing that we did know in 2007 that we also know now, and that is it's much, much better for Minnesota's economy to keep some of those billions at home by creating renewable energy here. Another thing we know now that we didn't in 2007, that there are true damages from electricity generation in Minnesota. They're well over $2 billion a year, and specifically the health care costs from air pollution created by electric generation in Minnesota is $877 million per year, and almost all of those costs are coming from burning coal. Until recently, it was believed that about 20% of all man-made methane emissions came from the surface of reservoirs. We heard just a little bit about that from Representative Simonson earlier. Methane, of course, is about 35 times as potent a greenhouse gas as carbon dioxide. But now we know that 20% is too low. So while hydropower is often thought of as climate friendly, it's not. There's a lot more we know now, but I'm going to cut the list short and do a shout out to New Flyer, which has plants in Representative Ties's district in St. Cloud and Representative Keel's district in Crookston. New Flyer is manufacturing and marketing an electric bus. It's their new electric bus. That was something we would not have been expecting in 2007. So all of this is to say that we were right in 2007. In fact, it turns out that we were dead on super right. So what's going on in 2015? Around the country, big oil and big coal and their allies are fiercely campaigning to roll back renewable energy standards and net metering. They have their talking points. They're spending unbelievable amounts of money. They've seen the studies that we've seen. In not too distant future, solar will be able to compete with oil. So instead of competing, oil is going to state houses all over the country to try to hold on to their profits. And we're now one of their targets. That makes total sense, of course. Remember that we spend $18 billion a year to import fossil fuels and another $400 to $600 million to import electricity from other states. Of course, big oil and big coal want to hang on to those dollars. Representative Garofalo's bill is good for big oil. It's good for big coal. His stumbling block in the bill is the fact of global warming and the targets to reduce the greenhouse gases. So repeal the targets, pretend that global warming is not real, and say you don't have enough common sense to listen to the 97% of scientists who tell you that global warming is real. The pretend games now playing at the Minnesota House of Representatives.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Number 10, the 10 worst reason is a multiple choice. You can decide whether you think the little giveaway to Flint Hills, the part that lets you put a 100,000-gallon propane tank pretty much anywhere you want without any environmental review, getting rid of the nuclear moratorium, or ditching Made in Minnesota solar even though it's brought jobs and new manufacturers to the state. All those are in the running for number 10 worst things in the bill. Right now, Minnesota is a leader in energy and climate policy. Our current state policy has resulted in remarkable successes in the wind industry, and it wouldn't have happened unless Minnesota lawmakers had the courage to vote for strong policy. At a time when Minnesota's young people and Minnesotans across the age spectrum believe in climate change and think we should do something, this bill repeals all policy efforts intended to mitigate climate change. That's short-sighted and the wrong direction for Minnesota. Minnesotans want us to move forward, not backward. I have not received this many emails on any bill before the House of Representatives since the Republicans proposed to amend the Constitution in 2012 and ban same-sex unions. I've gotten more than 900 emails. That effort in 2012 was remarkably successful at motivating young voters to turn out and vote for more progressive lawmakers in 2012. And it looks like this effort might be just as successful in 2016. Members, please vote no.
The representative from Wright County, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to thank Representative Garofalo for this, this great bill, that it's going to bring cheaper and cleaner energy to Minnesota. And Representative Garofalo, I would say that it was coincidence, but I know better. I know that you are a well-oiled machine and you orchestrate your planning very well, that you would release this bill for the cleaner and cheaper energy on Earth Day. I know that was by design. So, Mr. Speaker, as a first-term member, I'm on this learning curve, as are 21 other Republican members, actually 19 because 2 are returning. So there's 19 of us that are on this learning curve of learning new information as first-term members, as there are 5 new members on the other side of the aisle. And on this learning curve, we're watching and learning other members with more seniority, how things are done around here, picking up information, et cetera, et cetera. And some of the things that I've learned in the, I think we're 15 or 16 weeks into this. Well, you know what? I see the signal from Representative McDonald. One of the things that I've learned from Representative McDonald is he has some kind of obsession with Representative Gruenhagen's school board days. But what I'm going to get down to is one of the things that I'm learning through the course of this debate is Representative Garofalo has been challenged several times with different provisions in his bill that did not go through committee. So I guess what I'm learning is that provisions that are in the Omnibus bill should, in and of themselves, as individual bills, have gone through a committee and had a committee hearing. And I've heard that from Representative Thiessen, I've heard that from Representative Isaacson, Representative Mahoney was going after Representative Garofalo on that. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, I would ask Representative Thiessen if he would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Representative Thiessen, could you tell us how many committees the Senate office building went through in the House before it came out, since you're chiding Representative Garofalo for that very issue?
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it went through several committees in the Senate. In fact, it actually went through the entire committee process in the Senate. And how this place works, Representative Lucero, is that we pass a bill in the House with certain provisions in it. They pass a bill in the Senate with certain provisions in it. When you don't agree on what those provisions are, you go to conference committee. And in conference committee, you accept some provisions from the Senate bill, some provisions from the House bill. It's called compromise. And you come back with a conference committee report that includes provisions. I'm sure every conference committee report that comes back will include provisions that we're not in a House bill, but we're in the Senate bill, or we're not in the Senate bill, but we're in the House bill. So, in fact, the Senate actually had the full hearing process on that legislation. And so I'm not sure what your point is. But the point is, Representative Lucero, if the point you're trying to make is that in this body we actually shouldn't actually hear bills in committee separately and then put them in the omnibus bill, that actually is traditionally and typically how we do that. Now, are there exceptions? Perhaps there are. But the fact of the matter is, in many of the bills that are passing through the body this year, those many bills were just dumped into omnibus bills without ever getting a prior committee hearing. In fact, there's a lot of provisions that got dumped into bills that never even were introduced as a bill. And that is actually fairly unusual. And the reason we do that, and we talk about this on both sides of the aisle quite often, is that it allows for public input, it allows for experts to weigh in, for the public to weigh in, it allows for transparency in our process, so that we're actually inviting the public to weigh in on our provisions. I guess you are new, and I get that, so I understand your question, but actually that building provision did get the full process in the Senate, and it's not unusual. I anticipate that you're going to want to include some provisions in conference committee reports that the Senate didn't have hearings on.
Representative Lucero.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I heard him just say is that it's not unprecedented that there are provisions in the House that end up in an omnibus bill that haven't had hearings, and that's not unusual. So, members, I would encourage you to vote green on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin County, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as the minority lead in housing on the bill, I want to just address a few of the housing issues that came to our committee and express some of my thoughts about them. Housing is a really important part of job growth. It's just critical to it. I think many of us know that. What was disappointing to me in this bill in terms of that issue is that we have a time of surplus, but we, instead of going forward with investing additional money in housings, we actually cut nearly $11 million out of the base of the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency. And that's pretty disappointing because the areas where they came out of are areas that we can least afford to cut. One was the Housing Trust Fund. We cut nearly $2.4 million. Is a 10% cut to that program, and that's one of the only programs that serves the lowest income households in our state, both in greater Minnesota and in the metro area. The median income of folks who use that program is about $8,800. 175 fewer families will be served as a result of that cut. And please remember, half of our homeless people are children. The second cut that's of concern is to the Family Homeless Prevention and Assistance Program. That was cut by $1.3 million. Again, it's a part of the MHFA that serves the poorest of the poor, those who have been down on their luck or may be becoming homeless. The families that are served by that program have a median income of about $10,000. My understanding is that about 1,700 fewer families will be served as a result of this cut that's in this bill. And I just want to remind us all that keeping people from becoming homeless is really cost effective. Putting a family in a shelter is 2 to 6 times more costly than helping keeping them out of a shelter. So, and again, as I mentioned earlier, stable housing is really critical to job growth. That's a given. So homelessness is a statewide issue. Just a couple more points about that. In the 2012 count of homeless Minnesotans, 34% of Minnesotans who live in greater Minnesota accounted for the homeless Minnesotans. And in the number of adults age 55 and older who are homeless in greater Minnesota has nearly doubled since 2009. So this is throughout our state. What's I think particularly disappointing is because even in times like this, I thought we could do some really work. We have in the past on a bipartisan way worked with the governor to avoid cuts to these programs. So this is a change to actually cut these 2 really important programs. Probably one of the more significant areas is the whole area of the incredibly shameful disparity in home ownership that we have based on race in the state of Minnesota. And last year we made some progress in that. And we can be proud of that. We required, as did, and I want to say we did good wording in the bill this year too, to say to the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency that they need to look at the issue of this incredible disparity, racial disparity in home ownership, and address it. And last year they took that very seriously, and they spent $20.3 million working on it, $21.3 million. And that bill that required them to do that passed the House with a vote of 130 to 0. This year, I could not get a hearing on that bill. So that was disappointing. I'm sorry that we are not taking that same direction as we did last year. We went from the very worst in terms of racial disparities in home ownership. Because of that, we went to the 3rd worst, so that's progress. We also left out of this bill a couple of important set-asides. One is for American Indian tribal communities for the first 11 months in the Challenge Fund. They had a special set-aside. We also had a set-aside in the Challenge Fund for families with disabled children in the previous bill. That's not in this bill. And we did not fund open access and Homeline, both bills that were introduced to be considered. Finally, what was left out of the bill was Governor Dayton's proposal that were some actual increases proposed for this bill. He wanted us to put more money into Bridges, which is housing for mentally ill persons, $2.5 million. That's not in there. And another lost opportunity was the governor's proposal for $2 million in rental assistance for highly mobile students. These are families who we know the kids have a lot of trouble in school because they're moving around. They don't have stable housing. So we did not fund that. I'm going to conclude and just say these cuts that I've just went through were part of a transfer in the name of providing some other really important housing, workforce housing in Greater Minnesota. And I'm going to yield to Representative Applebaum to talk about that. It's very important that we do this, that we do workforce housing, that we do it right, but to fund it by making cuts to these other really important programs for very low-income people, to me, is wrong and disappointing. I'd like to yield to Representative Applebaum. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Clark, are you asking him to yield to a question to you, or are you done with your comments? Because I do have people on the list.
I'm asking him to speak, Mr. Chairman. If he can ask. I guess you can recognize him and do it that way if you'd like to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Clark. The member from Hennepin County, Representative Applebaum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Clark. My background is in affordable housing law, so I thought I'd briefly share with the body how this bill misfires when it comes to capitalizing on affordable housing opportunities for Minnesotans, with a particular focus on workforce housing. Heading into the legislative session, workforce housing was highlighted as an issue that people throughout Minnesota, especially people in Greater Minnesota, identified as one of their most pressing needs. Now, members, regardless of which district you represent, I expect that we can all agree that job growth must not be hindered by a lack of affordable housing. In our recovering Minnesota economy, however, we have shortages of all types of housing, and with stagnant wages, households are paying too much. Last year, nearly 600,000 Minnesotans were cost burdened, paying more than 30% of their income for housing. Indeed, in some greater Minnesota communities, jobs are plentiful, but recruiting and retaining employees is made more difficult on account of our affordable housing shortage. Historically, lower rents in greater Minnesota cannot support construction and operating costs, leaving a significant gap that makes traditional funding very difficult. The Challenge Fund is designed to help fill that gap by meeting the housing needs of workforce communities across the state, and has been Minnesota's leading economic development and workforce housing program since 1999. Madam Chair and members, the Challenge Fund, Madam Speaker and members rather, the Challenge Fund provides gap funding to private developers to encourage the construction of rental housing and single-family homes. It also assists with loans for construction, acquisition, rehabilitation, or permanent financing, and interest rate reduction and refinancing. Since 2000, the MHFA has dedicated Challenge funds to 163 rental housing developments throughout Minnesota, which has added over 10,000 rental units. It is, without question, the best tool we have to develop workforce housing in Minnesota. Unfortunately, not only does this bill cut funding for the Challenge Fund by $5 million, but it substantially limits the effectiveness of Challenge funds to build workforce housing in greater Minnesota by, one, adding policy language that waives any income requirements for housing projects funded through Challenge, and two, prohibits Challenge dollars to be used with any funding sources that contain income requirements. Now, why are these two income cap removal provisions problematic, you may be asking? Because Challenge funds are almost always part of a funding package that includes federal tax credits, TIF money, federal community development block grants, philanthropic funding, and other sources that all include income limits. In fact, in the past 5 years, every single one of the 205 multifamily housing developments where the MHFA provided Challenge funds included other sources of funding that contain income requirements. During this time, these developments leveraged Challenge dollars to produce 5,000 workforce housing units, which included mixed income, new construction, land trust development, single-family ownership, and large family units. None of this could be accomplished under the bill as it exists today. On average, Challenge funds have been able to leverage
$11 in non-state resources for every challenge dollar invested in a project. Because of the aforementioned supplementary financing sources would no longer be available, the primary effect of the income cap removal provisions is that challenge fund assistance will not be available for the vast majority of workforce housing developments in greater Minnesota. This bill might as well say that challenge funds are precluded from being leveraged with federal or any types of outside funding, because that will be the effect if this bill is enacted. Madam Speaker and members, if these housing provisions are passed, the MHFA is going to have an incredibly difficult time funding projects because the other funding sources and financing tools that developers need in order to make such projects financially feasible will no longer exist. Ultimately, this would lead to a larger percentage of your constituents' hard-earned tax dollars being allocated for less affordable rental housing units being built to suit individuals making over $62,000 a year for rental units and $89,000 a year for owned units. In other words, resources intended for flexible, proven, affordable, and feasible workforce housing built to encourage job growth have the potential to be completely eliminated, while market rate housing for high earners will be the only type of development capable of receiving your tax dollars via challenge funds under this bill. In closing, I'd encourage members to please take a look at the handout provided by the Greater Minnesota Housing Developers Task Force that I provided to you, which really echoes my concerns and advances some others, which state that we really need to effectively and efficiently foster economic growth through workforce housing, which this bill does not do. As written, this bill does not accomplish the important goal of efficient and effective workforce housing development. Instead, voting for this bill condones inefficient and irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars by engaging in policy that doesn't take full advantage of one of the truly successful government programs established to resolve a pressing need for all Minnesotans, in particular greater Minnesotans. So members, I close in saying that if you want to foster business expansion in greater Minnesota, if you want housing for workers that is affordable, do not vote for this bill. Thank you. Well done.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two primary concerns with the Garofalo 170 pages of, bill. I'll just leave it at that. I have two really main concerns. The first one, and I'm not sure how many folks are really familiar with or understand the Workforce Development Fund, but I want to be clear about what we're doing to the Workforce Development Fund and what impact that's going to have for us down the road. The Workforce Development Fund really provides a couple of things. First of all, there's a direct appropriation that happens that we have as carve-outs of things we think that are worthy for us to be investing in for job creation. And then the second part of it is the worker relocation program. And my concern with that is something where what we're doing in the past is we've had a carryover that occurs. We allow for X amount of dollars to sit on the bottom line in case of emergency, and there's Y amount of dollars that we use to actually take care of people that have been dislocated. And so my concern is that by bringing this number down to 1.2 million, instead of leaving it where we have at 10 to 20 million at a time, we're putting ourselves in a very vulnerable and unstable position. And that vulnerable and unstable position is simply this. In the event that we have a situation that's beyond what we think is reasonable or something that we can project, such as 1,200 people being laid off up in the northern part of Minnesota, such as Target doing layoffs, such as Best Buy doing layoffs, we put ourselves in a spot now with the way this bill is written that would bring that fund into a negative balance, and we wouldn't be able to take care of the dislocated workers. I am primarily concerned, folks, and I hope you really think about what this means. In a time of unprecedented surpluses, we're saying we're going to cut the legs right underneath the very part of our economy and what we do with our jobs that keep us afloat, that keep workers afloat. This is a real problematic area in where this bill has been written, and I really hope that we take this into consideration moving forward. And it's an excellent reason not to vote for the bill. We should be concerned about folks that are dislocated or unemployed and making sure that we put them right back into the workforce again, which is exactly what this fund does. And instead, we're saying, nope, we're going to roll the dice. We're going to roll the dice on our economy, an economy which your speaker said is flatlined. So are we really making wise choices for ourselves? I am very concerned about that. The second thing that I would like to bring up is what we did to the trade offices. We're in a time right now of pretty good growth. And one of the reasons why we survived the recession the way we did is because of our ability to export. And so in the last couple of years, we passed and added 3 more trade offices: Korea, South Korea, Germany, and Brazil. Now, when we put a trade office in China, what happened? In the next year, exports went up by 71%. We're looking at opportunities in very strategically picked places. In Brazil, where we have the highest growth of a middle class and export opportunities are amazing. South Korea, which has put up to $22 billion in investments in America over the last 10 years. And then Germany, which we know is working really hard on a good economy and has a lot of relationships here with businesses in Minnesota. And so what the Republicans and the House GOP, part of this Jobs Committee, has done is cut them right out of the bill. That doesn't make any sense. I really hope you're hearing that. They just cut them. We're making an effort to reach out across the oceans to help Minnesota's economy, and the best idea we have when we have surpluses is to cut 3 of the 4 foreign trade offices. These places develop excellent connections for businesses across Minnesota to develop relationships in other countries for exports. And instead, what we've decided to do is cut those 3 of those 4. Folks, it just doesn't make any sense. I hope that you'll reconsider and think about what the implications of this are. When we have the kind of relationships that we need with these other countries, it puts us in a much better spot for our economy to continue to grow, to weather further recessions, to put people to work, and to export our goods. Why in the world would we not want to do that? So I'm concerned about these 2 areas, what we're doing, the Dislocated Worker Fund, and what we're doing in terms of trade. 2 areas that we have an opportunity to invest in Minnesota, not only in our workers, but in the business we do around the world. And instead, the House Republicans are saying no to that. That doesn't make sense. It isn't good fiscal policy. I hope that they will reconsider, and I urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis County, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Smith yield for a question?
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Smith, I know you had a couple provisions in this bill we discussed when they were moving through committee, and it's in regard to the unemployment insurance and the tax reduction on changes that you had proposed. And I know the bill was kind of pulled back in for some more work with our different partners at the unemployment. Getting a little feedback here somehow, or someone is. But I was just wondering if you had a chance to get that through the bipartisan council and get kind of a blessing moving forward that this was good for both the business and the workers.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, there was an Unemployment Insurance Advisory Council meeting that I attended. I appreciated the invite to be there. It was a great discussion. DEED at that time presented language about reforming the bill. And it was interesting because they gave the language to us near the end of the meeting, and the date on the document was dated 6 weeks earlier. So I really felt like we had a missed opportunity to work together for the 6 weeks that they were working on this revised language. But after considerable thought and some discussions, we ended up adopting the language that DEED and therefore the governor proposed. That is the language, Representative, that is in this bill. After further thought, we felt this language was better. So we did adopt the language, and we adjusted the numbers a little bit to represent what the original bill had proposed.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Smith. I appreciate that. But what I am hearing is that we didn't address some of the concerns. There's, if you look on page 107 in subdivision 2A, I believe is where some of your language is, where we see the 0.9 reduction in cost. And then if we flip over to page 116 here in the not-so-awesomeness bill, Representative Garofalo, we're looking at another $200 million in cuts, and I really can't figure out why we're making these changes right now. I know that our account is in good shape, but these are structural changes that are going to leave our workers in jeopardy if things are getting bad. And right now, I expressed this to you in committee as well, Representative Smith. This is something my workers don't support. It's something my colleagues and I from the range don't support. We believe that there's a process that's bipartisan that should be followed in regard to this, and would just appreciate, as this is moving forward, to pull it out in conference. This is bad legislation right now in terms of avoiding the process that could have been followed here, and those 6 weeks could have been taken advantage of. And I think that maybe next time, hopefully, we'll do a little more work on your side of things, getting it in the shape that it needs to be, and having the meetings with DEED in a timely fashion. So with that, members, I would just ask you to vote red on the Minnesota penalty bill. And thank you for your time tonight, and hopefully we'll get out of here soon.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The hour is getting late. I won't suffer you through my 20-page speech that I wrote. I'll get it down to as few pages as I possibly can. This is a bill that only a bill author could love. Well, maybe a few lobbyists could love it too, but this bill is problematic for a couple of reasons. The biggest one is your target, and it's not the chair's fault. The problem is $2 billion in tax cuts for corporate Minnesota. When you lower the target like we did, we can't do what we're supposed to do. And what the end results are, this bill reverses the progress we've made over the last 2 years to strengthen our economy and grow jobs in Minnesota. We've been incredibly successful in creating jobs in Minnesota and growing businesses and improving the working conditions for Minnesota. This bill has a serious reversal to that, both in policy and in the budgets of DEED, Dolly, Commerce, and Energy. And while it's the fault of the budget target, this bill is $64 million less than the governor's. And these cuts really aren't necessary with a $2 billion surplus. There are multiple bad policies in this bill. Member after member have told me that this bill, and I've seen it in the bill, is going to be bad for greater Minnesota, for seniors, for people trying to find a job, for the homeless, and just about everybody else. The Department of Economic Development, this bill comes in $40 million lower than the governor's budget. And you're cutting general funds to some of the most effective programs we have. You're shifting millions from the Workforce Development Fund to cover cuts in general fund that you made to general fund funding of other programs. And this bill puts the workforce training at risk. We made a promise to those workers, and we probably won't be able to fulfill it if these cuts to workforce development stand. And remember, members, we have a real crisis going on in the ag world with the avian flu, bird flu, and up in the Iron Range. The workforce development is used to retrain people who have lost their job. And your $20 million shift would mean no funds would be available if this passes to retrain workers in case of emergencies. Because we've at a minimum tried to leave about $10 million in case of that emergency. This bill comes in at $4 million per year for broadband. Your committee originally accepted an amendment that I don't remember whose amendment it was for $180 million of broadband. You came in at 0. And after the howls of the greater Minnesota legislators and all the people that live out there, Chair Knobloch put in $8 million for the biennium over your silence, over your objection. Your party promised to rescue greater Minnesota from the DFL, but you can't do this with this bill. It was less than a quarter of what the DFL did and a third of what the governor wants. I guess greater Minnesota only gets a third. There's a 25% cut to two of our most successful programs, the Job Creation and the Minnesota Investment Fund. In the last 2 years, DEED has used that $44 million to leverage over $900 million worth of investment in the state, creating 5,500 jobs. I can't even read my own writing. This means that every dollar we're investing, we're getting nearly $14 back in business investment. If we put in terms of sheer numbers of jobs being created, that's about $8,000 a job to help businesses create jobs, to create good paying jobs, family supporting jobs. And that 25% cut takes out about 1,800 jobs and a loss of almost $200 million in business investment in the state of Minnesota. It's hard to find a better investment than the job creation and the MIF funds. Under this bill, as was spoken earlier, we're closing trade offices. One of the big things coming into this legislative session was Greater Minnesota's desire for something called Greater Minnesota Business Development Infrastructure Program. They said it was sorely needed. They came in with $20 million requests. Your bill had $2.2 million in it, in cash. $2.2 million in cash. Just so you know, last year we put $2.2 million in cash and $4 million in bonding. So you're giving it a third again. Greater Minnesota gets to live on a third. I was going to talk about Minnesota housing finance, but I'll leave that alone because that's been pretty well covered. But I do want to talk about the unemployment rate. I was at that meeting that Representative Baker was at. And the bill that's in this, the language that's in this bill is entirely different. And particularly when you change dollar figures and benchmarks. This $500 million rate on the unemployment trust fund puts that fund at risk if there's a mild recession. And we've made a promise to the business people of this state that we would take care of the people that they laid off. And if we go into any kind of a mild recession, we'll have to borrow about $1 billion and probably $1.5 billion from the federal unemployment trust. And our businesses will have to pay that back with interest rather than not having it on hand to take care of these people. In the Department of Labor and Industry, we're handcuffing people. We're handcuffing our small towns by saying they can't do any, by preemption. By preempting or interfering with local control, we're putting our neighborhoods, our cities, we're telling them that they can't do, they're not smart enough to take care of their own problems. I am puzzled by why you decided that local control is good in this instance and not in anything else. Because if the city of Rochester or the city of St. Paul or Duluth or any small town wants to require that the companies in their town have sick time or paid vacation or decent wages or living wages so that they don't have to pay the housing costs or the food costs. They should be able to do that. The fact that you're not allowing cities to make their own decisions kind of plays into the fact that we're raiding dislocated worker funds, we're raiding the unemployment trust fund, and then you put into your bill the tip penalty. Now here we have an industry that is growing by leaps and bounds, that came to us a year ago and said this minimum wage increase will kill us. And they've had probably the best year they've had in years, in a long, long time. And their hiring binges are going on. But now with a tip penalty, we're going to put women at risk, because women make up most of that industry, and they live on their tips. Sometimes it's $12, sometimes it's $15, sometimes it's $18 an hour in tips. That's great, because these women are supporting families. They're single mothers with kids. And now we're going to say, you're making $15 an hour, that's too much. Let's only allow you to make $12 an hour. Oh, you had a really good month and you were making $18 an hour? Sorry, you only get to make 12. I'm not sure how that works. And the rest of these kids typically are college students paying for college. And I think I've heard a dozen times how hard it is to get through college, but I worked my way through college, and if these kids only did that, well, now we're going to give them a pay cut. I'm not sure why on earth we want to make it harder for people to support families or raise kids or somehow get by. I thought we were supposed to reward good work, reward people for good work and a good job, not punish them by taking money out of their pockets. And under the Department of Commerce, you're leaving workers, seniors, and greater Minnesota behind. I'd go on a little bit more, but a couple of amendments have kind of talked about that a lot. But I will say the gold coin scam has stolen so much money from senior citizens and their retirement accounts that I think it is really worth the $600,000 that it might cost us to put that in. I think that's a great investment for our seniors. As Representative Johnson mentioned, we're deregulating the phone industry, and I know there's an argument about that. But we will see problems with that. You cite a report that's 2 years out. I'm not worried about 2 years. I'm worried about 6 and 8 and 10 years out when there's been problems and there's been a tornado come through and Aunt Rita and Uncle Ed can't call in for a 911 for years or ever again. Or worse yet, they have to text 911. That doesn't quite work too well. We are shifting money out of areas that help people. We're skipping out on debts. And you stop the final payment on that the governor took out. You stop the payment, the final payment, back to the 21st Century Mineral Fund. Now that's one of the last big crises we had, or during Tim Pelini's administration, and we raided every fund we could, and we did pick on the Iron Range a little bit. This was our last payment to pay it back, to pay back our debt, and we should be doing that. We're cutting our energy. We're going backwards on our energy policy. And these are really good paying jobs, 15,000 jobs in this state. And we're going backwards. And they're good paying jobs. And I wish I could say that most of them were in the metro area, but they're not. They're in greater Minnesota. So members, we've been here a long time tonight. I don't know what the score is. But I think it's not in our favor. So I'm going to just close. I want us to be done here. But I want to tell people that this bill is bad for Minnesotans. I don't think I hear anyone getting up and supporting this bill other than the industry lobbyists and the big three energy companies. The state agencies that help businesses grow, help workers get jobs, help build affordable housing, protect seniors from scams, came to us with a list of objectionable parts to this bill. You could spell that V-E-T-O, but that would be inappropriate on the House floor. And I think we added a couple more, so I think we're at 80. I've heard of having objections in a bill, in an omnibus bill. I don't think I've ever gotten to 80, heard of anyone getting to 80. So Representative Garofalo, you're top of the class there, I want you to know. There are so many bad policies in this bill that leave seniors and the unemployed and the laid off, the homeless people who live in our state, and the people who live on tips. You only fulfill a third for Greater Minnesota. We have special interest giveaways and policies that help corporate Minnesota, but don't help workers, don't help the average citizens. This was a little bit more than I expected. Passing a bill like this hurts so many Minnesotans, it's not responsible government. I would urge a red vote on this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, Republicans like to call this the Jobs and Energy Bill, and in a sense, that is accurate because you're putting all of your energy into cutting jobs, into cutting wages in this bill. You know, this bill precisely captures the Republican economic theory. Cut wages, cut jobs, cut benefit for workers so big corporations can do better. Unfortunately, that's creating a false choice. We know that businesses can do well and workers can do well, and I think the record over the last couple of years has shown that. Our economy has been growing steadily thanks primarily to the hard work of Minnesotans, but it's also because of the wise investments we made and the wise choices we made. The Republican Jobs and Energy Bill is going to sap Minnesota's economic process. You're cutting greater job creation for Greater Minnesota, cutting wages for workers, and taking a huge step backward on renewable energy. But most notably in this bill, you're leaving Greater Minnesota behind. After all the talk of Greater Minnesota, these last 24 hours are the best examples of the empty promises you made to Minnesotans. Yesterday, you ignored turkey farmers, the avian bird flu crisis, choosing instead to have a food fight with the Senate. You ignored steelworkers on the Iron Range, choosing to favor Chinese steel instead. You ignored 326,000 Minnesotans who live within a half a mile of oil train tracks, choosing to defend big corporate railroad companies instead. And today, you're throwing a few crumbs to Greater Minnesota for broadband. You're cutting the Job Creation Fund. You're cutting the Minnesota Investment Fund. You're cutting wages for servers, not just in the metro area, but more importantly in Greater Minnesota, where those wages are incredibly needed right now. With this bill, the verdict is in. The House Republicans have deceived Minnesota. They deceived Minnesotans during the campaign. They aren't sticking up for Greater Minnesota. You're leaving Greater Minnesota behind. Those are the facts. You can argue the rhetoric all you want, but those members are the facts. Who supports this Jobs and Energy Bill? The only winners here are not unexpectedly big corporate interests. That's who you're defending in this bill. That's who you're voting for when you vote green on this bill. You're not voting for Minnesotans. You're voting for the big corporations. I hope you vote no. We send this back and we actually pass a bill that will create jobs and raise wages for Minnesota workers instead of doing the opposite.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd first like to thank Representative Garofalo and Representative Baker on a great bill that brings affordable and clean energy to Minnesota. Representative Baker, especially thank you for your work on propane relief. Other things that I think that I'm really happy about in this bill are the repeal on the nuclear power moratorium, another clean, affordable energy source. So thank you for bringing that forward. And the members who voted for the repeal of the sprinkler mandate, that's a really great thing for all of Minnesota as well. And I just would have a few comments on Representative Thiessen's comments about our commitment to Greater Minnesota. I think we've evidenced that all through this session by taking the Environment Committee, which used to just have agriculture in the Environment Committee, and we put an agriculture policy and finance committee in place. And things like the ag repair tax that you all passed last year, we're going to make sure that we don't do that this year. So this is another great job. It's bringing clean, affordable energy all throughout the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Representative Garofalo, Representative Baker, the members on the committee. Members, I'd encourage a green vote on this.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And quick story, nothing personifies the spirit of the committee work like a quick story involving Representative Baker. So early on in session, we have had this problem for many years where the federal government will not give us our LIHEAP funds, low-income heating assistance for propane, until after a certain date. And everyone knows that if you buy propane in the summer, you can tend to get it at a lower price, be able to serve more people. It doesn't save any money, it just means you're able to help more people. And so Representative Baker and I were in my office talking, and he mentioned, and he thought that was pretty dumb. And I said, yeah, well, they told us last session that they have to do it that way. They can't buy it beforehand. He said, are you sure? And I said, yeah, that's what they said. I mean, that's what the Department of Commerce said. Well, Representative Baker on his own, I don't know, he called someone out in Washington, so the Department of Energy, started researching it. He came back and he said, Representative Garofalo, that's not true. Other states are doing it. And so he went back to staff, asked them to talk to the Department of Commerce again. They told us the wrong answer a second time, and it was only the third time, when Representative Baker literally was kicking my door in, telling me that I was wrong, that they actually found out that all these years we've been wasting money. Wasting money by buying propane after October when we could have bought it in the middle of the summer. Again, it costs no one any money. We all save money. We're able to serve more programs. And that sort of spirit, that sort of fresh perspective on things is really what I liked about our committee. So I suspect that my speech will not change any votes on the House floor, so I will try to be limited in nature, but I do take exception, not with people's different perspectives, but just factual inaccuracies in the bill. A member said that this is an attack on distributed generation. You can read the bill and see that there are $45 million in distributed generation payments in there, not just for the rooftop solar, but for emerging technologies like energy storage, small-scale wind, geothermal, solar thermal. Those are in the bill. It's actually an unprecedented commitment. In addition, there were some comments made about rolling back the RES standard. We're now hearing an argument that hydropower is bad for the environment, which is curious. But I would tell you, from just a factual standpoint, wind energy is the cheapest form of new generation you can put onto the system. Okay? Let me just say it again. Everyone in the committee talked about this. If you want to put new energy onto the system, wind energy is the cheapest form. And the smart actors in the business know they don't need a mandate. The problem we've got right now with wind is that when it tends to be windiest, we don't have a lot of demand. Okay? This is causing negative pricing, it's causing wasteful money, and it's not helping things. So in order to expand the amount of wind that we have, it's not to put a gun to the utilities' heads and force them to buy it, it's to be smart about storing that energy so it is dispatchable. And that's why when you look under the renewable energy storage renewable energy mandate, you'll see that there's now an incentive to use energy storage for that clean wind because it's cheaper and it's cleaner. Now, there's a lot of other provisions in the bill that some people on my side of the aisle don't like, so I'm not going to talk about them. But I would say that if you just run the numbers on your Made in Minnesota solar program, okay, $17,000 in subsidies over 10 years, you don't get squat for pollution mitigation, and you replace that with a $2,500 incentive to convert a diesel vehicle to natural gas or a gasmobile to an EV, you save a ton of money and you reduce way more pollution. And in terms of getting lectured about this idea of energy, I have to tell you, there's no bigger difference between the two parties in this philosophy. Okay? Cheaper energy creates jobs. Period. More expensive energy costs jobs. And for people to advocate that more expensive energy creates jobs because we're making it in Minnesota, okay? You gotta have your head under a rock to believe that. Look what's happened to the Iron Range in the last 7 years. Power prices are up 45%. 45%. That doesn't create jobs. It costs jobs.
But the good news, whether it's in energy and all these items, there's so many awesome things happening in technology. You look back at 2007 when we all voted on the Next Generation Energy Act, our country's back was against the wall. We're at a war in the Middle East. We're dependent on people who hate us for our energy sources. Everything's expensive. Everything's volatile. It sucked. I mean, it was really bad. And now look where we're at today. Renewables tend to continue to get cheaper. We're having massive breakthroughs in energy efficiency so we can save money. It's better for the environment. And then third, we have this fracking revolution. So now out in North Dakota, we can now in Pennsylvania and other places, we can be energy independent. In 2007, we actually voted on the House floor on peak oil. You ever hear about that? That we'd found all the oil. Oh no. No, it was just a joke. And now where we're at is we're energy independent. We're actually going to be an energy exporter. And we're going to do it in a way that's cleaner, that's cheaper, it's better, it creates so much prosperity for us. In the area of workforce housing, I'm proud of the fact, people are complaining about the fact that we skewed these things and sent all the money out to greater Minnesota. Yeah, guilty as charged. That's right. That's what we did. Again, I would have to have my head under a rock to not acknowledge that of the 11 seats that switched in the legislature last session, 10 were from greater Minnesota. So yes, we are addressing their workforce housing funds, unprecedented commitment. Thank you to Representative Gunther, Representative Fabian for your work on that. Representative Smith does a great job with the tax cut in this bill. I do find it amusing that people are complaining about this from the other side of the aisle. Representative Smith is proposing that the balance in the UI Trust Fund be higher than when you sent out press releases with your UI tax cut. So I think that's a pretty good provision. I want to thank Representative Smith. You did a great job on that. Also want to thank Representative Newberger for his work on energy. I would just point out this North Dakota provision people are wrapped around the axle on, and it doesn't mean anything. A lot of these provisions don't matter anymore because we have the 111D implementation plan coming from the federal government. People talked about us eliminating greenhouse gas targets and rules. No, we don't. We put ourselves into conformity with the 111D standard. And if Barack Obama is so wrong about that, then I'll let you make the case for why his targets are getting rid of global warming targets. Last and finally, it's the most nerdy but the most important provision in this bill is Representative Newberger's legislative approval for the 111D implementation plan, which is just a fancy way of saying President Obama's greenhouse gas targets. Okay? I don't know how any member of this body can think it's a good idea to let one person write energy policy. It just makes no sense. And I suspect that's why there are 7 DFL co-sponsors on the bill recognizing the fact that something as big and as expansive as redesigning all energy policy for Minnesota should require legislative approval. Understand, without that provision, if we're not able to come back from conference committee and get that signed, the governor will have the ability to write his own renewable energy standard. The governor will have the ability to impose upon us a regional cap-and-trade system. Okay? So you think about the impact of that has on energy-intensive industries. Think about the consequences of that. Just take a step back and understand that in those fights between urban progressives and energy-dependent industries in northern Minnesota, those fights don't usually turn out too well for northern Minnesota. Might want to take a second thought about that. That being said, there's actually quite a few provisions that I put in there for members of the DFL caucus. You don't have to be in the majority to get stuff done. At some point, we got to work out a deal with the DFL Senate. It doesn't mean you need to go to your leadership. You don't have to go to the DFL Senate. Just come to me. You can talk to other members. All they did was ask me for provisions in the bill, and I did that to move it forward. So I do look forward to the conference committee process. I'm excited to work with Senator Tomassoni and the senators. I think it's going to be a very interesting conference committee. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I think we'll do some good things. So, but last and finally, I want to thank the speaker, wherever he is. So I want to thank the speaker for the opportunity to have this position. I really do appreciate it. So with that, I would ask everyone's support, and please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, remember we are under call. Members, please vote. We are under call. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes, 56 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Pepin from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Friday, April 24th, 2015, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills: House File Number 846 and Senate File Number 888.
Motions and resolutions. Members, there are copies of the non-controversial motions at the desk and online. If there is no objections, the actions on these motions will be taken first. Hearing none and seeing none, the motions are approved.
Dean R. moves that House File Number 1681 be recalled from the Committee on Government Operations and Elections Policy and be re-referred to the Committee on Transportation Policy and Finance.
Seeing no objections, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? An error on the part of the speaker. Proceed. Motion prevails. Announcements. The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Pepin.
I move that the call of the chair be lifted. Excuse me.
Representative Pepin moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? The call is lifted. Announcements. The representative from Sherburne County, Representative Knobloch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ways and Means will meet at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 2 o'clock, members.
Announcements. The Minority Leader from Hennepin County, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assuming we're coming in at 11 tomorrow for session, we will be the House Democrats will be caucusing in room 200 at 10 o'clock.
Announcements. The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Pepin.
I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. on Thursday, April 23rd, 2015.
Representative Pepin moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 o'clock a.m. on Thursday, April 23rd, 2015. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Representative Pepin.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Pepin moves that the House do now adjourn until 11 a.m. Thursday. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. Representative Pepin moves that the House do now adjourn until 11 o'clock a.m. Thursday, April 23rd. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? The motion carries. We are adjourned.